Right. Good morning, Commissioners. This is the March 22nd public hearing. Chair Srinivasan. Here. Commissioner Bland. Commissioner Shamir-Barron. Here. Commissioner Chen.
Here.
Commissioner Devonshire. Commissioner Goldblum. Commissioner Voss. Here. Commissioner Chapin. Commissioner Gustafson.
Here.
We can hear a meeting, but we cannot vote on it, so we may bring it back for vote.
Okay, Commissioners, the first item is item number 2 on the agenda. It's an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Queens. It's docket number 176052, 240-02 42nd Avenue, located within the Douglas and Hill Historic District. This is an Italian H-style house with neo-colonial style elements built circa 1850 and moved to the site and altered in 1927 by Samuel Lindblom. Application is to construct an addition and entrance porch.
Good morning, Commissioners. Lisa Schaefer, Preservation Staff. 240-02 42nd Avenue is a corner lot over here. And these are just some neighboring houses. And this is the existing house. This portion of the house was built in the mid-19th century. It was moved to this lot in 1927, and at that time, the additions were added to the back of it, as well as this porch. Here you get a better, this is the main house, and these are the additions. And under this application, this addition here will be demolished, as well as the porch, and new additions and a new porch will be constructed, and the architect will present this to you.
Thank you, Lisa.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you. My name is Victor Dadris, the principal and partner of Dadris Architects. We're working with Mr. and Mrs. Anthony Philipouris on the renovation and extension to this beautiful historic home in the Douglas Hill area. And as Ms. Schaefer explained to you, we tried to be respectful with our proposal. We worked very carefully to preserve, especially the historic 19th century structure. And I'll show you a little bit about that in the proposal. It's just forward. I'm sorry. These are some of the views of the existing house, obviously, and you have the handout in front of you. And so our goal was really to preserve, as was said, this 19th century structure, which we think is quite beautiful, obviously, and also the landscape around it. Prospect Street's a corner lot, which made it tricky, how to do any kind of extension or expansion to this. We found that the diagram that worked best was to build on some of what was added, and over the years, and you saw the photographs of that, and take advantage of a diagram that would both preserve and we felt frame the view of the historic structure. So I can spend time on these, but I guess I let you to the views a little bit. But essentially, let me go back. On the first floor, what is now a kitchen, bedroom, these were added, as was said, over the years when it was moved here. We're building on top of that, so we're actually using the same sort of footprint. We've expanded slightly within our zoning envelope, again, as far away from possible, both from the street and from the historic structure as we could. There is a second floor extension also, that we worked to keep the second floor extension below the existing ridge height of the existing structure. Again, trying to be respectful. This owner was good about that, wanted to sort of do what they could to preserve and develop this property in the proper way. This is something we were very conscious of. I'll show it to you. Maybe it looks better in photographs. But this Poplar Street elevation, which is a row of historic homes, which you may have seen in the photos. This is the Prospect Street extension. Again, it's a corner lot. So our development, our extension, if you will, is over. This is still existing footprint, existing structure, where we both exposed and renovated the 19th century structure. This is from the driveway side, where these structures were added over time. That's where we have our addition, and that is the rear elevation from the neighboring property. So these are obviously photo montages of existing from Prospect and proposed, where you can see we pushed it as far back and as to have as little impact as possible on both the landscape and the historic structure. The view from the corner, again, trying to keep as much as possible. This is the addition. We feel that it sort of both preserves and highlights the historic part of the structure while not taking away from it. And this is the view coming in the other direction, down Prospect, existing and proposed. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Any questions?
Just a minor one. Have you considered, knowing that the old structure had the shutter windows, was there ever discussion about, is the design intent to keep it look like an addition, or is it trying to...
Good question, and that's actually something we did discuss. And actually, we discussed it, as you well, we discussed it with the community board's landmark committee also, who liked the design, but one thing they mentioned was maybe you want to consider adding shutters to the extension. We actually had shutters. I could have brought a previous photo. Let me get to that elevation, if you don't mind. We felt that we didn't want it to mimic exactly. We are using wood clapboard and wood double-hung windows, divided lights, because we want it to be compatible. We did turn the roof, we didn't want it to be exact, but because this is actually the existing structure, that's why it still has shutters here. Another comment that was made, and we agree with, is that this window might not be appropriate. We need to look at making that window, some of the windows we need to tweak. But we would certainly consider adding shutters if that's something that you would recommend, because we did have it in the previous scheme. We literally took it off because we thought it would distinguish the house as an addition versus an original. That's why we made that decision.
Okay. Are there other questions? Any speakers on this item? No speakers. Community board level recommends approval, but suggests that the north face of the easterly extension have two windows on each floor or a wider window. And is that the two windows that you were pointing to?
Yes. Oh, no, I'm sorry. That's the community boards? No?
Yes.
Community boards, no, is on the actual gable side there, with the single window staring at you.
Okay.
Yes.
That piece
They thought
should have two windows.
should have two windows. That was their recommendation. Certainly that's something we can discuss. I'm not so sure how that impacts the interior, and that's not anything we could consider if that's what the commission would like to see.
Okay. Are there any other questions for the applicant? Okay, we can close the hearing then. All right, comments? Yes, Diana?
Yeah, I'm obviously pleased that they're trying to preserve the original building. The original layout basically is very clearly, the additions are very clearly subsidiary to the main original building. And I have some concern about that final building facing this way, because it seems to appear taller than maybe it probably actually isn't, as far as I can tell from the diagram. It looks kind of prominent in the situation in some way that could be integrated in a different way or reduced, because there's an awful lot going on as a result of all these additions. I mean, another way to approach it would have been obviously to consolidate some of the additions instead of leaving them as separate, though that's, I don't have a problem in trying to enlarge it. Maybe Adi might have some ideas on this.
The roof peak is the same height as the historic, yes?
I'm sorry?
The peak of the roof and the addition is the
It's actually
same?
18 inches lower.
Lower.
It looks lower
It's
in the
lower.
diagram, in the rendering, yeah.
Lower purposely, and that's about as low as we could get it and still have a function second floor.
Okay, thank you. All right, other commissioners?
I'm happy with the
height as it is, I don't think I would go to the double window idea on the gabled side. I think it's fine with single windows, and, but I would add the shutters. I think that, it looks a little bit too stark without the detail.
Okay. Any other comments? All right, so we can recommend that they add shutters to that piece. Diana, do you feel strongly about asking them to cut it back? I don't feel it's so prominent.
Let's see, where is it? How far forward is that piece? Another thing may just be the presentation of it, you know?
Do you know how far it's set back from the street line? 31 feet?
31.6, 31.8. It's 30 is obviously the zoning setback. We went past that. But yes, I do.
Okay, because there's a front yard requirement, is that right? Okay.
And we exceeded that on purpose, again, being conscious. I'm sorry, 30'3".
30-foot street. Well, just looking at the plan, it seems, if you set it back by a certain amount, on the ground floor, you just lose a closet if you set it back. It's just on the second floor, you would get this most of the space. You'd have to cut off the study. Donna, what do the other commissioners feel? I mean, everybody else is okay with this? You okay?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Move to decision, and we will add the shutters. Yes, okay.
In the matter of 24002 42nd Avenue in the Douglaston Hill Historic District. It's an Italianate-style house with neo-colonial-style elements built in 1850 and moved to the site and altered in 1927 by Samuel Lindblom. And the application is to construct an addition and entrance porch. I note that the style, scale, materials, and design and details of the building are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Douglaston Hill Historic District, and I recommend approval with some modifications, finding that the demolition of the existing rear addition and porch and the construction of the proposed additions will not cause the removal of any portions of the original mid-19th century house or any significant landscape improvements. That the design of the proposed additions will be harmonious with the existing house in terms of materials, scale, details, fenestration, and finish. The proposed porch will serve as a unifying feature for the original house and subsequent additions, as the existing porch does, though with a design that is more in keeping with the neo-colonial style of the house. That the additions will be subordinate to and harmonious with the roof line of the existing house. That the fenestration of the addition reflects the configurations, dimensions, and proportions of the historic fenestration. And that the proposed additions are harmonious with the special historic architectural character of the house in Douglaston Hill Historic District. That the proposed additions lack shutters that would help them relate more harmoniously to the main house, and that the rearmost addition is much closer to the street than other houses on 42nd Avenue. I also recommend that the shutters matching those on the existing house be added to the additions to soften their appearance and allow them to better blend with the house.
Second? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? This application is approved. Let's finish the Douglaston. I think it's almost...
Okay, so the next item is item number 3 on the agenda. It's an application for certificate of appropriateness, Borough of Queens, docket number 180702. This is 240 Park Lane, located within the Douglaston Historic District. This is a Tudor revival-style house built circa 1935. The application is to replace windows.
The application for 240 Park Lane is to replace the windows. Just want to go to the last. There we go. So this the existing house, which has its historic steel casement windows, and the proposal is to replace them with aluminum-clad wood windows. And I just wanted to point out that the existing color is this, it's like a light green color, and that is what the owner would like the new windows to be as well. And I think the owner would like to say a few words.
Thank you very much for allowing us to present. I just wanted to give you a little sort of personal background. This house was purchased by my family in the early 1970s. I bought it from my parents in 2009, so it's been on family for the last 45 years. We're very much planning on spending the rest of our lives here, I should say. There's really two main reasons why I wanted to do this. It was one of the first things that I felt was important when we did buy the house. Most of the windows, I'd say a good 90% of them, are currently really non-operational. They're rusted, they're stuck, the hinges are broken. There's a lot of wood rot in the framing of the windows. I started in 2009 to try to look into different options about, working with the current windows, some of the replacing the steel casements, and some of the costs and what would be involved were really sort of astronomical. I've gotten about 5 or 6 different estimates, and the window that we ultimately settled on, we feel like is as close to what exists as possible. The non-operational windows upstairs makes it a little bit, obviously, somewhat worrisome for me in terms of fire egress, and I have 2 young children, so I'm really looking to be able to, have the ability to open the window and get out from the second floor, which I really currently have basically like 2 operational windows upstairs. And then finally, in terms of just energy efficiency and the fact that I don't have any storms, any screens, there's single pane, so you walk by the window and you could just feel the draft and how cold it is during the winter, and so from an energy efficiency standpoint, I feel like this is a big upgrade. So again, I appreciate the opportunity, and I'll let the rest of you take over.
I just have a question. In working with your proposed window manufacturer, are there ways in which the dimensions of the new windows can be very similar or closer to what was there historically?
So what we have tried to work very hard to do that. This is as pretty much as close. This is as close as we are able to get it, and it's actually closer than the 4 or 5 other manufacturers that gave me estimates. So there was other windows that I got estimates on that were further in size, and the mullions and the muttons were even larger. So this is actually the closest that we got, and according to the manufacturer, I believe this is as close as they could get it with the materials. And with the window that they have, this is as close as they can get it, which is closer than any other product that I saw researching.
But not steel windows?
Correct. I did find a Graham fully aluminum window that was a little bit closer, but it's really like an industrial window. It was not a residential window. That was about the closest that we could see. And it had a lot of problems with it in and of itself. It didn't come with screens and storms, and it just was the only one that was a little bit closer to this. So it was not, it wouldn't have looked the same. It would have changed the look of the house.
Okay, other questions? Community Board 11 recommends approval, and we have one speaker, Barbara Zay.
Good morning, Commissioners. Barbara Zay of the Historic Districts Council. HDC does not approve of destroying original historic steel casement windows. We would ask that they work with the staff to either restore the existing windows or replace them with new steel windows. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, any other questions for the applicant? Any questions? Okay, we can close the hearing. Okay, comments? Yes.
although it's not, the metal casement, I think it's a pretty good, simulation. And in the past, having replaced windows in a house, I know it's hard to put them in the opening and do casements, and so I can support this. It seems as close as you can get it.
It's not as close as you can get it. These are not steel windows. So, and the distinguishing feature of this house and its period are the steel windows. But that said, as maybe it's time for this house to become another house. But there's definitely a difference between the kind of windows that are spec'd here and the original steel windows.
All right. Are the commissioners fine with these windows?
I think that I'm not the window expert here, so obviously if it were possible to get something closer to the original, I'd be happy with that, but I also feel that, it's a district with obviously a lot of diversity within the district. So the real question is are these windows appropriate to the house? Michael's just joined us, maybe he might voice an opinion on the availability of the... this is the replacing a casement, and you'll see in the back the difference in the mountains and so forth. I don't have any problem with them not using a casement, really.
I can tell you that you can get steel windows. You can also get... This one right here, okay. You can get steel windows. We did vote on a job in Riverdale and West.
That's right.
In Fieldston about a few months ago, where the applicant came forward to replace steel casement windows with leaded panes. With leaded panes, or were they steel sash? I'm not sure. With wood, and the commission voted no on that one because there are windows available, either steel windows or aluminum windows that I think we saw here for other jobs. So.
Aluminum, right?
I'm sorry?
Aluminum, right?
Those were aluminum, yeah.
Yeah, and you can also get wood windows. These are steel sash, so it's not an issue, yeah. I mean, you can get like kind of fake lead caming, but that's not the same.
But I think the question is whether these windows are appropriate to this home, and I'm curious whether, Lisa, have we seen homes of this style with this kind of windows in Douglaston?
The commission has approved aluminum flatwood windows to replace steel casement windows.
Okay.
Sorry, thanks. Recall that we did, so I was just looking for, is there, a better really available alternative, but I don't have, I think it was acceptable from my point of view, but I was looking to Michael.
The answer is there is. I mean, Hope's Windows makes a perfectly lovely replacement steel window. It doesn't have the exact dimensions of the old ones, but they're closer than wood, but they're in the order of twice as expensive. They're quite a bit more. Not that that's our issue, but...
Right, but here's a suggestion. Why don't we ask them to...
Perceived from the public view as,
Right, why don't we ask them to work with the applicant to try and see and get the windows that they're proposing to replicate to the extent possible the profiles that you have of the existing windows. So it will be a material change, but it seems like we've allowed that. But it will be painted, and so I think its appearance could very well be similar to what you have historically.
Does the color of the paint make any difference in terms of the perception of the change in the thickness of the muntins?
it's probably the dark, it'd be less perceptible, so.
Judge?
Well, historically, these windows would have been painted on the Tudor Revival a darker color than these. These were painted, I guess, this color prior to designation. So.
Are we okay with that? Okay. How do I know that hold it back.
So are we asking them to paint them darker, or are we not?
Yeah, I think so,
Right, so
right?
why don't we ask them to work with staff, both in terms of the profile of the windows, but also in terms of the paint that would be reflect its historic condition.
Okay, in the matter of docket number 180702, 240 Park Lane in the Douglaston Historic District, the application is to replace windows. I note that the scale, style, details, and materials of the house are among the features which contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Douglaston Historic District. I recommend approval with small modifications, finding that the existing windows are deteriorated and that thus their replacement is warranted, that the proposed windows will match the configurations, operation, and finish of the historic windows, and that while the heavier framing of the proposed aluminum-clad wood windows will not match the details and dimensions of the historic windows, they will maintain the texture and appearance of historic steel casement windows. However, I find that the light-colored finish will emphasize the heavier dimensions of the new windows. I therefore recommend that the windows be a darker color, more in keeping with the Tudor Revival style of the house, which would help the windows blend in better with the dark trim of the house, and thus help to minimize the dimensional differences. And I recommend that the applicant work with staff to determine whether it's possible to find windows with an even closer match to the details and dimensions of the historic windows.
And the paint, right? Did you note that?
I got that already.
Okay, all right, second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? This application's approved. Mark, do you want to go ahead?
Commissioners, in your packet, there's a proposed rule that relates to the siting of these new public communication structures that I wrote to you in a memo last week. As you know, the commission has rules for public pay telephones. The city is phasing out public pay telephones and replacing them with new, what they call public communication structures, which will have free Wi-Fi and phone service and charging ports. These new structures will be put where feasible in the existing locations where phones exist now. The phone's taken out, and over time, phones that are not needed for this network will also be removed by the franchisee. Consequently, we need to amend our rules to allow these public communication structures to be installed in historic districts and other property under our jurisdiction. This is a citywide initiative. The Public Design Commission has approved the design of the new public communication structures with our input. This caps a 3-year process where the city looked at different ideas for replacing payphones with other communication devices, and this is the result of that 3-year process. The proposed amendment to Rule 2-21 adopts the current approach to the existing rule that if the installation meets the siting requirements of the franchise agreement and do-it rules, which includes at our initiative a prohibition against installation into granite and bluestone sidewalks or in front of an individual landmark. They do not need an actual permit from us, but can go directly to do it and get their approval. Finally, static digital advertising is permitted, which is a citywide standard, which means the image must remain for 15 seconds and fade in and out over 1 second. No advertising is permitted in residential areas. The amended rule will be published in the city record for 30 days, and a public hearing would be held shortly.
Right, we'll be holding if we calendar today, then we will hold the public hearing on April 12th.
Actually, I sent you an email. It's going to have to be a little later because of the 30-day requirement.
Okay.
Okay, so it'll be published we'll also look at the calendar and figure that exactly out, okay?
Okay.
But we need a motion, the calendar.
Okay. And I know that we received somebody, I think, Christabel, you had written in that you want to testify, but we're not taking any testimony today, and we'll be having a public hearing, and you'll have the opportunity to testify. Right, so now, we are advertising in the record, and we'll have it, I think it's a 30-day period, right? Correct. Okay. So it'll be posted on the website, and everybody will come to know when the actual hearing is. Okay. So are there any questions for Mark on this? Okay.
I just want to know, the staff's looked at it, or how, has there been any input from LPC in terms of the design of the thing?
Yes, the staff, this was, this was circulated to, Jerry was involved.
Both Carly and I were on the design review. We weren't the voting members, of course, but we were advisory technical members of that.
It's the same process for the public pay telephones and other kind of citywide initiatives where we help with, we comment on the design process at PDC.
Okay, thanks.
Motion to calendar.
So if there are no other questions, I'll make a motion to calendar these rules.
Second.
Vote. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, so we calendar this initiative, and we will be posting in our hearing very shortly.
Okay, Commissioners, we'll move to item number 4 on the agenda. It's an application for certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Brooklyn, docket number 178838. This is 1440 Albemarle Road, located within Prospect Park South Historic District. This is a colonial revival-style house designed by Robert Bryson and Charles Pratt and built in 1905. The application is to alter the rear facades and porch, replace siding, and install HVAC equipment and fencing at the rear yard.
Good morning, Commissioners and Jennings Preservation staff. This application is for 1440 Albemarle Road. It's located at the southwest corner of Albemarle and Marlborough Roads in the Prospect South Historic District. The proposal includes work at the rear of the building, which is obliquely visible through trees at the rear of the property. You'll see the photographs clipped to the front of your presentation kind of illustrate what those views are. Historically, there were 2 open porches at the rear of the house. Over time, this porch was enclosed, and the work includes modifying openings by removing this door, relocating a stained glass window in its place. The porch up here is existing. The columns are going to be modified. We're going to replace them with one single column, and then also construct a porch in between the 2 with a door there as well. The proposal also includes altering the siding. So right now what you have is this modern asphalt siding. That's all going to be removed throughout the building, and they're going to put wood clapboards on the majority of the building, which would be approved at staff level, and you can see that the probes, fence, and cladding here. However, they also want to put portions, clad portions of the second floor of the facades with wood shingles, and that doesn't match the historic siding material, which is why it's before you today. The applicant is here to further discuss the proposal.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you. Good morning. As Ann very eloquently explained, so the home was pretty much in disrepair. It's basically in a state condition, and as she mentioned, as far as the asphalt application to the home, was pretty much uniformly covered everything except the details that are still visible in the home. The top image is the 1941 historic photo, which happens to be the only one we have that actually shows us what we eventually discovered behind the asphalt shingles, because at the time of designation, the house had already been covered with the asphalt materials. And these are the present-day photographs, so you can sort of see the 3 layers of time capturing there. The last series of probes, in fact, behind the asphalt, they did leave us the trace of the siding, which is a 4-inch spacing overlapping, and there's some other reference images. As you can see, we are going to be able to sort of salvage quite a few of the details, but then obviously there are portions of the home which are just beyond repair, as fences and lots of other details. But the goal is to replicate them, since we do have elements to be able to do that with. As far as the siding, the house would be reintroduced with the same materials. We have to remove the current one and basically replicate it. And the goal would be to do that with the majority of the house, and then a cedar type of shingle, as in the image on the top center, would be for the sort of secondary volumes that the home has, because the home is a sort of colonial, but it's sort of a Queen Anne kind of home. And so when you look at some of these images, and unfortunately there's a lot of shrubbery around the home, so we don't have these sort of large blanket photographs. But essentially, this elevation, I'm just going to flip really quickly, and if you don't mind, you have a floor plan that's on 9. And you can see that essentially the house is located at a corner, so Albemarle and Marlborough, and that view that we were looking at initially is sort of a view from sort of the primary focal point, which is sort of the diagonal open corner. The home has a lot of trees all around it, and there's a freestanding garage which is part of the property. And the porches that we're here to look at are located in this area. So you can see the existing condition. As I mentioned, there's sort of like an entrance here. This is the ground floor plan that leads into this kitchen area. And this is a porch that leads into sort of a secondary studio apartment that the home has had over its existence. By us moving the door to this location, it allows us to not have this sort of direct entrance to the kitchen. We create a mudroom and allows the kitchen to sort of work as a space for the family, etc. And we do, by relocating the entrance, we also sort of unify these porches in a discrete way. And there's an overhang, which I'll show you in a second. But we feel that this is obviously within the sort of context of the modifications of the home is hopefully acceptable by you. In fact, that it's very difficult to actually view, and I believe even if you were to see it, it would be appropriate in its character. So it's by no means the fact that we can't see it that it's inappropriate, obviously, in our opinion. So going back to the elevations, here you see an enlargement of that area. So as I just mentioned in the plan, and again on sheet 9, you would see that by us moving that door here, we are able to actually have a second stained glass window to create sort of the symmetry on this volume. In fact, that is obviously the volume that also defines the kitchen on the interior. And we get rid of this horrific sort of clumsy door that has been here for a long time, which is lets you into the cellar. In fact, we are also basically improving what is a current condition that sort of feels fairly awkward. We retain all of this area, the porch. We do modify the columns in the sense that we go from a double to a single here, and this sort of element is basically eliminated. We turn these steps so that when you come out, you kind of split these in order to not have what would have been an overly grand set of steps to this sort of secondary. So it kind of discreetly makes us be able to have two sort of shared entrances to the porch, and obviously this is the one where we enter. The stained glass window that we happen to have a second one of, we bring it over from around the corner, create this elevation. This is the existing entrance to the kitchen. It doesn't look original. It also doesn't follow the character of the other columns of the home. And as we circulate through the elevations, focusing now on the siding component of it, you can see the existing elevation at the top and on the bottom each of the proposed elevations. So the 4-inch siding, you can see that basically anytime the house has a sort of 2-story volume, we do carry it all the way up. But whenever the home has this sort of volume that's been annexed or the home is sort of broken up from its symmetry, we are able to introduce that sort of cedar shingle. From the front elevation, the north facing, basically it's unchanged. The porch is not really visible since it's on the opposite side of the home. And these wonderful drums that the house has here, we basically side them. And we are in here basically creating or replicating that historic photo from 41, which we do have that one photograph. So we confirm that that siding does travel all the way up. And here, obviously, we do not introduce the cedar shingles that are in the secondary elevations proposed.
What you do?
What you do in one small area, right? On the second floor?
That's correct, yes, but it's set back. That's correct. Set back from the primary elevation, correct.
Okay.
This is the second street front, if you will. This is the sort of Marlboro elevation. One could argue it's still equally primary as the front elevation because obviously it's highly visible from the street. And here you can see the introduction of that of the siding material, so you can compare obviously the asphalt overrun, so to speak, and then the two materials here. For reference in section, just to kind of communicate the porch, it is an overhanging porch, so it's a sort of portion of a sort of a subtraction the home has, and so when we put that porch there, it's not an added volume or an added architectural feature. In fact, we're just basically framing or completing that void, so to speak. For reference in the neighborhood, as you're all very familiar, we have a variety of homes, so the neighborhood has more colorful homes that have a stronger contrast in their architectural features, or some of them do have sort of more of the sort of articulated highlighting of features. Our goal is to be a little closer to this one here, with 2 tones of white, essentially the trim being the lighter one and a slightly more off-white or slightly darker tone for the siding. All of the shingles, be it the clapboard or the cedar, would be all the same color, so that we retain that uniformity. So we're looking at a sort of that kind of palette. These photographs here sort of help us to get a sense of how little we see down these sort of edge conditions as far as the visibility of the home. Again, a plan for reference, in case we wanted to discuss that. And the home is having, obviously, some internal modifications, but before you, it's just sort of the siding, I believe, and the modification of the porch on that elevation. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions? Yes, Diana?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask about, what's the rationale for the change in removing the pillars? Where you're removing the pillars?
So, I guess, if I could use this elevation, once we remove this entrance to the kitchen, sorry, here, and bring it over to this location, if we had left, we studied this, of course, if we had left the double colonnade, and they're not in great condition, so we wouldn't actually physically be able to keep all of these. We are going to keep what we can. But this double with another double here, they did work to kind of create this porch. But if you can imagine, if we had just sort of systematically brought that over here, it would have felt very awkward to have the double colonnades on all of these. And in fact, because we're not able to place this door and any other location except here because of there's a chimney and other things that are happening in this location, it also would have been very odd to have a double colonnade sort of directly placed in front of the door, so that also, it felt sort of odd. We felt that by actually creating this sort of, the proportions of this all just felt more appropriate and more in character with what seemed to be the home's goals.
Are there other questions?
Are there other questions? Yes, Michael?
So, I'm sorry, but on the second floor, on the south elevation, that's sheet 2, right? Above your new porch, in the lower image, are 4 new windows and a new enclosed space?
Sorry, all of the windows are insisting to remain. The only thing that we're doing is moving the door from here to here for the kitchen access and relocating.
So that sunroom's an existing sunroom?
All of this is all existing.
Okay.
Yeah, there's no physical addition to the home and no modification to any windows except the door and the side and the stained glass windows.
So the extension of the molding on top of the columns to create that new porch, that's...
So this one exists, right?
Right.
But we extend the one below it, that's correct, to capture the capital of that other one, correct. So, but you can see that the infill is essentially where we cross the bottom portion of that, but the upper one is an existing band of the home.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Any other questions? We have one speaker, Barbara Zay.
Barbara Zay of the Historic Districts Council. The very reasonable and sensitive interventions proposed here, coupled with the removal of the unfortunate asphalt siding, moves this house in the right direction. HDC would like to commend and thank the applicant for this thoughtful proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers on this item? Sorry, any other speakers? Okay, any other questions for the applicant? Yes, you have one, go ahead. Kim.
Do you have a comment?
A comment, any questions? No. Okay, so we can close the hearing. Kim, go ahead.
I appreciate such a beautiful restoration and a beautiful set of drawings, and I agree with Diana. I miss the double columns, but if they can't be fit, I would like to see them come back, but otherwise it was a very nice presentation and a wonderful restoration.
I agree. I would say, just following Diana's and yours, Kim's comment, it seems to me that I think it's a small item, because really it's so wonderful to see both new siding approaches replace what's there now. But I do think that the double column on the corner can remain. And you can go with single columns on either side of the entry. So 2-1-1.
I think actually that's a good idea.
I would bring back the pair. I think one of the reasons I bring back both sides, first of all, I love the double column look. Is very different from the single. I did this on my own house going back to the original double columns. But keeping those two on either side keeps the emphasis of the back of the house on the area that actually is more, is original and has more attractiveness. That new door being off-center I don't want it to be the focal point of attention, and when you if you put the double columns back, the eye is taken over to that left side and away from that off-center door.
I don't know, I think that if, I think the suggestion of having it at the corner, which is really sort of where you want it, is the right place. I don't know if you have to have 2 more columns than the other 2 spots. I think on that elevation, they have another entrance which has just single columns, so it's not outside of the vocabulary. And if you look at around the house, you have, I think there are particular locations where you have 2 columns, but I don't believe it's universal. And then, of course, you have the taller columns as well.
Yeah, I wasn't suggesting that we put double columns on the right side of the new door.
Okay.
I just wanted to go back to the original.
Just keep them where they are right now.
Just keep them where they are right now.
Okay.
That's, as long as that's feasible with the,
Yeah, I'm with John on that one. I think that there is an implied kind of almost symmetry in the back, that of the piece with the former door and window, now 2 windows, and the other one, that would be kept with the 2 doubles. But the issue I wanted to raise is, I'm not a big fan of the shingling switch, because it's I know that there are many houses that do that, but they do them on all facades. This is a house that doesn't have a significant break between the first floor and the second floor, let's say like a shingle-style house or other kind of classic Victorian or Queen Anne houses where the horizontal is emphasized, but rather it's very vertical. It's got these 2-story pilasters, 2-story curved bays, and I don't think that and knowing that there's no historical support for it, and knowing that the building is viewed from the corner where you're going to see a 2-story pilaster, a 2-story curved bay clad with clapboard, and then immediately to the left, a split, shingle above and clapboard below. To me, I don't know where it's coming from a stylistic point of view. I know that on this particular house it was not the case. I'm not familiar with houses of this style where you would do that. So, I mean, I think it's okay on the back, on things that are clearly asymmetrical, weird, additional pieces, but on the 2 principal facades, I think it's unusual, and I would ask that maybe work with staff to look at modifying that.
So just on the principal facades?
Yeah, I mean, I think it is very common to see additions.
Well, I'm looking at the principal facades, so one is set back, right?
Well, I'm looking at north and east, right? And east, as you can see from the photos, is very, very visible. That entire, it's set back beyond the, there is a porch, a double-columned porch. But north and east are the 2 that front the streets, if I'm not mistaken, right?
I think that's the corner that's...
Okay, I'd like to I'm going to ask the applicant to can you just speak to this issue of the change of materials and perhaps the philosophy behind that?
Well, so the home is in fact not a singular style, as evident by just looking at the way sort of the house has been either developed as far as the aesthetics. Let me just go back to some photographs that I guess you can sort of tell that from the front it is much more colonial, but when you look at the left side of this group of photographs, you can see that it really does stray away from being a colonial home and more of a Queen Anne style. There's sort of an aggregate of things happening there. And so the goal was to, again, respect the sort of original documentation that we have and know that the house had the siding as in the top photograph, but we felt that it was an opportunity to sort of add the cedar, again, same color and everything else. The owners just thought that would be something. We obviously supported it, and hence we're here. We felt it was subtle enough that it would be acceptable versus it being a different color or a much stronger architectural feature that really wanted to stand out and be kind of its own personality. We felt it was discreet enough and one that would be sort of enjoyed by the sort of general aesthetics of the community, because it was not going to be that vulgar or overbearing.
I don't have any issues with that. Other commissioners? Okay, so then I think we can move to decision, and we will just include a condition about retaining the 2 double columns on the porch, and the 3rd column can be a single column.
In the matter of a certificate of appropriateness, Borough Brooklyn, docket 17838, 1440 Albemarle Road, Prospect Park, South Historic District. application is to alter the rear facade and porch, replace siding, and install HVAC units and fencing at the rear yard. I recommend approval with modifications, finding that the enclosure of a portion of the rear porch in addition to the patio entrance surround relate awkwardly to the design of the house and are not part of a significant alteration. Therefore, the removal of a portion of the enclosure and the entrance surround and relocation of stained glass windows will not eliminate a significant architectural feature. That the proposed porch, railings, and steps will be well scaled to the house and in keeping with features typically found at the rear of buildings of this type, style, and age. That the stained glass windows will be retained and installed in locations at the enclosure, which will help to remain harmonious with the fenestration of the building. That the alterations to the rear facade will only be minimally visible from a public thoroughfare, and that the wood clapboard and single shingle siding will feature the same off-white finish, and the subtle difference in cladding material will only be minimally discernible when viewed from a distance and will not detract from the significant architectural features of the building of the historic district. However, I also find that the removal of the columns at the southwest porch will eliminate a significant feature in the historic fabric at this historic porch. Therefore, I recommend that the slammed historic wood columns at the southwest porch be retained at the original historic location.
Second, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Application's approved.
Commissioners, item number 5 on the agenda is an application for certificate of appropriateness, Borough of Brooklyn, docket number 178419. This is 81 Pierrepont Street, located within the Brooklyn Heights Historic District. It's a Greek Revival-style row house built in 1845. The application is to construct a rooftop bulkhead, install a chimney and railings, and alter the rear facade.
Thank you, my dear.
It's okay.
Good morning, Commissioners. Agricultural Preservation Staff, and I present you an application for 81 Pierrepont Street, located between Henry Street and Hicks Street in the Brooklyn Heights Historic District. The application is to construct a visible rooftop elevator bulkhead, chimneys and railing, primarily visible in conjunction with the rear facade visible from Love Lane. The rear facade is also visible through gaps in the street wall from Love Lane, and the proposal includes reconstruction of the rear wall of the existing extension with a multi-level window and door assembly, deck and railing. Ilya Vilnitz, the architect of the project, will present the application on behalf of the owner. Good morning. So as you can tell, this is in the Brooklyn Heights Historic District, located right here. This is the site plan. The primary facade is Pierrepont Street. The secondary facade is Love Lane. And this is the alleyway here that the rear facade could be visible from. This is the designation photo and historic tax photo. So you can tell the historic ornament around the windows has been removed. On the sister property here, the historic ornament has been restored, and we are planning also to restore the ornament on our property under a separate application, as well as replace the windows. These are the existing floor plans. What's dashed is to be removed. To note is that the rear facade wall will be removed on the basement and first floor because it's structurally unstable, as well as a roof deck coming off the first floor. Also, 50% of the floor joists in this project will be removed. These are the proposed floor plans. We're proposing a new glass facade at the basement floor and also at the first floor. From the first floor, steps would take you down to the rear yard, and steps would take you up from the basement floor to the rear yard. We're also proposing to replace the existing 2 windows and 1 door configuration to 3 French doors at the second floor. This is the roof plan. This is the proposed bulkhead. It's approximately 22 and a half feet wide by 10 and a half feet, 22 and a half feet long by 10 and a half feet wide, and a clear floor height of 8 feet within the bulkhead. The rear railing has been set back 2 feet from the rear facade to minimize visibility, and there's 2 air conditioning condensers located here. We have proposed fireplace flue located here. That's 10 feet above the finished floor, and another fireplace flue located here, 10 feet above the finished floor. Here's a photo of the existing front facade. There's no intervention proposed under this application except for a railing at the front, which is not visible because it is being blocked by the cornice from Pierrepont Street. This is the existing rear facade here. As you can see, it's a series of random punched openings at the basement and first floor level, and we're proposing to do a more cohesive glazing assembly here with Anderson sliding doors at the basement floor and a steel window assembly at the first floor. And on the second floor, we're proposing to replace the existing 2 windows and a door assembly to 3 French doors. The color scheme for the rear facade, the brick would be painted Benjamin Moore brick red. The 2-story portion in the back and the 3-story portion above painted the same color. And all windows and doors would be Marvin suede. The windows on the 3rd and 4th floor would be replaced as well in kind, double hung 1/1. This is a designation photo of the rear facade. You can see that there is a precedent for glazing in the rear. There was a substantially glazed portion on the first floor, as you can see. These are some mock-up photos of the roof. Here you can tell the fireplace flue and the bulkhead. And the proposed extension, the proposed bulkhead would be clad in Glengarry 53DD brick. Here's an elevation, side and front. And these are just some photos from the street with the mock-up in place. As you can tell here from Pierrepont Street, neither the railing or the bulkhead is visible. From Love Lane, there is a sliver through the service alley here that you can see a portion of the first floor glazing, the proposed first floor glazing. This is another photo from Love Lane where you can minimally see the bulkhead here, and you can see the railing here. And this is already after the railing has been set back 2 feet. Another photo from Love Lane where you can see the bulkhead through the railing. The railing would be a metal open railing. Here, moving forward away from Love Lane into College Place, the facade is minimally visible at this point, but you can still see a little bit of the railing here from College Place. Here's a diagram of all the areas where the first floor rear facade and the bulkhead would be visible. So the first floor rear facade is visible through these slivers here, and the bulkhead is visible through in this area here, and it's all on the secondary facade of Love Lane. This is an existing section of the building, and the proposed section, you can see that there's no enlargement in footprint to any of the floors. And a sightline diagram from Pierrepont showing that the bulkhead is not visible. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? There's one speaker on the side here, Judy Stanton.
Judy Stanton for the Brooklyn Heights Association. Conceptually, we support most of the elements of the proposed scope of work. The minimally visible elevator and stair bulkhead, 3 door openings at the second floor, rear facade, removal of existing non-historic wood-framed rear porch, and an enlarged opening for window and door wall infill at the first floor rear facade. However, we do not support the proposed rooftop metal railing and the masonry parapet located above the existing masonry single-story rear yard addition. The railing is highly visible from Love Lane and is incongruous in its proposed location. The new 42-inch high masonry parapet is likewise incompatible with the existing historic context of the masonry addition. While we do not oppose the partially visible new rear facade window wall infill, we're concerned about the viability of the design, as the drawings presented to us did not include details, nor did the schematic nature of the window and door configuration appear to make accommodation for required built elements such as window or door jambs. We suggest the applicant spend more time thinking about the associated details of such an infill element and the impact of those details on the design as it's currently presented. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers? Community Board 2 recommends approval of this application.
I have one question.
Yes.
Did you say that, do you mind just going to the image of the two historic photographs? The side photograph, yeah, that one. Did you say that you're actually going to be returning the door frame and the window frames to the historic tax photo as opposed to the designation photo?
Yes, right now, this is the existing condition. It's, the sister building has returned their ornament back to the historic tax photo, and we're proposing to do the same under a separate application.
Under separate application?
Yeah. We're still hiring a consultant, so we didn't have that documents prepared for this meeting.
So we would see that another time?
If it's a restoration, it would be done at stock level.
If it's in kind.
Do we know when the facade was changed?
Our facade or the neighborhood building?
When it went from what is there in the historic to this flattened?
No, I'm sorry, I don't know.
So we're not discussing that today, is that what you're saying?
We're not.
No, okay.
Okay. Other questions?
Is it possible to move that rooftop railing just a little bit away from the rear edge of the roof, just to make it a little less visible? I mean, it's not a tragedy as it is, but it would seem like just a couple of feet might actually make it
less visible.
I mean, it has already been set back 2 feet. Previously, it was located at the building wall, so it has already been set back 2 feet. Are you requesting another movement further?
Yeah, because the image we're seeing from Love Lane is with it already, this 2 feet.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
And what I'm suggesting is a couple more might make it almost invisible.
Yeah, I think we can most likely accommodate that.
Okay, good. Any other questions for the applicant? Okay, we can close the hearing. All right, comments? It's very modest, and I think we can incorporate the suggestion to set back the railing at the rear by another 2 feet, and that would allow for the visibility from Love Lane and from the back actually to be reduced. Okay?
And I guess the best application to this.
Right.
There's also a question that the Convenience Association raised about, the sort of picket fence design. It could be a more transparent design, really, maybe.
It's probably the code compliant.
If it is, then it's fine, yeah. I guess we're moving it back and deal with that. Okay.
Okay.
In the matter of 81 Pierrepont Street, Brooklyn Heights Historic District, application is to construct a rooftop bulkhead, install a chimney and railings, and alter the rear facade. I note that the building scale, style, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural character of the Brooklyn Heights Historic District. I recommend approval, finding that the construction of the proposed elevator bulkhead and railing at the roof will not result in a loss of or damage to any significant architectural feature of the roof, that the rooftop addition and associated railings will not be visible from Pierrepont Street over the primary facade and are solely visible from oblique angles over the secondary facade from Hicks Street, that the proposed brick cladding of the rooftop bulkhead is typical for utilitarian rooftop additions in the historic district and have a neutral presence, that the proposed metal picket rooftop railing is simple in design and nature and will not call undue attention, that the rear facade and existing rear addition is only partially visible from Love Lane, that the design and pattern of the decorative brick cornice will be replicated in the proposed design, that the rebuilding of the rear addition will not result in an enlargement of the footprint of the building, that the size of the proposed opening and simple design and details of the fenestration is in keeping with the residential scale and character of the building, that the modifications of the window at the rear facade will not result in the damage to any significant historic fabric, that the brick will match the historic brick in terms of size and color, and that the simple design of the balcony railing will not detract from the architectural or historic character of the building, and the applicant will set the railing back an additional 2 feet for a total of 4 feet, and work with staff on the railing.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? This application is approved.
Commissioners, the next item is item 6 on the agenda. It's an application for a certificate of appropriateness of Borough of Brooklyn, docket number 175951. This is 215 Lafayette Avenue, located within the Clinton Hill Historic District. This is a French Second Empire style warehouse built in 1868 to 70. The application is to construct a rooftop bulkhead, deck, and railings.
Good morning, Commissioners. Holly Hughes, Preservation Staff. This item is 215 Lafayette Avenue, located between Clinton Ave and Vanderbilt Ave in the Clinton Hill Historic District. 215 Lafayette Avenue is one within a row of 4 French Second Empire-style houses and features a mansard roof line. The proposal is to construct a rooftop bulkhead, deck, and railings, which are visible from Claremont Avenue in conjunction with a primary facade from Vanderbilt Avenue over the rear facade. Architects Adam Meshberg and Jessica Wetters are here to elaborate and answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Good morning. We're proposing a rooftop stair bulkhead and a roof deck top 215 Lafayette. The stair bulkhead is, here are the floor plans, sorry. The stair bulkhead is minimally visible only from the southeast corner up on the key plan there at view I. That is the only primary facade view that is visible. As you go down Vanderbilt Avenue, the bulkhead becomes more visible, and most visible at the corner of DeGraw and Vanderbilt. The railing is just slightly visible at that corner as well, but not visible in any other portions of these view set plans. The material is a stucco, proposed color, brownstone color, and the railing is a steel balustrade with a wood handrail. The clear height of the interior of the bulkhead is 8 feet clear. Exterior is 9 feet. That's pretty much it.
Why not slope it? Why not slope it to follow?
We've sloped it a little bit, but we could slope it some more.
Standing on that middle step, you probably got a good 15 foot clear, right?
Slope the lot.
You can come from the point here down to there for sure.
And I would assume that would affect visibility considerably?
The visibility on the front is really not visible. It's only visible at the high point here? At the high point from this view right here.
Doesn't code require the bulkhead to be only 7 feet?
Can you bring it down lower, the overall height, not just the sloping?
Yeah, we could bring the overall.
To whatever's code requirement.
Yeah, we need a larger than 7 feet clear, but we can bring this 9-foot dimension down, probably 6 inches to 8 inches for sure, maybe even a foot. So then it would be sort of cut across like this, and then down like that to a little curb like that. We include the skylight as well. Put that on the pitch there. Not a problem. That would help the visibility from the southeast corner. And it would lower the rear visibility as well. The color that we're proposing, I realize, is brownstone, but we could match the rear color, which is a lighter stucco color here, and I think that would help it be less visible as well. I'm just realizing that.
Okay. Any questions? Barbara Zay?
Barbara Zay of the Historic Districts Council. The low-rise character of this block renders rooftop bulkheads like this one significant interventions that undermine the quality of the street. The roofs on these houses were originally designed to be accessed via scuttles, so stair bulkheads end up looking too alien in their context and perhaps should not be allowed. HDC does not object to the railing, but this feature would not be necessary without the bulkhead. Thank you.
Thank you. Community Board 2 recommends approval of this application. All right, I know that some of the heights are being driven by the fact that you're putting a deck. Is that correct?
No, the height is, the deck is
So if
not
you-
driving the height.
Okay, it isn't.
No.
All right, so-
We've lowered the deck as low as possible as we could get, but you're walking down onto the roof level and then taking a step up to the roof, to the deck there. So we can make this, you're not walking out onto the deck, and that's not the reason why this is raised.
Okay. Any other questions for the applicant? Can close the hearing. I suggest that they work with staff to reduce the height of this. I think the visibility is not over the primary facades, and it's the back, it's across the street. So I think if they can do that, and even work with staff in terms of a color for the bulkhead so that it would recede into the sky. Okay? Yes,
Minor addendum to that, I think that in future staff, in cases like this, I think it would help me to understand whether it's okay or not to put a bulkhead on the roof, to know, to do the typical kind of analysis that we see here about brownstone rear yard additions, like how many are there on the block, or real rooftop additions. I think this case could have been either made better or worse if we knew that this was the only one, or if there are 12 others.
That's a good point.
Okay. All right, but we're ready with this one? Yes.
Yep. Regarding 215 Lafayette Avenue in Clinton Hill Historic District, the application is to construct a rooftop bulkhead, deck, and railings. I recommend approval with modifications, finding that no significant architectural features will be lost or damaged by the construction of the proposed stair and bulkhead deck railing, that the proposed bulkhead will be of modest scale and will be set back from the primary facade and will be not visible directly over the primary facade from Lafayette Avenue. That the slight slope and neutral finish of the proposed bulkhead will minimize visibility and allow the addition to recede from view, that the bulkhead, deck, and railings are primarily visible in conjunction with undeveloped rear facades and in a disassociated view from the building at a distance on Vanderbilt Avenue. However, I find that the stair bulkhead is visible in conjunction with the primary facade from Claremont Avenue over the schoolyard, which detracts from the mansard roofline. Therefore, I recommend that the stair bulkhead be redesigned with a more substantial slope and a minimal clear interior height to minimize visibility in conjunction with the primary facade. And also, the applicant work with staff to review color
railing design, or just the color? Just
Color
the color?
material? Yeah.
Just the color of the stucco.
Second, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Application is approved.
Next, Commissioners, we're on item number 7, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Brooklyn, docket number 17-9471, 135 Plymouth Street in the Dumbo Historic District, Block 18, Lot 1, an altered vernacular style factory building designed by J. Irving Howard and built in circa 1886, and the application is to install storefront infill and signage.
Before we start, I just would like to announce that this is James Rosiello's first hearing for us, so welcome him.
No pressure, Chief.
Yeah.
Don't know it.
Good morning, Commissioners. James Rosiello, Preservation Staff. 135 Plymouth Street is a full-block building bordered by Plymouth, Adams, John, and Pearl Streets immediately east of the East River and north of the Manhattan Bridge Landing. The proposal includes only work at 2 center loading bays at the Plymouth Street facade. Here are existing condition photographs of the property and historic photographs of the area in question. Application is to remove existing roll doors and infill and install new steel storefront infill, lighting, and signage, including a sign panel, bracket sign, plaque, and painted wall signs. The architect, Sebastian D'Alessandro, is here to present his proposal. Excuse me.
Thank you, James. Great introduction. Good morning, Commissioners and staff. I'm Sebastian D'Alessandro. I am the building architect for the subject site. Just to tell you a little bit about myself, I am the past president of the Brooklyn chapter of the AIA. I am the current president of the Architects Council of New York. That title and $2.75 gets me on the subway. And this is something which I believe Commissioner Bowers can attest to, since she's been there, she's done that. Okay, so anyway, as James showed, he showed a site plan, photos of the existing entry, the historical photos. So I just want to go to the section. So as we can see from the section, the intent is to remove the existing, there's like a sort of a canopy over the roll-up doors. We want to get rid of that canopy, get rid of the roll-up doors, and install the storefront, almost a couple of inches from the inside of the arch. Just to give you a little bit of history about the ground floor, the building was formerly used as a paper recycling transfer station that occupied the entire ground floor, and the 2 entrances that you see here were the main entrance and exits of the trucks that were using the facility. As Dumbo's changing, so is the ground floor. We are now looking to lease the ground level for retail, shops, or as in this case, as a gymnasium. So, the intent is to mimic the storefront similar to the storefront that was previously approved by this commission a couple of years ago. We would be using the exact same mullions, which are steel mullions, no aluminum. One of the criteria that this commission mandated back then is that we use materials that could have been used when this building was built around the early part of the century. So metal framing was certainly around, that's what we used. It's painted on, it's painted black. So as you can see here, this is what was approved and was installed. Just to give you an idea of what's around us, this is right across Plymouth Street. This is the existing storefronts across. This really should say storefront opposite side of Pearl Street. Okay, so this is kind of similar to what we have here at the residential. The mullions are spaced a little bit closer together. One of the things that we would like to introduce with the new entrance here is to place 4-inch mullions that will continue up into the residential arches. So if I can go back to the blown up elevation, you can see here on the sides of the doors, the mullions here would be 4 inches, which would continue all the way up into the arch, which, by the way, this section is not really part of the ground floor. This is part of the second floor. Somewhere, at some point in time, the floor was laid over, and this is currently a residential unit up there. So the intent is to kind of tie in the arch with the storefront, and the way we would do that is, I said, bring in this 4-inch mullion from the very top, bring it all the way down. We would be installing a black painted metal fascia over the existing CMU, which is behind the fascia here. So I think by doing all of that, I think we would unite the entire arch into a singular architectural feature.
Last question?
Yes.
Yes.
Looking at that section, I get from the description that you just gave to us that what's called there as a stone, the stone cornice is some kind of capping to the CMU. See, it says existing stone cornice, and that CMU, which is built out to the face of the brick facade, is not original, right?
The metal, actually, I have a photograph which kind
I saw the picture that looks down on it and shows you the asphalt roof, but is that stone cornice a finished thing that is meant to be exposed, or is that...
No, the stone cornice would remain exposed. Let's see, I do have a photograph here. Let's see if we can see that in the photograph.
That.
Right. Yeah, so this would remain, this would remain, so...
Got it.
Eventually, the window would be replaced with a new...
Is there any functional impediment to removing that CMU and glazing it all the way down, or just flattening that spandrel out so that the arch was recovered as a 2-story element? Is there a reason that could not be done?
Well, yeah, because, within the section, we have the floor joists that rests on...
a steel beam according to your section. Right, but you got three deep steel beams, only one of which is holding up the floor joist. You go to that section, right, go to 04, your drawing shows 3 steel beams in a row, right?
Yep.
And only one of them is holding up the floor joist, the other 2 are just holding up that block spandrel. No? And the gate.
Can you go to the historic photograph? Okay, let's see that one. So where, it seems not to be in this historic.
No, he said that they added a floor, right? I'm just asking if there's an impediment to our shaving back that it looks like it's 32...
The metal fascia?
The 32-inch deep fascia, it's 2 concrete blocks deep. And you are very graciously redoing the windows and doing a lot of work that I think is perfectly nice, but I'm just asking, is there a technical reason why you couldn't shave back that CMU spandrel?
Yeah, well, we could probably get it shaved back to, what we see here.
Home run. There you go, thank you. Answer, question answered.
Okay, good.
Okay, so at this point in time, I would like to talk about the signage. Okay, so the first signage is a sign panel over the entrance, which would measure approximately 150 inches in width, although the actual lettering width would only be about 106 inches wide, with lettering size ranging from 13¼ inches to 20 7/8. The panel thickness would only be about 1 inch thick. Lighting the sign would be 3 gooseneck lamps over the sign. I believe the rules allow for 1 light fixture for every 5 feet of sign. The width is approximately 14 feet wide. So, I mean, we're within the guidelines of the spacing. Another form of signage would be a blade sign supported by 2 poles as shown in this design. The sign itself would be about 12 inches by 12 inches with 2 4-inch poles supported into the wall. Total distance from the facade would be about 1'6". Another identity signage would be a panel sign placed at the center arch support, measuring 9 inches by 36 inches at 4'3" off the sidewalk elevation. And another identity sign would be the address numbers, that number being 127, which would measure 10 inches wide by 5 inches high and placed at 4'6" off the sidewalk elevation, which would also match the elevation of the IMAX sign on the right. So, it'd be at the same elevation here as this one. Next, we have some storefront glazing graphics, which is a frosted vinyl window decal, which would be this part here. This would be on the interior side of the glass in a pattern of a wave.
Okay. Are there any questions? Oh, okay, sorry.
Got a few more questions.
Oh, the two, okay, sorry. I got a big one.
Next, we have a painted logo wall sign applied right over the existing painted brick facade. Now, I got to be honest, when I first saw this, I said, painted wall sign, but, when you look at this, there is a merit to the sign. What it does is a few things. One, what it does is it detracts away from the fact that we have 3 blocked up windows behind it. The reason why these windows are blocked up is right behind it we have the electrical switchgear and the electrical meters. And by code, even if we wanted to open up those windows, we can't because we need to have a 2-hour fire-rated enclosure in the electrical room. So what this sign does, it kind of detracts, from the blocked up windows. And also, I think, the color itself kind of blends in somewhat with the brick wall. That is the brick painted wall that we have there right now. So the logo is a slight color, a slightly lighter color of reddish color of the brick. So it really doesn't jump at you. I think it kind of blends in nicely with the wall. Also keep in mind that this is a very big building. It's 7 stories high. So even though, this may appear to be somewhat large at the ground level, when you look at the entire building, this really kind of, I think it looks well.
Does that cover the signage that you're proposing?
I'm sorry?
Does that cover the scope of signage that you're proposing?
That's it.
That's it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, wait a minute, what about the wave underneath it?
Right, that's the next one.
Well, that's a continuation of the same sign.
So another thing that I want to
Painted on
say.
brick.
It's painted on brick, but isn't the circular one also painted on brick?
Yes. Right, so the next one is.
I think we understand it, right?
There's 2 painted brick signs, there's a wavy.
Yeah, we have.
Right, but yes, we understand that. And it's a continuation of what's on the decal.
So the wave would be a continuation of the decal that's on the glass here. So just a continuation that comes across. So here again, what that does is, it detracts away from the fact that we have these blocked up windows, and it kind of, your eyes kind of, makes you focus on the signage versus, you're looking at.
I mean, assuming that the blocked up windows are problematic, they may not be. Okay.
So,
Okay, are there any questions for the applicant at this point? Are there any speakers on this item? Any speakers? All right, Community Board 2 recommends approval. Yes.
Just a question on what Goldman was asking earlier about the fascia. Looking at historical photograph before, there were windows there, and I understand about the flooring. Have you considered extending the mullion onto that, what you propose to paint the black now?
When you say extend the mullion, then.
Meaning that you have a pattern of a grid going up, and rather than just simply paint the black with a large sign.
Right, carry that mullion across that fascia.
Yeah.
If it wasn't the same plane, I would say yes. That would be certainly something that would be we could do. The fascia does come out a bit away from the windows above and the storefront below. So I think by adding the mullions on top of the fascia, would just kind of look like there's a break point in between the top arch and the lower storefront.
Yeah, the reason for my asking is that if you look at your proposed elevation, that heavy paint the black panel really pops out at you, and I just wondering whether there's a way to mitigate it.
Right, aren't they planning to do something? Didn't we just talk about some change over there?
I think that even in the case, the only way that they could get the panels to be in the same plane would be to move the glass out, and there might be either code or condo or rental issues with that. But I don't know, if it was possible, it would only be by moving the glass out, because you've got structure there to hold up the floor, right? And
That structure ends behind the...
Well, if you look at the section, it ends proud of the glass still. It's still proud of it, not by much, but by somewhat. It looks like it's, I don't know, 4 or 8 inches, something like that, 12 inches. Who knows what you're going to find when you get in there, but there'll be something. And it's really, the question for us would be, if we're asking him to move the glass forward, do you lose something in terms of the depth of the arch, where you might gain something with the continuity of the plane?
Commissioners, just on that point, there is a historic molding piece that remains within the arch, so you would lose that piece, although it could be brought forward if the window were to be brought forward, but that's really the only piece that sets the line of the original installation that's still there.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions?
I just wonder if they can explore, I mean, I think that this is what you've asked for, Michael, seeing how far back they can set back that fascia, and if in fact, if there isn't a structural limitation, if they can bring it all the way back to the floor plate.
Yeah.
Right, you have the floor plate and you have the structure.
Won't know till you look.
If that beam is continuous.
Where it is.
Where exactly it is, yes.
Right. But the point being is that just that spandrel is too prominent in where it is right now. Is that correct? Because in fact, historically, it was much more sort of a delicate kind of structure over there.
It was all glass.
Yeah, this,
And for,
yeah.
well, I'm sorry.
Okay.
We should,
All right, so, but I'm going to just ask that question. So you have the cinder blocks, right? The CMU, and then you have the floor, and then you have a structure below that, right, the beams. That is something that exists today, and it's carrying the load of the windows? What is it carrying?
You know,
Or is it just a lintel?
We really had, once we take out that canopy, that roof, we're going to find out a lot in terms of what exactly is behind it. We haven't been able to do that because, we really can't remove it. But, once we remove it, and if there's a way for us to kind of push the fascia back, we'll gladly do it.
Right, so it'll come and sit somewhere like that here, right?
Yes, exactly.
Okay. All right, so why don't we ask them to work with staff as they move forward?
commenting?
Yes, now we can comment. Okay. We'll comment anyway, but, so we're going to close the hearing. Thank you so much, and we move to comments. All right.
Comment.
So
I
just,
think it would be great to move the spandrel back. For me, I'd rather see the depth, if it proves not to be possible, and I think they could do that with staff. I mean, I think that having the windows as far back as possible is more important than having them to be in the same plane as the fascia. Because I think that the rendering does a disservice to the way it would appear unless they put frosting on all those windows and turn the lights on really bright. I don't think you're ever going to see it looking like that. It'll be more, windows look dark. So I think it'll look a lot more uniform than the rendering, or than the rendered elevation shows. So I'm not too concerned about it. I mean, it would be nicer if it were back. It would be nicer if we could get that tripartite division that Wellington spoke about. But I think even without it, we've done a lot, the applicants that would have done a lot to restore the very iconic entrance to this building to its substantially original condition. I think that the signage is crazy overdone. I think that pick two, I don't know, I mean, that's flip. But I think that the spandrel signage is okay, is normal. I think that the plethora of miscellany on the facade can be consolidated onto the glass. I think that the wall painting, well, I could possibly accept the circle thing. The wave thing, to me, just seems like nothing I can recall us ever having approved in the past in terms of signage, but I would urge the applicant to try to make lemonades out of the concrete block lemons of those blocked up windows, and you can get a 2-hour or 3-hour rating with a lot of different materials, and you could use the rhythm of those windows to put your steel in it and put signage on the steel. That would be a lot more in sync with the building while giving you a volume of signage that you think you need.
I think that the way that they proposed the painted signage on the facade is just distracting, and it doesn't seem to relate to anything, and I think a more simpler solution is just to remove the waves. You have the waves on the glass, and in fact incorporate your logo into the glass, and I think that would be fine too. Yeah, they could think of incorporating into the frames of the blocked windows, which I think would be better than what they have right now. But it seems to me you just don't need any of that, and you could have it on your windows. They're two very broad, large glass panes, and applicants have done that before. I think that's a very simple move, and you'll be able to advertise and announce the entrance to your use. Yes?
Yeah, I was going to say another possibility might be to have the logo on the other panel, but that might detract from the sense that there's a primary entrance, in that case, I think. But I agree with the comments and taking off, I don't see any need for the panel signs that are, additional. And I agree with moving the painted signs onto the windows. And the blade sign I'm okay with.
Okay with that.
As far as the lighting, anybody have, I don't know.
You mean the gooseneck,
Three.
are you talking about gooseneck light fixtures?
Yeah. Do they need 3? Maybe 2 would be adequate, or there'd be some way to be a little more subtle, but, I don't know.
We haven't been doing a lot of gooseneck fixtures lately. We've been doing
I don't have an issue with it. I think it's fine.
I'm sorry, if I can add something else with regards to the painted wall sign. There is a history of signage painted on this building. Actually, we didn't show it in the presentation, but I do have some photographs that do show that at the edge of the building, both on the Adams Street side as well as the Plymouth Street sign, there is signage that says wearing envelope. Which was painted many years ago, which was still visible.
That's not where you're proposing to put the sign. Further up on the corner.
Oh, here, on the corner.
That's a very traditional way of doing it.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, it's along the edge.
All right, so I think we're all in agreement here. Wellington, you want to?
Yeah, we're going to have them work with the staff about pushing back the fascia.
Yes, right, exactly, and removing the wave sign and the circular sign on the masonry and incorporated as a decal into the glass.
Is the circular one going on the other panel?
It's up to them.
It's up to them, yeah.
It's up to them.
Yes, going on the wall.
Let's just bring it where.
Okay, in the matter of 135 Plymouth Street, Dumbo Historic District, the application is to install storefront infill and signage, noting that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Dumbo Historic District. I recommend approval with modifications, finding that the removal of existing metal roll-down security gates will not result in the loss of historic fabric, that the installation of new recessed storefront infill will restore the full depth of the monumental arch openings, bringing these features closer to their historic appearance, that the materials, details, and finish of the proposed storefront infill will match the previously approved entrance infill at the easternmost bay of the Plymouth Street facade, resulting in a unified pattern at the base of the building, that the configuration of the proposed storefront infill featuring black painted steel and clear glass divided by mullions will be consistent with the transparency and industrial character of modern infill found at former loading bays in the surrounding streetscape. That the proposed metal back-to-back double-hung and fixed windows installed the upper portion of the arch openings featuring a tripartite mullion configuration will relate to the original division of the historic windows and that of the new storefronts. That the installation of metal signs, panels with pin-mounted metal lettering covering an altered condition at midsection of the openings will effectively transition between the lower storefront and upper window infill. That the proposed well-mounted metal bracket sign, plaque, and light fixtures will be installed through plain masonry and will be well scaled to the large openings and the facade, that the proposed work will not detract from the special architecture historic character of the building or the Vanderbilt Historic District. However, I find that the painted world sign logo and the related graphic is excessive and not in keeping with the traditional paint design limited to a defined area, that the cumulative amount of sign will overwhelm the building. Therefore, I recommend that the painted wall sign be eliminated and to work with the staff to incorporate as part of the glass, and that also to push back the fascia and removing the wave as well.
To the extent possible.
To the extent possible.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? This application is approved.
Okay, Commissioners, the next item is item 8 on the agenda. It's an application for certificate of appropriateness docket number 180159. This is 165 DeGraw Street, located within the Cobble Hill Historic District. This is an Italianate-style row house built in 1853-54. The application is to construct a rear yard addition and install lot line windows.
Good morning, Commissioners. Karina Bishop, Preservation Staff. The application before you is 165 DeGraw Street, located between Hicks Street and Cheever Place in the Cobble Hill Historic District. The proposal is to construct a full-height 4-story rear yard addition and install 2 lot line windows at the secondary western elevation. Because the house was constructed as an individual townhouse in the 1850s, the full-height rear yard addition will be visible at oblique angles from the east and west on DeGraw Street. Finally, please note that the historic rear facade was reconstructed and extended without landmarks preservation approval circa 2006. Here to present the proposal is the architect Brent Buck.
Thank you very much for allowing us to present our project to you this morning. Presentation's not open here. So the front facade, that scope of work, we will be restoring the front of the building, fixing the damaged cornice, as well as replacing the 2/2 double hung windows, new front doors. All of this work will be done at the staff level. The stoop, historic ironwork, all of that will be added back into the building. But what we're here to discuss today is the rear facade. So we're proposing to replace an existing 1-story addition. That's a non-conforming addition. It doesn't comply with the zoning setbacks that are required, with a smaller in footprint 4-story rear addition. The proposed rear facade will be in keeping with the scale, detail, and style of a row house, much more so than the existing. And we have photographs of all this. The project was reviewed and approved by Community Board 6. So this is the site plan. This is the donut. The donut is irregular. The large gray area is a, let's see. All right, well, the large gray area there is a parking lot. There's a series of stepped rear facades with a number of different fire escapes, and they're parged. So this is the existing rear condition. You can see on the right that the historic rear facade was at some point in time, we think in 2006, was replaced. These steel balconies were added. Clearly this is not in keeping with the historic character of this building. On the left you can see the existing 1-story addition and the overall condition of the existing conditions. So the majority of the houses on the block have stucco and parged rear facades, compromised window details, and various fire escapes. We actually think that the building on the right-hand side is the most attractive here in the middle. This particular example, the windows have been replaced with 2/2 double hung units. On the left-hand side, you can get a sense of the majority of the existing fabric. So there's fire escapes and parged rear facades. The proposed rear yard addition retains the scale of an individual row house. This is a massing study of the existing rear of the building. You can see that the existing rear yard is compromised by that white box, which is the existing condition. Furthermore, the entire rear yard is paved in concrete, and so we're hoping to demolish that and plant a garden back there. So the proposed addition complies with the zoning resolution. This is our proposed massing of the building. It is a standalone building, so that the massing of the structure does not, in our opinion, relate to any structures in its adjacency. The existing rear facade is not historic. As I mentioned earlier, it was replaced in 2006. And as I mentioned, this is, we're in some ways proposing to increase the amount of green space in the donut and hoping to replant that as a garden. So this is the existing rear facade on the left. It's a little bit difficult to see, but probably more indicative of the photograph earlier. And on the right-hand side, you can see that we're intending to restore the rear with, on the upper 2 floors, 3 bays with double-hung units and a door out to a balcony, and on the lower portion, which is a slightly deeper addition, restore it with this divided light product from low-end windows. Oops, we skipped a slide there. So these are the existing on the top. This is the rear yard. So you can see the size of the existing building with, that shows green, but really it should be gray because it's concrete. And then on the bottom, this is the proposed rear yard size. So we're increasing the size of the green space in the donut. The next slide shows that we believe that we're in keeping with the aesthetics of adjacent properties. Again, you can see that most of the context looks like this. We chose this as a more representative example and tried to model our project off of it. The walls will be an integral color cementitious stucco by La Habra. The windows and doors would be by Lowen, which is a fairly high-end window manufacturer. The glass and specifications for that would likely be Solar Band 60, and there would be a steel deck. The color of the windows would be charcoal, in keeping with the age and history of this particular townhouse, both on the front of the facade and the rear. We would be restoring historic casings, etc. So the proposed addition is slightly visible from a public thoroughfare, which is one of the reasons that we're here. It was constructed, and Karina, our preservationist, came out and reviewed this. You can see the mock-up here. You can see from DeGraw Street on this side, just barely visible here, as well as just barely visible over this building there. So on the upper 2 stories, that's the depth of the addition. Another matter which we'd like your consideration on are 2 lot line windows. We believe that these units are frosted, so they're about light and not about view. There are precedent in the neighborhood for lot line windows. This is a new development not too far away in Cobble Hill. The lot line windows, this is a view from the rear yard looking into the neighbor's rear yard. There are existing lot line windows looking into that rear yard. So that's really the second part of our presentation to you, the second piece of this. So with that.
Thank you. Are there questions? Any questions? All right, we'll take testimony. Barbara Say.
Barbara Zay of the Historic Districts Council. While HDC is glad to see the present addition removed, we feel that the proposed bulk could be reduced to lessen the burden into the rear yard. Perhaps the top 2 floors, whose 3-bay configuration is quite nice, could be kept at the rear's original plane. Thank you.
Are there any other speakers? Okay, other speakers? Any questions for the applicant? Okay, we can close the hearing. All right, comments? Okay, I think the encouragement they're making is very modest, and you have an existing condition. We don't know where it came about, but I think it's good that they're removing that, and I think even though they're extending the building a certain amount, it seems fairly modest, and they're bringing the greenery back to the donut.
Right, absolutely. I think it benefits the interior space of the block to have more of that green space, even while you're increasing the volume of the building and height.
Yeah.
And I just want to make just one suggestion about the lot line windows. I know that you put it there, it's going to be glazed, but I think in general we have sort of shied away from allowing the lot line windows in these situations because they're not really supposed to be there. And they sometimes impinge on the privacy of adjacent properties. know you don't have a strong feeling, you don't have a strong feeling? None? Is anybody have a strong feeling about
It's
this?
in such an odd situation, and it's not normally the lot line window is when you've got a bunch of buildings lined up next to each other, and this one's standing alone in the middle of the side of the block. It doesn't really bother me to have lot line windows.
All right, I think if the commissioners don't feel strongly about it, then I will relent. So, Artie?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So approving as is then?
As is, yes. In the matter of 165 DeGraw Street in the Cobble Hill Historic District, it's an Italianate-style row house built in 1853-54, and the application is to construct a rear yard addition and install lot line windows. I note that the building's style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Cobble Hill Historic District, and that the historic rear facade was constructed and extended without Landmarks Preservation Commission approval in 2006, or around that time. I recommend approval of finding that the construction of the proposed rear addition will not result in the elimination of significant architectural features or fabric of the rear facade, that the stucco-clad rear yard addition will blend with the visible secondary facades as viewed from DeGraw Street, that while the rear yard addition will be visible at oblique angles on DeGraw Street, this building was constructed as an individual townhouse, and therefore the proposed alterations will not detract from the continuity of an intact row, that the existing rear extension occupies the majority of the rear yard, therefore the removal of the extension will restore the presence of a rear yard and will return green space to the interior of the block, that the design and materiality of the rear addition and new rear facade featuring a multi-light window assembly, punched window openings, and neutral stucco cladding will maintain the building's residential character and is in keeping with the character of the rear facades on the block, and that the proposed work will not detract from the special architectural or historic character of the building or the Cobble Hill Historic District.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The application is approved.
Okay, Commissioners, the next item is item number 8 on the agenda. No, it's item number 9 on the agenda. It's an application for certificate of appropriateness, Borough of Brooklyn, docket number 172512. This is 469 Henry Street, located within the Cobble Hill Historic District. This is an Italianate-style row house built in the early 1850s, and the application is to construct a rear addition and rooftop bulkhead and to demolish a shed.
It is 8.
No.
Hello, Commissioners. Catherine Rath, Preservation Department staff. The application before you at 469 Henry Street will be described by architect Josh Lecqua.
Hello, good morning. My name is Josh Lecqua. I'm from Ensemble Architecture, here to present 469 Henry Street. Thanks for your time. So 469 Henry Street is an existing four-story Italianate row house in the Cobble Hill Historic District. It's part of a group of 4 townhouses, which are shown here, and it's one of the better intact houses in the row. It has a sort of interesting feature at the front where the facades are all stepped back at a place where the street widens. And then in the back of the building, the facades also step, but they're stepped in pairs instead of stepped each one individually. So it's an interesting house. The first thing that we're going to do is we're going to restore the facade, and that's all staff level, but I'll just very quickly show you. So here is our context, the donut, and the block is relatively unchanged from that time. Here's a photograph of it today, and our location in the historic district over there. Here's a quick sort of study of the block showing the various extensions and their height. Again, we've outlined the area where there's the row of 4 original townhouses, and the extensions that are to be found, original and... thank you. This is our project. There's also a carriage house in the middle of the block facing onto Strong Place, and this provides a view from Strong Place to the back of our project, which is one of the reasons that we're here today, because you will be able to see the back facade of this house. So the front of the building, we're replacing the windows with more appropriate 2/2 windows. We're restoring all the brownstone features that have been removed. We are repainting the cornice. We're removing paint from the facade. All this will be done at staff level. The major part of our proposal is that we're proposing to remove an existing two-story rear yard addition and replace it with a new three-story rear yard addition. The existing house is here, here, and it's flanked by its two identical neighbors. This house has an addition that's relatively small in footprint, but it does come out almost 18 feet from the face of the building into the rear yard. It's sort of an L-shaped extension. We propose to demolish the entire rear facade, replace it with a new extension that comes out the same depth as the existing extension, but it's the full width of the lot. And then we propose to rebuild the top floor, whereas now our top floor is aligned to this building, we propose to move it forward 30 inches to align to this building. So it will still align, but it's not in the current alignment. The top floor will be restored using salvage brick from the existing rear facade of the house. The design shows a large steel and glass window unit here. The windows have relatively large panes that relate to the scale of the panes in the front of the house. They have black frames. The brick was chosen to harmonize with the brick on the front of the building. And the top floor, as I said, will be restored to its original condition. This is a plan of the existing two-story extension and the proposed three-story extension. So we're keeping the same alignment in the backyard, but it's the full width of the lot now. This is a relatively deep lot. It's 125 feet deep. So even with this extension, there's still a 52-foot rear yard. This is a building section of the existing condition here and the proposed condition. So it shows, this heavy dashed line is the existing profile of the rear of the building. So we're proposing to fill this area in by adding a third story, and we're bringing the top floor forward 30 inches into the rear yard. It also shows that we're adding a bulkhead to the roof of the building, but I'll talk a little bit about the bulkhead later in the presentation. This is a rendering of the proposed view from the back, and I'll show you in photographs here. Right now, the existing back is painted white, and neither of the neighbors have their original brick face intact. One has been stuccoed and the other's been painted. So this is the question for you, bulkhead? Yes, of course.
Is that a leader on the right side?
I'm sorry?
Right side is like a white.
Yes, that's a gutter. Yeah, it's a gutter.
Okay.
I'm sorry, it's a leader. You're correct. There's a gutter up at the roof, and it goes onto this terrace and then down through a scupper and out the back, which would be a copper leader.
Okay.
So this is the existing condition in the backyard. This is 469 Henry Street. This is 467 here, which is painted white with fire escapes, and this is 471, which has been stuccoed. This is looking down the block towards Kane Street. So there's another three-story extension that's about the same size as the one that we're proposing, a few houses down. And this is standing on the roof of our building, looking down the block, where you can see that there are a number of large existing extensions. This is looking directly behind. There's another house facing on Strong Place with a three-story extension, and a bulkhead which is slightly larger than the bulkhead which we're proposing. Looking down from the roof at the carriage house in the middle of the block. And then this is a group of townhouses on Strong Place, which are relatively large houses and also have deep extensions. This is looking north at the back of the road going up Henry Street. So no extensions immediately adjacent, but there are a number of what we presume to be original extensions or certainly older historic extensions further north on the block. So here's a massing model showing the proposal in relation to its neighbors. You can see on the northern end of the Henry Street block, there are very few extensions, but on the south there's quite a few large ones. And we're proposing to basically match the massing of this one. Again, the view from the other direction. So the another part of the proposal is the building department is required that we create a bulkhead to bring a stair up to the roof. And so we have, through a process of negotiation with the building department and preservation staff, designed the present bulkhead. It's 7 feet, I'm sorry. I'll show you more. The bulkhead is 7 feet wide and has a skylight on top to provide light into the center of the house. We originally had hoped to just put a large skylight on the roof of the building. The building department said we needed to have a bulkhead. So the bulkhead that we are proposing includes a skylight on the the top of the bulkhead. The bulkhead is here. It would be aligned over the stairway here. This is the existing roof plan, showing the existing extension in the back and the outline of the new extension. This is a mock-up of the existing condition on top of the roof, showing the proposed bulkhead, some mechanical equipment, and a railing, which is required by code. None of this equipment is visible from Henry Street, but it will be visible from Strong Place, which I'll show you in a moment. This is the bulkhead of the house immediately behind ours, which faces onto Strong Place. This is a view from the roof of the building looking down into the backyard, for context. So the view to the side of this carriage house is the one where you can see the back of our building. Sightline studies, so from Henry Street, you can't see anything on the roof. From Strong Place, you have a view of the railing and of the top of the bulkhead. So these are the views from Strong Place through the space in between the adjacent row house and the carriage house. Our roof is up here.
This is weird.
And this is a close-up view of the same, showing the existing condition and what it would look like after the proposal. This is a view showing the mock-up in place, so there's the bulkhead in close-up, and this is what you would see standing in front of the carriage house. The third part of the proposal is that there's an existing tool shed in the rear yard. It's a stucco structure. It's about 9 by 19 feet. It's in this back L-shaped portion of the yard. It's in poor repair, and it doesn't comply with zoning. We can't find that it was ever built with a permit, but we did some research on old maps, and it seems that it may have been put up sometime in the 20s or the 30s, but we can't confirm that. The existing condition of the shed is poor. It's stucco, some of it's made out of plywood, and so we'd like to take it down. It's not visible from the street. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions?
Is the bulkhead as small as is required by code?
The bulkhead is so the bulkhead is angled for the stair, and it is as short as it can be by code, and it's as, let's go back to the plan. So the bulkhead is no taller than it has to be, and it's as short this way as it can be, but it's 3 feet wider in this direction than it would absolutely have to be because we would like to have a larger skylight. So we could reduce it in width from 7 feet to 4 feet, but we would like to keep it at 7 feet. We don't feel that it's very visible from Strong Place, and I think once it's constructed and painted light gray, it will not detract from the skyline of the building.
Could you address the issue about the facade, moving the back facade forward, demolishing it to come into line with the rest of the row? It seems a little odd that how were these houses built historically? In other words, were the other two houses built further out to begin with? I mean, it's
okay, so let me go back.
Because they look like they should line up now.
So
Yes.
we have a kind of a funny condition. So right now, we line up to the house on this side, and we're proposing to line up to the house on this side. So right now, there's 2 houses that align here and 2 houses that align there. We're proposing to bring the back facade of our house into alignment with the other 2. So it will still maintain a continuous line, but it's not in the place that it is now.
So currently, you've got 2 houses with the same,
With the same plane.
And then 2 that are not, you're moving into the lineup of the others, yeah. Okay, thanks. Just.
Any other questions? All right, we'll take speakers. Barbara Zay.
Barbara Zay of the Historic Districts Council. While there are a few additions on this block that are of comparable heights to the one proposed here, it is not the predominant height of additions on this block. HDC finds that this addition would move the block in a direction in which such an incursion would become normative, thus allowing for future enlargements of this size. The addition pays little attention to its neighbors on either side, and there is no precedent for the amount of glass proposed in the rear. HDC also objects to the visibility of the bulkhead from Storm Place. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers?
Christopher Goff for the Society for the Architecture of the City. We would agree with HDC about the predominant height taking it in the wrong direction. We're going to testify further on another similar item later. Thank you.
Okay. Do you want to respond to that, or? Fine. Okay. All right. There are no other questions. We can close the hearing. Okay. Comments? Well, I think the amount of enlargement that they're doing at the rear is not excessive. I think it fits within some of the intrusions that you see in the rear yard. So I don't have an issue with the amount that they're proposing. I don't have an issue with also the glazing and the facade of the rear addition. I would just say that they should continue to work with staff to try and reduce the bulkhead, and if they can, and it seems that they can reduce the width of the bulkhead to 3 or 4 feet. Yes?
In terms of the bulkhead, I'd love to do a study of the code, because we have seen at this table, in fact, in Park Slope a few weeks ago, a multifamily building that had a hatch for its bulkhead, or a very low structure that barely projected, I think, 4 feet off the roof. And I think that the applicant should inquire about that, but the DOB is capricious, especially in Brooklyn, so who knows. But I don't think I personally don't find it inappropriate. The only thing that I would ask the applicant to consider is the top floor realignment. I think that he noted accurately that there is something rather remarkable and lovely about this group of townhouses where they do have a distinctive rhythm, and I think that that rhythm he identified as being visible both in the front and in the back. And I think by realigning it, you take a 2-2 and make it into a 3-1, and you basically break that rhythm out. So I think that, and not to mention I think part of our rationale for asking applicants to retain the top floor in a brownstone is not only the visual continuity, but the sense of the integrity of the existing building. And, unlike the previous example that we saw, this is an intact piece of the original building. And I think that the modification is unnecessary and would not be, in my opinion, appropriate. The 30 inches.
And other commissioners feel the same way? That's a yes, you feel the same way, it should be pushed back?
That it should stay where it is. The additional, the 2 pairs aligning with each other. And I'm fine with it as proposed.
Okay, who are the people who, just to make sure, the 2 of you want it to be set back?
Well, it's actually staying where it is rather than demolishing it.
Right, set back from where the proposal is.
Let it be where it is, or move it forward 2.5 feet?
Okay, I mean, if the commissioners feel that it should be at the line, this the top floor at the line where it is right now, okay, why don't we make that change then? Oh, it's John.
In the matter of docket number 17-2512, 469 Henry Street in the Cobble Hill Historic District, the application is to construct a rear yard addition and rooftop bulkhead and to demolish a shed. I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Cobble Hill Historic District. I recommend approval with modification, finding that because of the setback locations of the proposed rooftop stair, bulkhead, air conditioning units, and front roof railing, these installations will not be visible over the building's front facade, that the proposed stair, bulkhead, air conditioning units, and setback rear roof railing will be visible from a limited vantage point over the building's rear facade through a gap in the street wall on Strong Place on this block, that the sloped configuration of the proposed stair bulkhead is in keeping with that of utilitarian bulkheads often found added to residential building roofs, that the light gray colored stucco facing of the proposed stair bulkhead will help it to blend unobtrusively with the sky plane as perceived from Strong Place, that the demolition of the simple two-story rear L extension will not eliminate a significant architectural feature from the building or district, that the proposed rear addition will not project deeper into the rear yard than the existing rear extension, and therefore the new addition will not intrude upon or diminish the visible open space within this block or the building's existing rear yard, that the three-story height of the proposed rear addition will be in keeping with additions at other buildings to the south on this block, that the height of the proposed addition as it is perceived from Strong Place will not exceed that of the historic two-story brick stable in the foreground in this block, and therefore will not overwhelm this significant structure, that the brick and stucco materials of the proposed addition are in keeping with those of rear facades and rear additions at surrounding buildings in this block and district, that the three punched openings at the top floor will maintain the historic pattern of punched openings at this portion of the building's rear facade, that the work will maintain the scale and character of the building as an individual row house and will blend unobtrusively with the scale and character of the surrounding buildings in the row and the block, that the proposed demolition of the simple one-story rear yard shed, which is a utilitarian stucco-clad frame structure that appears to date to the 1920s and which is in deteriorated condition, will not eliminate a significant architectural feature from the site or district, and therefore that this proposed work will maintain the special architectural and historic character of the building, the row, and the Cobble Hill Historic District. However, I find that the mass of the proposed stair bulkhead will call undue attention to itself, and therefore recommend that the width of the proposed stair bulkhead be reduced to that minimally required, and that the top floor remain in its current state, which is aligned with the building to its right as opposed to the new alignment to its left.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, this application is approved.
Okay, Commissioners, the next item is an application for a certificate of appropriateness of Brooklyn, docket number 178243. This is 843 St. Mark's Avenue, located within the Crown Heights North Historic District. This is a high Victorian Gothic-style freestanding mansion designed by Russell Sturgis and built in 1870. The application is to alter the facades, demolish an addition, and construct a new building on the lot.
Good morning, Commissioners. Sarah Ripple, Preservation Staff. This is 839 St. Mark's Avenue, located in the Crown Heights North Historic District at the corner of St. Mark's and Brooklyn Avenue. The proposal is to demolish a later three-story addition at the north side of the property, restore the historic mansion, and construct a new six-story building with a setback penthouse. Joseph Bieber from the Institute for Community Living will introduce the proposal.
Thanks very much. The Institute for Community Living, or ICL, is a 30-year-old nonprofit human services agency that provides housing, counseling, rehabilitation, and other support services for almost 10,000 adults and children with mental illness, substance abuse, or developmental disabilities in New York City. On the residential front, ICL operates over 1,600 units of congregate and scatter site housing for disabled individuals and families in New York City, principally in Brooklyn. ICL has been recognized as a leading provider of housing and support services to needy and disabled New Yorkers. ICL acquired the Dean Sage Mansion at 839 St. Mark's Avenue, Brooklyn in 1998 and has operated it since then as a New York State Office of Mental Health licensed housing for 48 seriously mentally ill single adults. This has a history of residential institutional use, having been used previously for housing for seniors, and before that, we believe, as a convent. After extensive analysis, we concluded that the current space is outmoded and that the redevelopment of the site is the best way forward. It's outmoded for several reasons. It is not in compliance with the federal Olmsted law, which requires that disabled persons be fully integrated into the community. The mansion and extension provide only SROs and shared rooms, which are not in line with contemporary housing standards. Programmatically, ICL is shifting to permanent supportive housing. This is currently considered a transitional program, which offers more independent living in self-contained apartments and mixed populations from a more normalized environment. The new project will actually have a higher functioning residential tenantry than the current housing project. The rehabilitation of the mansion and current extension is not feasible from a development, operating, or services standpoint. HPD, which is a likely source of financing for the project, looks for at least 50 units minimum for a project to be efficient, and this simply can't be achieved through rehabilitation alone. As far as the project's background, and due to extremely high land costs that I'm sure you're well versed in, ICL has been evaluating each of its sites that it owns to see if there's potential for additional housing development, basically to see if we can leverage existing real estate assets that are already owned and were acquired in the 80s and 90s, mostly. 839 St. Mark's has about 41,500 buildable square feet of available development rights subject to the approval of the New York City Landmarks Preservation Commission. ICL assembled a design team that includes Datner Architects and Easton Architects to see whether we could come up with a plan that would address ICL's programmatic needs as well as being appropriate to the context of the Crown Heights North Historic District. And after extensive analysis and design development, we believe that we now have such a plan. Our proposed plan is to remove the obsolete extension, renovate and restore the mansion, and build 75 units of new mixed housing. This would create 45 units of supportive housing for mentally ill adults, which is, I should note, a reduction from the current 48 mentally ill individuals. And importantly, it would also create 30 new units of much-needed affordable housing for individuals and families in one of the most rapidly gentrifying neighborhoods in Brooklyn, Crown Heights. The mansion would serve principally as common area for the tenants and would also be available for community use. We see this as a community resource. We'll continue to serve that way as it has in the past. ICL is strongly committed to the historic preservation of the mansion, both exterior and interior, and to the goal of maintaining the prominence of this special building. Towards this end, we engaged Easton Architects as preservation architects for the full scope of the project. They have conducted initially an existing conditions survey for the project with partial funding from New York Landmarks, from the New York Landmarks Conservancy grant, and they've also prepared a neighborhood context study, which Lisa will be reviewing with you. Datner Architects are the lead architects and were selected because of their understanding of the challenges presented by the site and their successful track record in the reuse of historic buildings and the design of supportive and affordable housing. So with that, I'd like to introduce our design team, Joseph Coppola and John Wolfling, who are both partners with Datner and Datner Architects and have collaborated on this project, and Lisa Easton, who is the principal with Easton Architects. And I'd also like to introduce from ICL, Renee Hastic-Motes, who is Associate Vice President for Community and Government Relations. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. My name is Lisa Easton from Easton Architects. Good morning, good afternoon. So 839 St. Mark's, known as the Dean Sage Mansion, is part of the Crown Heights Historic District, Crown Heights North Historic District, as designated by the New York Landmarks Preservation Commission. It is also part of the Crown Heights North Historic District, as listed on the New York State and National Registers of Historic Places. The site in its immediate context is a representative example of the evolution of the Crown Heights neighborhood. With freestanding and attached single-family homes, multifamily dwellings, flats, 5 to 6.5 story apartments, commercial and institutional development. The project proposal before you today calls for the restoration of the historic mansion and site features, as well as the removal of additions from the 1920s and 30s that are not in keeping with the character and identity of the site or the context of the Crown Heights North Historic District. It will also introduce a modern 5.5-story addition for supportive and affordable housing using contemporary materials, interpreting and guided by the historic context, materials, and details, which results in an appropriate architectural design solution. Here are some examples of the existing conditions of the site, showing both additive and subtractive evolution of its site. There are rear additions, there are front additions, and there are side yard additions, as well as the removal of historic components of the building, which I'll talk about in a minute. Here are some images of the existing site context. We have a perimeter garden wall and fence, a very distinctive front yard setback, the remnants here of a historic porch that has long been removed, as well as the original front entry stairs, paving, and arrival point to the mansion. The restorative aspects of the project include pointing, crack repair, select area patching repair, Dutchman repair, as well as replacing the asphalt shingle roof with a slate line roof, replacing the aluminum windows and doors with wood windows and doors to match the original historic character and configuration, and adding back or recreating this historic feature that has been lost, we suspect, from some time between 1929 and 1940 based on historic documentation, so we'll be recreating that element. In addition, we're proposing that the removal of the north addition, which is a dormitory addition from the 1920s, be removed, which would expose for the first time in over 90 years portions of the west side of the facade, as well as a significant amount of the north side of the facade. That's what the dash line represents. I'd like to point out, too, that we did, as part of our existing conditions analysis, we did some probes on site to see if the stone masonry was, in fact, still there, and thankfully it is. So we're very happy that we don't have to source this stone for replacement. So these are just all of the elevations in the round of the mansion, and here is the recreation of the historic porch. So the base still exists, however, we would be putting back the wood and roof component of it. We would also be restoring the original staircase and front entry doors. So the idea is that the evolution of the site is such that the mansion itself, from 1870, was added on to significantly over time. So part of the history of this site has been used for residential institutional use since 1929. And at that time, a rear addition, a dormitory addition was put on, as well, about 10 years later, a front yard addition was put on, and the porch, we suspect, was removed at that same time. So the rear addition, put on in the 1920s, consists of a buff brick with limestone trim addition. It's approximately 3.5 stories with a full basement, and it attaches to the building significantly on the north and west sides. These are existing photos of the addition. There's a rear yard alleyway, which will remain in the proposed new design. The garage feature itself in the rear, which was put on in the 1930s, is proposed also to be removed, as well as the buff brick and limestone trim addition. Now, in looking at the design team really sat to see if we could adaptively reuse the existing addition for the purposes of ICL for the program. And at this point, I'd like to introduce John Wolfling, who can discuss more of the design and evolution.
Yes, thank you, Lisa. So one of the first things that we did was look at the existing extension to see if it could be adapted. And we found that there were a few things that were very challenging. One is that the floor plate depth of the existing extension is only about 34 feet deep. An ideal depth floor plate for housing is really 58 feet. So it ended up being very inefficient on multiple fronts. We have a stair here and a stair here at both ends. The corridor was very narrow. The floor plate was very shallow. Introducing an elevator to provide accessibility into the building took away more usable floor area. So in the end, we were only able to find enough space through all these inefficiencies that I just mentioned for 8 units of housing, which for some of the rationale that Joe mentioned earlier about efficiencies just was not practical. So we came to the conclusion fairly quickly that we couldn't rehab the existing extension in a way that would really be productive or useful.
Additionally, in section, the floor levels do not align between the addition of 1920s to the mansion. So it exists on the first floor where you actually have a series of 6 steps, so there's no point where the two connect. I'd like to add that in terms of the architectural style and character, I really can't come up with a style for this other than it's sort of institutional dormitory-like, and the elements and the scale and the use of materials are not compatible at all with the historic mansion, but they're not really compatible at all with the historic context adjacent to the property. So in looking at our contextual study for the neighborhood and for this specific site, we noted its institutional development along St. Mark's. So right across the street from our site, here's 839 St. Mark's, right across the street is the Brooklyn Children's Museum. Adjacent to that is the Brower School, and to the east along St. Mark's is the Nursing and Rehabilitation Center. So there's a theme of institutional use and growth and evolution within the site. Additionally, in looking at the immediate context, we are surrounded by larger apartment buildings that are 6.5 stories with basements. One of the defining features of these apartments, besides their architectural style, are these gated setback entries from the facade plane. And then in looking at the smaller scale residential context, right along St. Mark's, adjacent to our site, is a notable feature, which is a front yard setback. It's a very character-defining element to the block. So all of these things, along with looking at the materials that are predominant for the Crown Heights North District, which is predominantly masonry in a variety of forms, which include brick and ashlar masonry. This is actually 839 St. Mark's. This building is right up the street on Brooklyn and Bergen, as well as this one, and this one is right along the St. Mark's as well. So in looking at all of this, we were hoping to inform the design for a new appropriate addition to the rear yard. So with that, John and Joe and I have worked together to sort of interpret the context collectively and come up with a design solution we feel is appropriate. So I'll turn it over to John Wolfling of Datner Architects.
So these images are representative of a design progression that we went through when we started thinking about the massing and site planning issues. You can see up here in the upper left-hand side is what the existing extension is, which is actually not that dissimilar from what we ended up with in the lower right-hand side. From a massing perspective, we are proposing to do an L-shape addition, this shape here, respecting all the zoning requirements, and also pulling away from the building as well. So we've maintained this separation, which I'll go into in a little bit, that you can start to see in here. I'll go into more detail and further into the presentation. But we also, as we started looking at the massing and the zoning opportunities, we felt it was really important to not build the full floor area that we could build. So we really scaled the building down from a kind of a full build to something more contextual that had a better relationship to not only the mansion, but also the adjacent residential buildings along St. Mark's and Brooklyn Ave. So so this is our site plan. The main entrance to the extension comes from St. Mark's. We wanted to have the wider street, the more traffic street be our main entrance. We are able to maintain some of the landscaping features that Lisa mentioned earlier as an outdoor program space that's really part of the entry procession. We could, as we start to develop this, we could look at narrowing this, maybe giving more space to this program space at the front of the building. I think the entrance along St. Mark's was very deliberate in that we want to have the front of the mansion, which is, here's the porch. We really want to have the front of the mansion still be perceived as the front of the building and the site. We've also pulled the building back from St. Mark's to be not only deferential to the mass of the mansion, and there is this volume here, this kind of open space that will be opened up. Lisa mentioned that there is the stone behind the new extension, or the old extension, that we're going to be able to uncover. So that void is there to really separate this leg of the building from the mansion. So these site planning issues were very important. There's another security sight lines issue. We've lined up the corridor of the proposed building with the existing, and we have a section that shows that a little bit more clearly later on in the presentation. This is a unit count and a zoning floor area. I won't go into details on this, but we're leaving about 8,000 square feet of floor area on the table that we're not fully building. Joe mentioned earlier about the mansion being used primarily for program space, so these would be exercise, multi-purpose rooms that would be in support of the residential program and also be available to the community. This is the typical floor plate, so this is 2 through 5, and then at the 6th floor we have a setback, which is to really lighten that, reduce the mass of the building, the perception from the street. And you start to see, again, how we are being very deferential to not only the mansion here, but the adjacent properties over here and developing that open space. This is a conceptual rendering of what that connector might look like between the existing building and the proposed building, the existing mansion. So this will be a skylit area, and it's really to pull that extension back away from the mansion. There are some deep overhangs at the roof that we really want to maintain. You'll see that in a little bit more detail later. So here you start to see the elements all come together. Here's the existing mansion. This kind of bluish-green piece is the glazing connector. That really is a kind of the mitigator between the extension of the proposed building and the mansion. We are starting to develop this rhythm, this proportion that is very evocative of the houses along St. Mark's, and a similar thing along Brooklyn Avenue. So through a combination of these reveals and other moves, I think are very much in keeping with the neighboring buildings. So here you start to see some more of the detail being developed. What we're doing at the base of the building is really creating this taller base, which starts to pick up some of the datums in the mansion and some of the adjacent buildings, and this is especially effective over on the Brooklyn side. So it's a very classical partie of a building base, a middle, and then a top for the building. We've also, instead of having the parapets go all the way up to provide the required fall protection at the roof, we have pulled that parapet down and done a more open railing to really bring the mass of that building down. And something Lisa mentioned earlier about the alignments of the floors, there's some trees, I'll get to this section in a little bit, or the elevations. This is the rear yard elevations. Here's some material studies with the darker base and gathering up the windows to really make that base very apparent and effective. Here are these reveals that we're talking about. And the materials are very much in keeping with the neighboring materials that Lisa showed earlier. We've got some metal panel at the setback to really lighten and make that setback portion of the building feel really lighter and less massive, whereas a masonry envelope might look more heavy. So here are the materials. Very much, this is the existing mansion, and this is the body of the building. This is the base brick that maybe we can go a little bit darker. Some of the metal panels that we're looking at for the spandrel conditions and the grills for the mechanical. The section that I mentioned earlier. So this is the sight line that I was talking about that's fairly important for our security concerns, just to have clear sight lines for easy wayfinding. You'll also notice here that the floors don't align between the existing mansion and our building. That was really very intentional to keep the mass of the proposed building down. If we started to align these floors with the existing mansion, the building would have grown and grown and grown and gotten much taller. So this is a very intentional move in our section. Some more of that. Here's the connector between the two buildings. There. So so this is our proposed building. Here's the mansion, and you start to see the rhythm of the buildings along St. Mark's and how we really picked that up in not only the glazing size. The reveals are very evocative of these existing buildings. There's some ins and outs, some bays, some projected bays that we're picking up as well. Across the street is, of course, the museum. This is our frontage along Brooklyn Avenue, and probably better illustrated in this rendering, or sorry, the next rendering. You start to see how we are really picking up on some of these datums and the stoop, the height of the stoop, and the detail. We have the corbelling along the body of the building, picking up some of the details of the adjacent buildings along St. Mark's, the top of the building, and really referencing and making the massing not much taller than the existing mansion and the adjacent buildings. And here you really see the full effect of the building being recessed, the open space, and how this residential building really retains its prominence on the block, and how this massing along Brooklyn Avenue is really low scale and is deferential to the mansion. So I think in summary, we've come up with a building that is very, it's contextual. It is trying to expand the services that ICL is currently providing. We're deferential to the mansion. I think the mansion restorative features are, I think a great thing. So we're excited about this, and I think it's a nice proposal. Thank you.
All right, I have just a few questions. So the portion of the building which is on Brooklyn Avenue, you've set back that from the lot line. Is there a reason for doing that?
Yeah, let me go back to the site plan. Okay, so we're set back from the lot line.
So there's two things. So one, I'm talking about the side lot line first.
Okay.
That, yeah.
I believe there are windows here that we did not want to block.
Okay, there's some existing windows? Yes. Okay, and the front lot line?
The front lot line is, we did not want to come out beyond the existing mansion. This is, again, being deferential to the mansion.
Sure.
So we pulled it back, and kind of as a happy coincidence, the corridor of the existing mansion lines up with the corridor of the proposed building. So that alignment combined with the site planning and the being deferential to the mansion. Also I think this void in the site is actually really important to maintain that separation. If we infilled this, I think it would have a very different feel. So this void is very important to the massing and the approach of being deferential to the mansion.
Right, and I understand that, and I think that's the right approach, but just in terms of the whole design approach is to try and get the development that you need that'll fulfill your mission. And we understand that you have funding in place, that you're not using your full square footage, but the design approach and site planning is trying to sort of have this new building break free from the main mansion in one sense, so that the mansion can read and be viewed as three-dimensionally. And I think that's a great thing. So I'm just wondering, and I also understand that there are sort of zoning requirements that are put in place, so you have to have a rear yard at the back of a certain amount. So I'm just wondering, have you pushed it to the rear as much as you can, or is there more flexibility to push portions of the building further?
There is some flexibility in the site planning. I think one of the things we want to be mindful of is, I think this is a sufficient space that it could be programmed. If we push the building all the way back to what would be permitted by the zoning resolution, it would really become kind of a forgotten and space, a space that you couldn't use. I do think that the alignment of the existing corridor with the proposed corridor is important from a security perspective, from a wayfinding perspective.
Right.
At some point when this starts to go back too far, you end up with a lot more circulation that becomes very circuitous. We were very thoughtful about that. If that's something that is, we can also, we can be flexible on this, but I do think that the security issues are important.
Right, and I just have one other question, which has to do with the facade along St. Mark's Avenue. And I know that you've kept, there's a connector between the new building and the mansion itself, and there's a certain dimension to that. And I don't know how much it is right now. Is it 3 feet or something?
It's a little more than that. It's probably 5 or 6 feet.
5 or 6 feet.
And that's, if you don't mind me describing it a little bit more, is really to, and you start to see it here, this is the St. Mark's elevation, but we wanted to pull this wall away from the mansion so that we don't get too close to that overhang, that eave. That similar thing on.
Right, and the reason I'm again asking is there, critical dimension to that which allows it to, what is the right dimension to still allow you to accommodate your square footage, but still allow the mansion to breathe. And one last I keep saying one last question, but one other question is that the entrance itself, and you've chosen to, it's all one complex, but you've chosen to keep a separate entrance for residential. Is that necessary? Can it all be through the original entrance to?
Oh, that's a good question. I didn't really touch on that. The existing entrance into the mansion is up a few steps.
Okay, so it's...
One of the important programmatic goals of the project is to provide accessibility with the Fair Housing Act.
Okay.
So we have an at-grade accessible entrance that comes back to an elevator that provides access into the building and also provides access to the ground floor, only the ground floor of the mansion. So if we were to try to come into the building at the first floor...
I understand.
Yeah, okay.
Right, you'd have to put ramps, et cetera, and that would distract from the building. Yes, Michael?
First, a question from Ms. Easton. What is a slate line roof?
I can show you. A slate line roof is an asphalt roof, however, it has...
An architectural shingle.
Exactly, and it's an asphalt product, but it has a three-dimensionality to it that creates shade and shadow. So if you flip through there, this is actually on a slate roof to show you the comparable look. So I think putting slate back, it has a brown asphalt shingle roof now. It's been asphalt shingle for at least as far back as we can tell. So to put a slate roof back, I'm not sure it's in the budget. It's cost prohibitive at this point, so that's why we selected the slate line as an alternate.
Thank you. And tell me a little bit about the choice of the stucco for the penthouse and party walls.
For the proposal?
For the proposed new building. Or is that stucco, or what material? Is that a light gray stuff?
Yeah, I may have not described that well enough in my desire to get this done expeditiously. It's actually a metal panel. And it's a matte finish metal panel. That's probably best illustrated. You can see it here. So this would be a matte finish metal panel. It would also be this section in here, and around the building, it would also be this portion at the back. And it really is to reduce the size of the building, introduce a different material so that the brick does not seem so large and so overwhelming. So this is that setback.
There's no stucco.
There's no stucco.
All right, so and the choice of the color and texture of that was?
Really to be as light as possible. There are a multitude of colors that can be done in metal panels, but we found that the anodized silver or anodized aluminum is really kind of a very light color, and it really seems very lightweight and gives a different perception than a masonry envelope.
Thank you.
Yes, I have a quick question about in your new proposal, the new construction. What is the frame around the windows? Is that steel or is it stone?
That's going to be an aluminum frame. Sorry, going the wrong direction. Yeah, so this one. So you're asking about this?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's a deep aluminum frame. It's a very contemporary treatment, but we think that depth is a very classical thing. The depth that it allows for the facade is a very evocative of classical architecture.
Okay. Are there other questions? So we'll take testimony. Shirley Mondesir. And each person will be given 3 minutes. Yes.
Hello, my name is Shirley Mondesir, I'm president of St. Mark's Avenue Association. I have a statement here. On January 16th, 2016, SAMIBA, the St. Mark's Avenue Independent Park Association, became aware of the ICL proposal to alter the landscape of the Dean Sage Mansion at 839 St. Mark's Avenue. This mansion in the landmark district has historical and architectural significance. The building, built in 1868, is one of a high Victorian Gothic style. The open space of the garden is a defining character of the mansion. In the application to LPC, ICL stated, to alter the facades, demolish an addition, and construct a new connecting building on the lot. The proposal states the demolition of the Brooklyn Avenue extension, which was built in 1921. Once this is done, they plan to construct 2 buildings on the garden grounds, not one as the application had indicated. ICL's proposal report refers to the 1870 Dean Sage Mansion, 839 St. Mark's, as follows. This is one of the oldest and most important 19th century mansions remaining in the Crown Heights North District. The lot mentioned is the garden which surrounds the mansion. Mansions are distinguished from other historical buildings as the land or gardens are the open spaces which significantly enhance and address features of their particular mansion. This is true for the Dean Sage Mansion. The proposal plan calls for erecting 2 5.5-story buildings. One building on the garden site, the other on the site of the Brooklyn Avenue extension, which they plan to demolish. The completed proposal plans would provide 75 units of affordable housing, which would include 51 studios, 11 one-bedroom units, and 5 two-bedroom units. ICL has provided residential services to mentally ill adults since 1988. 10 or more of the higher functioning residents will be eligible for residence in the units. The front porch of the mansion, which was removed, will be rebuilt. We understand the need for affordable housing. We are not opposed to that need, but we feel squeezing 2 buildings into this property into an already saturated block, which houses a school, church, museum, and the existing ICL building, is not beneficial to the community. We suggest that ICL concentrate on another site, one which would not encroach upon the landmark character and could promote affordable housing. Aesthetically, we wish to preserve and protect the comely quality of the neighborhood as it has stood for the past 100 years, exhibiting consistent architectural character, which is special with a unique row of Gothic mansions in all of Brooklyn.
I'm sorry, your time is up, so if you could just conclude your statement.
Okay. If you approve a project of this scale for this landmark block, it will have an adverse effect on the contextual nature of the block and will set a precedent for future developments in similar structures. We sincerely hope that LPC will take this under consideration and not sanction ICL's proposal at this site. Thank you.
Thank you. Barbara Zay?
Barbara Zay, Historic Districts Council. This is a rare freestanding mansion in Crown Heights North, which between roughly 1890 and 1920 was host to many grand mansions, which were largely concentrated on St. Mark's Avenue. The avenue was such a prominent address that the broader neighborhood was briefly called the St. Mark's District. While most of the freestanding mansions were demolished to make way for middle-class housing with the arrival of the subway in the early 20th century, number 839 survives, described in the designation report as, quote, one of the oldest and most important 19th century mansions remaining in the Crown Heights North District. It is with awareness of this history that HDC approaches this application, which inarguably represents a major change to the character of the building and its context. We feel that more effort should be made to respect the mansion, especially on the St. Mark's Avenue side, where more bulk should be sacrificed and set back to retain and honor the mansion's freestanding orientation and allow for some breathing space. Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Kanshasa Shabaka?
Thank you for not slaughtering my name. I've been called shish kebab, kebaba, and everything else. As a recent owner of property on St. Mark's Avenue, we just recently purchased property at 928. We were impressed with the architectural features of this landmark community. And for us, and I think for the historic value throughout New York, we need to retain that virtue. And I would like to state briefly that I agree with the two statements before. That makes my statement 20 minutes long. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I am against it.
Okay, thank you. Rosemary Phillip? She's not here? Okay, all right, thank you. Derek Hilberts?
Hello, I'm Derek Hilberts. I live on the block. I'm a member of the St. Mark's Independent Block Association. I kind of want to get to the point, to me it would be a travesty if this turned on issues of brick color or metal shininess, that sort of thing. I feel there's a lot of inherent contradictions in the case that's been made for this on an architectural basis. I don't think I have the time to get into that here. But to me, it would be a real shame to not point out this building, this block, is the definition of why we have a historic district. This is one of the last freestanding mansions. It's a feature that defined the area. There are very few left. The entire block has multiple, unfortunately not one of mine, multiple rather significant architectural gems. There's no question this building in its size and its, in my opinion, brutish blockishness has nothing to do with the architecture of the area. And indeed, it would destroy about 2/3 of the garden, which in my argument would be an integral part of the Dean Sage Mansion. It was built at the time. It defines the mansion. To take it away is absurd. To say that that doesn't impact the mansion, I mean, the conversation that this is respectful of the mansion, I don't think holds water. In short, if this is not the sort of thing that this district was created to protect, I don't know what is. Thanks.
Thank you. Yes, you'd like to speak?
Yeah, Rosemary Phillip.
Yes.
I'd like to take my time to pass this around. This is the way the rest of the block looks. So you can see that this building doesn't belong on this block.
Ms. Phillips, do you want to speak at the podium, or just want to show the photographs?
I have time to do this.
Oh, okay.
The rest of the block.
Okay. All right, are there other speakers on this item?
And while you're passing it around, I'll just, my building is right next to this building that's going up. The garden is beautiful, there's light. It's an incredible feature to the block, the garden. And this, I will have no more light. It kills everything on the block. I mean, I will be directly, especially affected by this, but the garden is a highlight of the block. The current garden that's being used to build this structure.
Okay. Are there any more speakers on this item? All right, community board. Yes, please come forward. Give them 3 minutes.
Good morning, afternoon. My name is Diana Foster. I was born in that community. I am a former drug addict, a former shelter resident. I used to weigh 90 to 95 pounds. Twice I had sleeping pills in my hand to kill myself. The school that they're talking about on St. Mark's PS 289, I attended that school. The church, I attended that church. My son is 44 years old. He attended that school. I am here in support of supportive housing. Today, to God be the glory, today, I sit on Community Board 8. Usually I'm not a happy person, but I sit there anyway, because somebody needs to advocate for the less fortunate, my peers, mental health and homeless, because the housing is not advocating for them. I sit on Community Board 8. I'm a missionary. I'm a chaplain out of the 77th Precinct. I sit on the 77th Precinct Clergy Council. I sit on Cert 8. To those much is given, much is required. Supportive housing works. I'm here. You know, I have no affiliation with ICL. I don't work for them. I don't receive anything from them. This is the same community board that when Concern for Independent Living came a few years ago to do 65 units of supportive housing. This is the same community board. Oh no, not in my community. No, we're not going to have those people. Those people, I'm one of those people that you're talking about, that you don't want in your community. Now we have St. Mark's with the same issue. You want to talk about a garden? There's 60,000 homeless people living in, 60,000 people today in this New York City shelter system. You walk out of your building, I don't care what community you live in or what trade you take, there's people sleeping outside. We have a chance, we have an opportunity to do affordable housing, which Community Board 8 is not advocating for, because this is one of the communities that has had major displacement of people living in their community. I want you to know I got high in that community. I came back to that community and was living there until I got displaced 3 years ago. A studio is going for $1,500 to $1,700 a month. We have a chance to have a studio for $867, a one-bedroom for $931, and a two-bedroom for $1,123. How can you say no to that? And the people that live in on St. Mark's, they're going to be the first people to put, if this goes through, they're going to be the first people to put an application in for their family members to live there. Each and every one of us has a family member with mental health, substance abuse issues, and how dare we say no to a garden? The beginning of the...
I'm sorry, your time is up, but we understand your point of view.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other speakers on this item? Right, Community Board 8 withheld support for this project, and they noted that it's out of context with the streetscape. However, if LPC approves, the board recommends that they improve the cornice detail and use non-reflective materials on the top story and safety rails. Crown Heights North Association has also submitted the recommendation not in support of this project, and they would like to see the 1921 edition be adapted and reused, and the new design currently is unsympathetic, and they should consider other places to build. Would the team like to respond to some of the concerns that we've heard?
There's just one correction I'd like to make. It is not two buildings, it's one building. It's a minor detail.
Okay.
I have a question about that, though. Just in reference to that, had you, and maybe I missed it early on, but had you explored only developing the Brooklyn Avenue side and taking advantage of its full depth? Now, I understand that depth is, you can't maybe double stack the units, but could you explain if you've worked on that a little bit on just the Brooklyn Avenue side?
Well, let me go this way if I can.
Yeah. And taking also advantage of the full depth at the street, in other words, forward of the historic building.
Right. We did look at different ways to mass the building on the street, and it's a large site. It's a site with significant dimension both in the north-south direction and east-west. If we left this basically off the table, we would have the number of units. There's really, the 58-foot floor plate that I mentioned before is really, if the site were longer in the north-south direction, maybe we could have done that. Maybe we could have introduced an L into the building. But there is very limited dimension here. I guess if we could have, put more, maybe taken down some of the mansion and put more building mass here, but that just seemed very contrary to
Right. And what about doing that, but actually having entry possibility from the garden, but much further, in? In other words, You understand what I'm saying, right?
Yeah,
For-
still.
Right, I know you'd lose those back.
Building somewhere in here.
Mhm.
That would be possible, but it would require that we significantly diminish this portion of the building and take away, about half of the units. We still have to maintain the core element, the elevator element, so there's things that need to be maintained for vertical circulation.
Thank you.
Just to add on.
Yes, yes.
HPD is the lead financing source along with the state office of mental health. They always, as you know, encourage us to utilize land, which is quite valuable these days, to the extent possible. Of course, here we have the obligation to the historic district and the commission to try to use appropriate massing, but we certainly have the pressure from the lenders to utilize land efficiently, as well as the economic pressure to scale, which is a minimum of 50 units to operate and provide services efficiently.
And the unit count, sir, is what now?
75.
75. So you said 50?
50 is the absolute minimum, right?
So it would go down to somewhere between 35.
Sure.
I can do a quick count, but I don't think that's appropriate.
All right, any other questions? Any questions for the applicant? All right, thank you. We can close the hearing. All right, I think obviously this is really a very challenging site. You have an incredibly distinguished mansion that sits in the corner. It's owned by a nonprofit, and the land is large enough for them to think about really expanding their mission and doing it on site. And it raises a couple of sort of interesting questions for the commission. And I just want to talk about it just conceptually, why I think that their approach is appropriate. I think when you think, and I want to take it in two pieces, I think when you think of what's happening on Brooklyn Avenue has an enlargement that's already there. And in some ways that has, to some degree, compromised the freestanding nature of the mansion along Brooklyn Avenue. It's already cluttered because there's a one-story building, and then after that set back, and I think it's a four-story building. And so generally I think the approach that they've taken to putting the mass on Brooklyn Avenue builds to some degree of what's already there. It actually clears up some portion by exposing part of the mansion and has this building set back further, that is to, I don't know if that's north, but to the north. And I think that's an appropriate response. I think the interesting part is what's happening on St. Mark's. And St. Mark's right now is really where you see the garden juxtaposed next to the mansion today. And I think that an approach is to try and keep that feeling. So I think some of my questions had to do with, can you separate the two somewhat? Can you push it further? I think you noted that as well. But I feel that right now you have a garden space which is about 60 feet deep, and there are ways and means and even design of landscaping that could still allow for the mansion to look and feel as if it's within a garden space. So I think that there's definitely the potential to define this project a little further and still allow you to get the massing, probably roughly the same kind of configuration that you have right now, but I think that would be appropriate. And one of the things that I noticed, which is, I think on one of the renderings, which shows the building and along St. Mark's, and it's a very small move, but I think the fact that because you have two entrances, it feels like you've subdivided the lot. And maybe if you could sort of incorporate that into one entrance, even if you don't go through the building, but somehow allow the garden to continue along the streetscape, it would read differently. And then I think you could see the building as more as a background building, and maybe you could have your entrance more on Brooklyn Avenue. But I think that would allow the building to, along with the landscaping, to still read in a way that the mansion is separate or within a garden. So those, I think, are some of my comments that I feel like we can work with the site plan, and at least I think with a few changes we could allow it, I'd be able to support it and see it as appropriate. Yes, Michael.
I agree with a lot of what you were saying, and I think this project is a gauntlet thrown down to us to figure out how to make this work, because the mission that this institution has is incredibly important. The need is very, very, very significant, and I think we should do our utmost to try to make it work. I think that there's a lot interesting about this application. I'm a little bit confused about certain aspects of it. I think that kind of the approach of the site plan is to try as much as possible to be deferent to the mansion. The creation of an outdoor space along Brooklyn Avenue, the creation of a setback along Brooklyn Avenue, the very deep setback along St. Mark's. All of them are efforts to allow for the mansion to be read as a single object, as a freestanding building, and I think that they're successful in that regard. However, what they do is they make the addition, the new building, kind of belong to and defer to the mansion as opposed to belonging to the neighborhood. Okay? The default neighborhood position, if I wanted the buildings to belong to the neighborhood, I would make them townhouses. I would have them abut the townhouses. I would have them echo the townhouses. And in fact, that's what the applicant's doing in the way that he's designed the building. So while from a site plan point of view, the building is deferent to the mansion, from an architectural or aesthetic point, from a visual point of view, the buildings are signaling a connection to the townhouses. The vertical striation with the reveals, the materials. And so I think that that's creating a problem for me in that, first of all, on Brooklyn Avenue, I think on both sides, it creates a disjunction, because you feel that the architect has been successful in making these townhouses look like these buildings look like townhouses, but they're kind of in the wrong place, right? They're set back on Brooklyn, and they're deeply set back on St. Mark's. I think that that what you were talking about with the Brooklyn Avenue being already compromised as a kind of a way that the building is experienced gives them an opportunity to perhaps make the building bigger there, make the building extend to the lot line, make the building extend and make it really be part of the townhouse framework in which one views the mansion. I think that the offsetting of the building away from the mansion to its south is very effective and should be maintained, and the exposure of additional material of the mansion should be retained as a design feature. But I think that I don't see that as adding to the building at all. I think it actually detracts from it. And I think that the garden in front of St. Mark's is very adequate. I think it allows for the building to be read, but I think your suggestion of having the entrance to be on Brooklyn, getting rid of the entrance there, using landscaping to maximize the screening of the building from St. Mark's would be a much more effective way to strengthen the reading of the mansion as a single family freestanding object. I question the use of the metal panels because I feel that that's a kind of generic, modern, default kind of material. I think that we've seen a lot more success with rooftop elements looking like roof-related elements with roof-related materials, standing seam metal, standing seam copper, etc. Not going to get copper on a low-income housing job, but something that would tie it into the roofscapes of the existing neighboring buildings, which have very prominent roofs, might be a more appropriate way of approaching this very visible aspect of the building. And I think that for the aesthetics of the building, and as well as the massing, whereas I think the Brooklyn side could take more mass, I think that it would be worth considering, without modifying the program one bit, to try to step the massing perhaps, or recess the massing along St. Mark's, so that the impact of the building was lessened on that facade.
Okay. Other comments? Yes.
Yeah, following up with Michael's remarks, I was also thinking about whether on the Brooklyn side the building could be taller. Actually, it's permissible. I think there's other structures that look like they're at least a couple stories taller right in the vicinity, to continue the motif of trying to put as much of the mass on that side and step back on the St. Mark's side, maybe taller setback on the Brooklyn and so on and so forth,
Yes. Well, can I just clarify with Michael, would you have imagined that had they proposed townhouse-like facade on the St. Mark's, it could have actually taken up more of the garden, been pulled further in? No.
I mean, I think that the massing decision on St. Mark's was correct, to have the building defer to the mansion. I think it doesn't defer enough, and I think that they could explore either through materials and certainly through modifying the volume in some way on the upper levels to have it carry that forward. But I think on the Brooklyn side, it should try to cling more to the context, less to the mansion.
I agree. I'm not sure I fully agree with that. I think that, it is a sort of a delicate balance in terms of sort of the massing of this, and what, to find appropriate. I do, if you look at, let me see, which one of the slides shows the development along both Brooklyn Avenue as well as St. Mark's, and they talked about the height of the buildings. Is it page 46?
So that's one.
Okay, let me just see. No, it's a plan with the color-coded footprints of all the buildings in the surrounding area.
Is it the axonometric?
No, something's on it. Isn't it just a plan?
Oh, okay.
It was at the beginning. Yeah, right, somewhere there. It's in blue, let me see. Sorry about that. But if I remember correctly, you'll see that the taller buildings actually are on St. Mark's than they are in Brooklyn, this. So, actually, this, I think, will sort of maybe help us think about the massing. So the numbers 7 and 8, that's not the number of the stories, that's just what the buildings are. But if you look at St. Mark's, you have taller buildings, and I think when you think about Brooklyn Avenue, I think Brooklyn Avenue is more the row houses and not so much the apartment buildings. So I think that my feeling is that you don't want to put too much more bulk on Brooklyn Avenue. I think they've managed to come to a point which sits in comfortably with the buildings that you have along Brooklyn Avenue. And because I think we as a commission should try and find the ways to still allow them their program, I think that if we take away from the bulk on St. Mark's, we'll be talking about the penthouse portion, which from that perspective, I think it's anyway receding back, because not only is it 60 feet from the building line, but then another, I think it's about another 20 feet. Setback at the top is about 25 feet back. So I think, you can see at Brooklyn Avenue, you have a lot of the low houses as well.
If you look at page 2, I agree with you as far as that block, a couple of blocks on Brooklyn, but the sort of surround, you can see those very tall buildings that are not that far away. And there's some on Brooklyn, the next block coming this way, across from the museum.
Back to the south, right.
Yeah. So that's, I think, why we were kind of thinking that it could be conceptual, even though.
Well, one thing, I think one thing we can ask them to explore, and I'd be open to it, which is this idea of the step down. So it's not really the penthouse, it's really that you have, it's 5 stories and a setback, but you're talking about actually perhaps...
No, I actually think that, without trying to be too prescriptive, so I didn't say anything, but I think that you could leave the building to be 5 stories and just set back the 4th floor. Have it, because I think the thing that strikes me in terms of the rendering on 46, or the ones at the back there, is that the top of the building successfully emulates the scale of the adjacent townhouses. And while I think that that's appropriate on Brooklyn, I think that here, where we're setting it back, we're trying to suggest the continuity of the garden as a feature, even though it's not going to be the full site. I think that that top being that high pulls it, again, back to the street, as opposed to letting it kind of defer to the house, which has a very prominent cornice at about more or less the top of the 3rd floor. And I think that if you were able to take that half of the floor and stick it onto Brooklyn, I think that would be okay for me, and I think that you would both reduce the scale on St. Mark's, helping it to make more successful the attempt to recall the openness, the deferral to the house of the open space, while going with the flow on the more urban side.
Right, so if you could go to page 29 for a second.
So maybe you're talking about a setback off to the...
Right, so maybe if we look at page 29, if there's a way, I mean, you could think about, what you're saying, Michael, is that this St. Mark's facade would actually drop down to the 4-story, to the 1 story down, but potentially maybe what is now stuccoed or white would be brick, metal panel, but it could be brick and set back, but you could see that the Brooklyn could even be raised further, 1 story.
Yeah, that's
what you're saying, and so on some level it's kind of read as the same height from the street, but that setback helps the relationship to the historic building and ties it to the townhouses. So
I think even the idea of a notch, I don't think necessary. I think I like Michael Goldblum's idea. I think because if you had to draw a linear line across the top the 4th floor, it sort of puts a dent to the continuing rise on the height level, and I think it will give a differential treatment to the both buildings on either side, including the mansion.
Okay, so one thing, I think what they can explore is really on the Brooklyn, on St. Mark's Avenue side, they can explore sort of delineating or showing some setback off to the 4th floor. See how they can recapture that square footage elsewhere, perhaps some more bulk on the Brooklyn Avenue side. I think they should look to see whether, I don't know if you'll get more units if you expand it to the lot line, but it's something you can explore. But it may not necessarily mean to take it all the way back. It's more of a gesture so that it reads. Okay, and I think that there's some logic to that, because if you see the streetscape further on, you're right in the middle of sort of this areas between these other, I think, sort of Queen Anne's that come to the other side. Okay, and why don't we ask them to just also explore the entrance, if it's possible to relocate that? If it's not, then even if you're having an entrance on St. Mark's, maybe perhaps just have one and have a pathway that goes through so it doesn't feel so separate. And look at the landscaping as a way to sort of, again, soften the positioning of the mansion within the complex. Is that good?
I think the correct word is the delineation of a notch. It will help a lot.
Okay. All right, so we're not going to take any action now, but we'll see you with some of those changes, hopefully soon. Okay, thank you. Okay, that's great. We'll do one more item.
The next item is item number 11, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Brooklyn, docket number 17-3252, 1205 Bergen Street in Crown Heights, North Historic District, Block 1214, Lot 63, a Romanesque Revival-style row house designed by Joseph T. Gately and built circa 1888, and the application is to construct a rear yard addition.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Michelle Shivrami of the Preservation Staff. The application before you is 1205 Bergen Street, which is located between New York Avenue and Brooklyn Avenues in the Crown Heights North Historic District. The application is to remove a rear yard extension and a deck, and to install a new two-story addition and a deck on the roof, to remove two 1/1 double hung windows and install doors within the enlarged openings. And the Commissioners should note that the reason why we are reviewing this today is because the central green space does not have 50% with rear yard additions. So while this addition would not be visible, this is the site plan that shows everything there. So this is full width. But it will be projecting approximately 10 feet into the rear yard, and the project consultant, Ed May, of Building Type, is here to discuss the proposal.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your time. So I'm just going to talk a little bit more about the details of the project. As you noted, as Michelle noted, it is a double width, double height addition to the back of an existing row house on Bergen Street. There are several other additions on the donut. Almost every building on this block has an addition out the back of some form or another. There are several double height additions. There are several double width additions, and we are seeking to mimic some of the existing ones, especially the ones right nearby. One other thing that I'll note about the existing rear of the building, just a quick note, there is a pretty significant amount of damage, structural damage to both this existing bathroom addition down in the lower portion, which has foundation damage and structural damage, and then a pretty significant amount of damage on the upper portion up here. There's a significant amount of water damage and significant structural weakening to the existing facade. So the facade on the rear really needs a significant amount of work, and so our proposal is to replace it with a new addition out the back, clad in materials which are contextual and respectful to the neighbors, cementitious stucco, new windows, high-performance windows, and new glass, as well as a new deck so that the occupants can really enjoy the rear of the building. There is a double height addition right across the way. This is a view north from the existing building, from the existing rear yard. We are not maxing out our FAR. We are leaving quite a bit of legal bulk on the table because we do want to sort of be respectful of the existing scale and context of the rest of the neighborhood. I'll just walk through the last couple of views here, just an aerial view, just giving you a sort of view of the location of the building. It is in the center. As Michelle noted, it is not visible from any exterior street front or street around the space. It would only be visible from the upper stories of the buildings right across the donut on the rear. And The plan, just to give you a sense of why we're doing this, is to significantly expand the usability of the duplex on the lower 2 floors, to increase the kitchen and living space, give good access to the rear yard through new glazing, and then a new roof deck for the upper story, which currently has no outdoor space at all. So with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions? Are there any speakers on the item? Any speakers? Yes.
Krista Belkoff for the Society for the Architecture of the City. A through I, the rules spell out 9 circumstances in which a design might not be appropriate as a rear yard addition, and so must be examined by the commissioners. This proposal falls under objection D. It is taller than the predominant height of existing alterations in the block. By my count, the existing alterations, some of which appear to be old alterations, are extremely modest. Of 57 townhouses, 19 are unaltered and 31 have very small one-story projections, 27 of which are less than full width. Only 7 have an addition higher than 1 story. In this situation, the issue is not so much the quality of design of the individual intervention, which in another context like many blocks in Manhattan might have received a staff-level approval, or even its effect on the parent building and its lot. The rule is requiring a look at the building as a component of a larger architectural whole. Section C, projection into the yard, and D, predominant height, were adopted later than 6 of the others in response to community protests organized in Community Board 6 in Brooklyn. Homeowners were keen to protect the old amenity of an expansive central garden, a pattern of habitation of living that predated the great Olmstedian parks and still provides for a unique grouping of private gardens close to people's hearts, a shared core of nature in the city. The policy of allowing a little more and then a little more incursion is death by 100 blows. The ultimate effect can be seen in places in Manhattan, where many blocks, once not like these in Brooklyn, are now built virtually solid. This Bergen Street house is a case where it would be a gift to the community to preserve what is there and keep the predominant height. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers? All right. Community Board 8 recommends approval of this application. All right. Any other comments or questions for the applicant?
Just a question. Your plan, site plan shows that that the adjacent buildings, 2 of them, have 2-story additions, and yet the photograph on page, whatever it is, 7, and 7-2, I can't really read it. And so, can you explain?
This plan right here?
No, maybe okay, now we see the plan, so there are the adjacent 2 buildings, and then go to the page 7 photograph. Can you show us, I can't tell that there are actually 2-story additions in the 2 buildings adjacent.
They're single-story.
They're 1-story. Sorry,
they are 1-story.
Single-story, so the yellow is single-story.
So I thought that you said that there were others that were on the other side of the street.
So all the orange here are 2-story additions.
Right, but they're not full width, is what I'm trying to ask.
That's correct. Some of them are 3/4 width, some of them are quite a bit deeper. The one right across is not quite full width. So it's a mix.
So there is not another full-width 2-story addition on this donut?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
All right. Any other questions? Okay, comments?
I have a question for you. The testimony seems to me to make sense, which is to say, if that is really what the rule says. I'm looking at page 8, and it is dramatic that this donut is almost perfect, and there are no full width 2-story additions in the entire thing.
So the rule, excuse me, the rule was modified because the previous rule didn't take that into account. Remember, the rules were staff approvals, and so the fact that something doesn't meet the rules doesn't necessarily make it inappropriate. It means it comes to the commission, and that was the determination when the amendment was passed, was that in these situations, the commission should look and make a decision on a case-by-case basis.
Right, so it's in our discretion to say no.
No, yes.
It's in our discretion to say no, so it's our discretion to say yes as well. All right. For me, I think that I could find this appropriate, and the reasons why are that while you have you don't have two-story additions at the back that are the full size, but you have two-story additions which are extended further than the one that is extended in this case. So this sort of matches up to the adjacent extension. It's not as deep as some of the others. I think it's a bit of a trade-off. One is more shallow and one is deeper, and both are 2 stories. So I don't see this necessarily as, the most pristine block that we've seen. So I could support it.
I don't see it as pristine, but I also look at the size of the lot, I think, and a couple of those large additions are actually in somewhat bigger, maybe they're not in bigger lots, so the question is what's the lot size compared to it too, I think is one reason you could argue this one might be able to be a little bigger, let's say, than the ones to the, what is it, I don't know what direction it would be, let's say.
Right, because the lot is deeper.
Or something. Yeah, they're deeper, it's a deeper lot. Go ahead, what were you going to say?
But I think this lot is about the same depth even, but the yard that's left over is deeper.
Yeah.
What he's providing on his, you end up with still more space behind the building as opposed to the 2 on the top where, it's not a full width, but it comes out so much further. The yard is almost the same amount as the addition. In this one, the addition, there's like 3-4 times as much yard behind the addition. So there's space back there.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
It's not really blocking any of that. And it's in line with every other one on the street. It's just the height. That's the difference.
Okay, are the commissioners fine with this? Anybody who's not? All right, so then we can move to decision, and I've forgotten who it is. Is it Diana? I think it's here.
In the matter of a certificate of appropriateness, Borough of Brooklyn, docket 3252, 1205 Bergen Street, Crown Heights, North Historic District. I recommend approval, finding that the demolition of the existing rear yard addition will not remove any significant architectural features, that the proposed rear yard addition will not be visible from any public thoroughfare, that the proposed rear yard addition will not rise to the full height of the building, and that the facade plane and fenestration pattern of the upper floor of the rear facade will be retained, that the other houses in this row currently feature rear yard additions of similar height, maybe one, I guess. I don't think that's really correct. The houses in this block currently feature rear yard additions of similar height, and the presence of an addition in this building will maintain its relationship to the row and will not overwhelm this or the adjacent building. That the proposed addition will be in keeping with the depth of the adjacent buildings and will not overwhelm the adjacent rear yards or diminish the central green space, and that the work will not detract from the special architectural or historic character of the building or the Crown Heights North Historic District.
Right, second, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? This application is approved. And we'll break for lunch, and we'll be back at 11:45.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Okay, Commissioners, we're starting up with the first item after lunch, number 13, an application for a modification of use in bulk in the Borough of Brooklyn, docket number 18-1149, 120 Kingston Avenue in the Crown Heights North Historic District, block 1222, lot 40, a Renaissance Revival style flats building designed by Axel Hedman and built circa 1900 to 1902, with a streamlined style storefront added in the mid-20th century. The application is to request that the Landmarks Preservation Commission issue a report to the City Planning Commission relating to an application for a modification of use pursuant to Section 74-711 of the zoning resolution.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Abby Hurlbut, Preservation Staff. This application is a proposal for the modification of use at 120 Kingston Avenue, located on the southwest corner of Kingston Avenue and Bergen Street in Crown Heights North Historic District. So some Commissioners may remember that at the public hearing of October of last year, the Commission approved a proposal to replace storefront cladding, modifying masonry openings, installing light fixtures and cameras and a fence, and to construct a rooftop bulkhead, and to restore the historic Kingston neon sign. So now the applicants subsequently discovered that this work will require a special permit due to zoning regulations related to the establishment of the commercial lounge and the installation of the neon sign. Therefore, in support of the request for the modification of use, the proposal includes additional restorative work, and I'm going to list the restorative work for you. So here goes. They propose brick replacement, masonry cleaning, repointing, with mortar to match the historic mortar as determined by a historic mortar analysis. Select stone lintel patching. This is largely in the rear of the building. I'll get to that in a second. Restoring missing profiled keystones, which are generally on the Bergen Street facade. Repairing the fire escape, the metal cornice, and the historic decorative metal lintel above the entrance at Bergen Street as needed. That's like right here, this little metal lintel. And installing wood windows to match the historic windows in terms of material, configuration, profiles, and details. Now, the Commission rules would allow for metal sashes, but in support of this request, the applicant is proposing to install wood windows instead of the metal sashes, which they would be allowed to do. So in addition to all of that, I'm going to skip ahead. This is what the Commission approved back in October, just as a reminder. So the applicants have conducted a paint analysis and are proposing to repaint the cornice, this historic light beige color, and they are proposing to repaint the fire escapes, this dark brown color, to blend with the color palette of the building, basically. Now, the historic finish of the windows could not be determined due to the lack of samples to test. Basically, there are no windows or brick molds at all at this building. So there was nothing for them to test, so they're just going to paint them the same color as the cornice, which is standard. So now, if you have any questions about the restorative work or anything else, the applicant is here to discuss it. I think that's it.
So Abby,
Abby, when we reviewed it last time, it was only for the ground floor, right? And so...
Exactly.
We had approved the signage and the use in the sign is not grandfathered because of discontinuance. And so, and now they're asking for the use change, but as a result of that, they're restoring the building as well.
Right.
Okay. Any questions for the applicant? Abby? All right, the speakers on this item, Barbara Zay?
Barbara Zay of the Historic Districts Council. While we do not have comments about the change in use before you today, HDC would like to take this opportunity to thank both the applicant and the commission for the sensitive restoration of this storefront, which includes colored and curved glass, stainless steel ribbing, and neon signage. Our committee looks forward to raising a glass in the new Kingston Lounge. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers on this item? The Community Board 8 recommends approval of this application. They note that they'd like to know who's responsible for inspections. A part of this approval will include a cyclical maintenance plan. Okay, any other questions? We'll close the hearing. All right, this is good. Sorry, you've seen this so many times, but this is good. They have to go to city planning, but I think they've included the restoration of the building itself. And I know that the commission had very strongly supported the changes that we had done to the ground floor. So if there are no other issues, we can move to decision. It's Kim, yeah.
In the matter of 120 Kingston Avenue, Crown Heights North Historic District, the application is to request that the Landmarks Preservation Commission issue a report to the City Planning Commission relating to an application for a modification of use pursuant to Section 74-711 of the zoning resolution. I recommend approval, finding that the restorative work approved pursuant to LPC 18-1150 will restore missing architectural details and return the building closer to its historic appearance, that the exterior facade will reinforce the architectural and historic character of the building and historic district, that the implementation of a cyclical maintenance plan will ensure the continued maintenance of the building in a sound, first-class condition, that the owners of the designated building have committed themselves to establishing a cyclical maintenance plan that will be legally enforceable by the Landmarks Preservation Commission under the provisions of a restrictive declaration, which will bind all heirs, successors, and assigns, and which will be recorded at the Kings County Registrar's Office.
Second, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? This application is approved.
Commissioners, the next item is item 14, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Brooklyn. It's docket number 18-1057, 1290 Bergen Street, Crown Heights North Historic District. This is a Renaissance Revival style row house designed by F.K. Taylor and built circa 1898. The application is to construct a rooftop bulkhead and modify masonry openings.
Oh, okay. Just before we start, I'd just like to welcome Julianne Wiesner-Chianis. I hope I pronounced it correctly. Yes. Okay, good. So this is her first presentation from the Commission.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Julianne Wiesner-Chianese, Preservation Staff. 1290 Bergen Street is a Renaissance Revival style row house located at the southeast side of the street near Kingston Avenue in the Crown Heights North Historic District. The proposal is to construct a rooftop bulkhead and modify masonry openings at the rear facade. Both elements will be visible from public thoroughfares,
when viewed from limited vantage points at a distance over secondary facades. With the exception of the visibility, the work would comply with LPC rules for modifications which may be approved at staff level. Then the applicant is here to tell you more about this proposal.
Good afternoon, I'm Shafali with PM Architecture, here to present the proposed renovations for 1290 Bergen. A previous application was submitted to LPC and approved at staff level for restoration of the front and rear facades and replacement of the doors and windows, and restoring the front curb area, see if I can trace that, over here. So this application is only to modify masonry openings at the rear, to combine two windows and create a patio door, and to provide a sloping bulkhead for roof access. And a roof deck at the rear. So here's a photo of the front facade as it is currently, and indication of where the project is. Here's a picture of the street. We are not really, again, proposing anything at the front facade under this application. Here's a photo looking at the other side of the street along Bergen. Here's a photo of the rear. So as part of the previous application, the fire escape has been removed, as well as this canopy roof covering area. And this rear deck area will be removed, and it will provide seeded lawn as well as planters. So what we're proposing for this application is combining this window and this window into a patio door and the bulkhead. The roof deck will sort of be in line with the addition, slightly set back, based on DOB regulations. Here is the existing site plan, again approved previously, and here is the proposed site plan showing the extent of the deck and the stairs going down to the rear yard, and the bulkhead at the top of the building. The first floor plan shows, originally we had proposed a door at the far window that would be less visible from the rear of the St. Mark's. And this one shows these two windows combined with the patio, again, the deck and the stairs going down. And then the roof plan showing, in lieu of a skylight and a hatch, a sloping bulkhead that's essentially as narrow and as small, deep as it could be for head height clearance, and the inclusion of a door and a window, the condenser unit for the roof, and exhaust for the boiler and hot water heater. So here's a photo of the front facade. The visible, although it's visible in a flat drawn elevation, it's not really visible from Bergen at all, is the sloping bulkhead roof, as well as the skylight to provide light and air into the stairwell. Here is the existing and proposed rear facade. So here's the patio door aligned with the original window height. And here is the bulkhead. So this is the tallest point of the bulkhead. This is where the landing would be. The door comes out to the side. And then in a dashed line, you can see the extent of the exhaust 3 feet above the bulkhead roof as per DOB regulations. Here's an existing section, and the proposed section indicating the bulkhead will be light-colored stucco, and the sort of a picture of what the exhaust flue would look like coming up above the bulkhead roof. This railing here was proposed previously under the application approved at staff level. Here's the railings and the extent of the stairs coming down behind that existing addition. Here's a photo of the mock-up that was done. So this is the bulkhead, and this is a little misleading. It's thicker than it'll actually be, but it shows the extent of the height of the exhaust flue. Now, there's a church at St. Mark's that has a driveway on either side that provides a significant amount of visibility of the rear facade and the bulkhead. So the next few slides take you through the site. So here's a key plan showing that we're on St. Mark's looking towards the back of the building, so you can see the bulkhead, and these two windows would be the ones that get combined. And then there's a close-up of the photo because it's a little hard to see from this photo how much of it is actually visible. As you move back through Brower Park, you continue to see the top of the bulkhead. So here it is from when you're standing in the park, roughly at this location, and here's a close-up showing exactly how much of it you can see. As you continue to go back, you can still see it. Here it is further back in the park. Here's the top of the bulkhead with, you can sort of see the sloping roof going back to reduce the amount of visibility.
Okay, and here we are, all the way in the back of the park. We've climbed up a few steps, so it is visible. Luckily, it's the fall, there's no leaves on the trees, so we can really determine the extent of visibility. There is some orange visible here. Here it is zoomed a little more, and here it is extremely zoomed in, so you can see the extent of the bulkhead. And then as you come down Kingston, you're coming down St. Mark's and going up Kingston, there is a break between the buildings where you could see the bulkhead. And here it is zoomed in, you could see the extent of the bulkhead and a little bit of the flume coming up. And that's it. There's no visibility further down Kingston or on Bergen.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Any questions? Okay, we have one speaker, Barbara Zay.
Barbara Zay of the Historic Districts Council. Much like 215 Lafayette Avenue and Clinton Hill heard earlier today, and 120 Bainbridge Street in Stuyvesant Heights heard on February 2nd, this rooftop bulkhead is unfortunately proposed for a location where it would be highly visible from multiple angles. Some houses in some areas, like this one, simply cannot accommodate bulkheads without disrupting the continuity and pristine quality of the street. HDC feels that alternative roof access should be investigated in such situations, such as the insertion of a scuttle or a roof hatch. Thank you.
Are there any more speakers on this item? Okay, Community Board 8 recommends approval. Do we have any other questions for the applicant? All right, comments? We'll close the hearing. All right, comments?
Back to what you were saying earlier.
Well, it's true. I mean, it goes to code. I mean,
What we were talking about before was that this was something that the applicant was stating is required by code. I mean, I think that this is, the one that this is shown is a very, very minimal bulkhead that we've approved many versions of in the past. It's as minimal as a bulkhead can be while still being a bulkhead. Can it be a scuttle? Could it be a hatch? I don't know. I just don't know.
Okay.
Kim says that if it's a single-family house, it could, depending on the discretion of the examiner. That doesn't, that's like not a very satisfactory answer, but that's, welcome to Brooklyn. I think it's okay. I think it's just a happenstance of the sighting that you could see it. I don't think that it's, I think it's minimally, it's as minimal as it can be. I mean, I don't perceive this, again, it'd be nice if they showed us a little bit more about the neighborhood, gave us a sense of whether or not this was an absolute anomaly or fairly common. I think that would be something that staff could do on a regular basis. It'd help us determine whether or not something like this should be treated more or less aggressively.
Right, and usually staff does have a look around the neighborhood when they put together their recommendations, but that's something we'll continue to look at. Okay, Michael?
Regarding 120 Kingston Avenue in Crown Heights North Historic District, the application is to, oops, wrong one, sorry, 1290 Bergen Street, Crown Heights North Historic District. Constructing a rooftop bulkhead, modifying masonry openings. I recommend approval, finding that the proposed work will not eliminate any significant architectural features. The bulkhead will only be visible from select incidental views over a secondary facade and will not diminish any prominent building silhouettes or streetscape views. That the bulkhead will be typical in size, simply designed, finished in a neutral beige color, which will help it blend with the color palette of the building in the row when seen from public thoroughfares and recede from view. That the enlarged masonry opening at the rear elevation will retain a residential scale and a typical solid to void ratio at the facade and will only be visible from a public thoroughfare from a limited vantage point at a distance. That the proposed infill will be simply designed and finished to blend with the fenestration pattern of the facade, helping it maintain a harmonious and discreet presence. That the proposed roof railing and rear deck and stairs will be simply designed, typical in size and placement, and only partially visible from a public thoroughfare from a limited vantage point at a distance. And that the proposed work will not detract from the special architectural and historic character of the building for the Crown Heights North Historic District.
Second, all in favor? Any opposed? This application is approved.
Commissioners, next item, item 15, it's an application for certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Brooklyn, docket number 177641. This is 620 Vanderbilt Avenue, located within the Prospect Heights Historic District. This is an Italianate-style row house built circa 1872 with later alterations. The application is to legalize the installation of storefront infill installed without Landmarks Preservation Commission permits.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Karina Bishop, Preservation Staff. The application before you is 620 Vanderbilt Avenue, located at the southeast corner of Vanderbilt Avenue and Prospect Place in the Prospect Heights Historic District. The proposal is to legalize the existing conditions at the corner storefront on the Vanderbilt Avenue facade. All was installed without Landmarks Preservation Commission permits. The existing infill features sliding single-light casement windows with frosted glazing. Here to present the proposal is the owner, Sabrina Godfrey.
Hi, I'm Sabrina Godfrey, I'm one of the owners. So basically, we replaced this window in 2009 when we renovated. It was right when the landmarks certification for the neighborhood was going through, so we sort of just missed it. But basically what we did was we tried to sort of mimic what it looked like before we did the work. And if you see in the center picture here, the window that was there before we changed it was just like a simple aluminum 2-pane storefront window. And what we did was we mimicked that, but we needed a little bit more ventilation because it's a very small space and we cook in there with electric and it gets very warm, so we needed a little bit more ventilation. In the inside, we only have one very small window, so we just needed it to be operable so that there'd be more airflow inside the space. We did the bottom pane frosted so that we could, again, it's small, use the window as more seating area. And the frosted part of it was just sort of for privacy for people sitting at the bar area. We do have a bench outside, as you can see, so if somebody's sitting at the bench having a coffee, you know, people seated at the window there, it would be sort of indiscreet if there wasn't something blocking it. So that's another view of the storefront. The one on the right there you can see is cracked a little bit. And then, I don't know, is there anything else?
The window we replaced was exactly the same size as we didn't...
Yeah, we didn't change the size of the opening.
The size was exactly the same size.
That's true. And then these are just some of the neighboring storefronts. As you can see, it's like pretty common that it's just like the 2-pane, you know, aluminum style storefront. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? Any questions? Are there any speakers on this item? No speakers. Community Board 8 recommends approval. Okay, if we don't have any other questions, we can close the hearing. All right, comments? Are there any concerns? All right, it's the legalization, but it seems that they've used the same width as was historically. They have the area below, which is the bulkhead. So I think it's in spirit of what's their historical storefronts. Okay, good. Wellington.
In the matter of 620 Vanderbilt Avenue, Prospect Heights Historic District, the application is to legalize the installation of storefront infills installed without Landmarks Preservation Commission permits. Noting that the style, scale, materials, and details of the building are among the features which contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Prospect Heights Historic District. I recommend approval, finding that the replacement of the storefront infill did not result in the removal of significant historic fabric, that the proportion of the existing aluminum and glass infill featuring sliding display windows recalls the historic storefront on the Vanderbilt Avenue facade, which also feature large panes of glass and low bulkhead, that the presence of operable display windows does not detract from the commercial character of Vanderbilt Avenue, and when open, will not result in a void at the base of the building, that the change in operation of the buildings from fixed to sliding is not perceptible when the windows are closed and appears as a display window with vertical divisions.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Application's approved.
Okay, Commissioners, next item is an application for certificate of of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, docket number 175881. This is 225 West 86th Street, a.k.a. 200 through 248 West 87th Street, 540 through 548 Amsterdam Avenue, 2360 through 2376 Broadway, the Belmore Apartments, and an individual landmark. This is an Italian Renaissance-style apartment building designed by Hiss and Weeks and built in 1908-09. The application is to install rooftop mechanical equipment.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Emma Waterloo, Preservation Staff. The item before you is for 225 West 86th Street, the Belmore Apartments individual landmark. The building is located between Broadway and Amsterdam and between West 87th and West 86th Street. The application is to install boilers and an enclosure at the southeast portion of the roof, shown here. In 2004, the Commission approved the installation of rooftop cooling towers located here and here. The proposal at that time was not approved as originally presented, and the Commission had requested a reduction in visibility of the rooftop units. The applicant has studied that original proposal of the cooling towers and will discuss the differences in visibility from that proposal to their current proposal as part of this presentation. The project applicant is here to further explain their proposal and answer your questions.
My name is Paige Cowley. The firm is Paige Cowley Architecture, and I'm here representing the architectural component of the project. With us as part of the design team is the Plus Group, and is the mechanical engineer and a representative from the owner. I'm going to ask you to jump, because I understand the big concern here is the visibility and the change. I could ask you to turn to page 12 of the presentation. We can always come back to this. This is the technical details. But the issue is, here's the Belmore. Hang on. There. That's the mechanical equipment. And the two prime view corridors are here and here. There is another view corridor across. As you get closer, you would think that this piece would be visible, but as you move closer to the building, it is not. The following images, if you, nope, there we go. If you look at the numbers, you can start to see, and I'm at a distinct disadvantage because I can't, if you follow the arrow, you start to see pieces of the mock-up that we built, pretty infinitesimal, but we tried to do it. If you look at the distances back, as you move closer, at about halfway mark, you see it there and here. So that's all that you see is a triangular part of the mechanical equipment at that stage. Sorry, I need to change hands. As you move closer, it's 650 feet. There you are there, and there you are there. As you move closer still, it starts to disappear. Now you're looking from Amsterdam Avenue, and the subject item is up here. So it does disappear to a certain extent. We recognize it's a much larger unit, and because if you go to the north side of the building, you will see gray boxes, which indicate the penthouses that are there. We're proposing to clad it in the same zinc material that the penthouses have. So the idea is to make it the rooftop accretions be as inobtrusive and blend in with a plethora of mechanical systems that have gone on the roof. And there are, I'm sure you have questions of why the roof. The mechanical engineer can respond to that. But I think here, one of the concerns that Ms. Stone brought up, I always say Stone, I'm so sorry, Waterloo brought up, is the fact that this was, I think this is in 2004, this is that view corridor where the mechanical equipment was installed, and we're not actually making the view from that side of the building worse than it was in 2004, to be honest. So this is, again, back This is from Amsterdam. This is back on 86th Street, and until you get much closer to the church, it virtually disappears. But you will see it from between 650 feet and about 300 feet? Only 300, 800, sorry, from back on the south side of 86th Street. All other views are minimal. If you want me to revert to the other, but I know that was the key issue that we were told to explain or show you.
Okay, are there questions? Any questions? Was there an explanation about why it needs to be on this corner as opposed to the diagonal corner?
Let me go back. If you go back to the proposed plan on number 3, the issue is that the heating system was originally, and Diaz, you might want to come up here and coach me, because I get this all back to front these days. But the issue is there are 2 converted gas-fired boilers in the basement, and the piping situation in the structure is such that it really can't be reused. So it's being replaced as the apartments have been renovated once they're vacated to a ducted air conditioning and heating system. So the idea of trying to open up all the walls would really destroy both the exterior and the interior walls. So if you look at, where's this one in relation to everything else? Oh, we have to go to the end. If I could ask you to turn to page RS2. I'll get there eventually. There we go. I hit the right button. So these are the first 2 units that went up for air handling units on the building. And this is the proposed one. And you may say, why so large? This contains 5 boilers. One is a master boiler, and the idea, they're very much like multi-stack units where one boiler keeps cycling on. We're using condenser pipe as opposed to steam, so that it's a much more energy efficient system. And the idea is that because the heating can go on the roof and the condenser pipes are smaller, we can conceal them within the risers far easier than we can eviscerating pipe and putting pipe in, because that would put entire quadrants. Again, we're dealing here with the city block of apartments without heat or hot water. So the idea is that this is probably the least invasive and most feasible system to upgrade a mechanical system that will ultimately have all apartments heated and cooled by a ducted system. Beyond that, I need to turn you over to the engineer.
Right, so still my question was...
Oh, sorry.
No, it's okay. Why this location? Why not 87th and Amsterdam, sort of right above?
It's simply, why don't you come up, because you have that technical...
We studied other locations that are marked.
Can you say your name and come over here?
Yeah.
And there's the mic.
This is Imtiaz Mullah from Plus Group, Consulting Engineering, and we studied this in various locations along with the architect. So if you see this in terms of visibility, the same footprint, C, D, E. So these are several things already on the roof, and we've spotted locations where we could. And this was studied in terms of visibility before coming to this final decision of where it should be.
But just to go back to what the Commissioner was asking, there's one location which is the north, the other side, northeast side. Northeast of the corner, right on top. The east side.
I think the issue was that having looked at all the view corridors, it was far more visible from all those viewpoints than this one. This has this thin slice where you do see a bit of the gray roof, as demonstrated from 800 to 300 feet only, and then a sliver of it on Amsterdam Avenue looking north. Every place else is far more visible. You see the entire bulk, because Broadway is wider, and on 86th Street, as it goes further downhill, somehow the slope towards Riverside Drive doesn't help you obscure
because there's no trees and this buildings are lower, it's far more visible from the southwest, the northwest, and the northeast on Amsterdam.
Okay. And I mean, I'm just confused by that because 86th Street is the wide street and Broadway is the wide street, right? Those are the two wide
For
streets.
some reason, because of the configuration, remember the...
So you can view it from Broadway looking east, is that right?
No, you can't see it at all from
Not not the current one, where if you place it on the...
If we locate it on any of the other three corners, it's much more visible. Instead of seeing just pieces of it, you see a much bigger box. And the other reason is that there are other existing piping and skylights over the stair corridors we did not want to impact.
Okay.
Because that was the first issue I believe we talked about, was covering existing skylights. While the Landmarks Commission staff wasn't too worried about that, we were worried because it was changing the quality of the light of the hallways in the building. So I hope that is a little clearer.
Okay. It's a little clearer, thank you. Are there other questions? Barbara Zay?
Barbara Zay of the Historic Districts Council. Running new pipes through a building is a major undertaking despite where the boiler system is placed, so HDC finds it difficult to understand why the placement of the new boiler system on the roof would be less disruptive than running the pipes from the basement. The installation of more visible equipment on the roof should be avoided if at all possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Community Board 7 recommends approval. Okay, do we have any other questions for Paige? Okay, the team. All right, we can close the hearing.
So,
All right, comments? It seems that it has some visibility, but the visibility is limited, and it's really when you're about, I think if I understood correctly, 600 feet away to 800 feet.
To be clear, I think it's
450 to 800 feet along 86th Street towards the east.
Right, that's correct.
And there are other accretions, and they're going to treat it in terms of its material, similar to the other accretions. Okay. All right, Addie? Yes.
In the matter of 225 West 86th Street, which is also 200 and 248 West 87th Street, 545-58 Amsterdam Avenue, and 2360, 2376 Broadway, the Belnord apartment, which is an individual landmark. The application is to install rooftop mechanical equipment. I recommend approval, finding that the installation of the proposed mechanical equipment and enclosure will not cause the removal of any significant architectural features, that the replacement of the existing heating system, which is causing damage to the exterior of the building, is warranted due to its deteriorated condition, that the proposed installations will only be visible from limited vantage points along West 86th Street and Amsterdam Avenue in views where only limited sections of the building are seen between neighboring buildings, or where it is seen as at a distance as part of larger streetscape views, which include taller neighboring buildings. That the proposed installation will be set back from the building's primary facade and will feature a zinc-cladded enclosure matching the existing penthouse cladding, further helping the installation to recede from view from public thoroughfares. And the installations will utilize the smallest equipment available to adequately serve the buildings and tie into the existing approved cooling system, and will be mounted as low as possible.
Second, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Application's approved.
Okay, Commissioners, the next item is an application for certificate of appropriateness to Borough Manhattan docket number 162176. This is 108 West 74th Street, located within the Upper West Side Central Park West Historic District. It's a Renaissance Revival-style row house with Gothic and Moorish-style elements designed by Tom Wilson, built in 1886-87. The application is to construct a rear yard addition.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Carolyn King, from the Preservation Department. The proposal before you is to construct a rear yard addition at this location, 108 West 74th Street, between Columbus Avenue and Amsterdam Avenue. Previously, the Commission approved a proposal to enlarge an existing L, and it was filled in at this location. The work went a little bit beyond what the scope of work in the initial proposal was, and we did approve a patio, but work began to create a greenhouse enclosure in addition to this extension. So there's been CMU block built and a wall here. The proposal is to create a greenhouse enclosure at that location, to demolish a portion of the CMU wall and install a wood fence at that location, and to lower this portion of the CMU wall and to do this in all glass. John Ellis is the architect for the proposal, and he'll walk you through the rest of it.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is John Ellis. I'm the architect for the project. I would just like to call your attention to the initial view here. I've tried to show by heights everything, this being the one-floor additions and everything else becoming lighter and lighter colors as it goes up. This is the lowest single-story addition in the block. And I've tried to also show in these comparative sections with the neighboring buildings the profile that we are proposing to put adding to the mass of the backyard. Okay. Once again, these shows the massings, and again comparatively, given the fence line that's there, 6 feet. Okay. So these are some views of the east end of the block. That's our massing right there. This is a building that was built in 2012. That's a 100% lot coverage. It's 2 stories all the way to the back of the lot line. That's the same building right here. Okay. These are the existing conditions right here. We propose the most minimal envelope, most minimal headroom height permitted by code, at the same time taking down the concrete block wall, as Caroline said, and replacing it with a wood slatted fence. And at the same time, providing as much, at the suggestion of the community board, by the way, providing as much crushed mineral and vegetative surface as we can have here in the site. One of the other things I should point out is that we've already been approved by Landmarks to put a 7-foot air conditioner in the backyard. We didn't really think that was appropriate when we saw it installed. We were unhappy with it. So since we had an existing vault downstairs, we decided we could accommodate that into the vault. Another thing I should say is that the proposal to enclose the terrace is actually born out of the fact that because this is going to be a restaurant and we're very sensitive, the owner living on a block nearby with a similar situation was very sensitive to having noise spill out. So not only did he insist on proposing to close the terrace completely, providing glass from floor to ceiling, but there'll be triple pane windows fully fixed so that there's not a chance of any patrons of the restaurant disturbing the people in the backyards. Okay. So just in particular, I just want to share with you the existing versus the proposed. And then again, an example when the fence is put up as opposed to the concrete wall that's there right now. I should also add that it was only brought to my attention yesterday by the owner that it seems that 105 West 73rd Street was approved in December by the commission for a full rear lot line pergola. We just saw 6-foot deep footings being poured yesterday. I don't know if somebody remember that approval. I'm sorry, it was a staff approval. It was a staff approval. So we don't know, I don't yet know how tall that pergola would be. Our building is about 11, our proposal is about 11 feet off the ground. But the 105 proposal is significant as well.
Any questions? Any questions of the applicant? All right, we have one speaker, Amanda Green.
Good afternoon, Amanda Gruen for Landmark West. With the exception of the pumpkin stucco, which we would prefer brick, Landmark West's Certificate of Appropriateness Committee is in favor of this proposal. The elevated material palette will be a sophisticated and elegant addition to a mixed-use building on a commercially zoned lot. While we are sensitive to the neighboring row houses, noting that there is a communal rear yard due south aids our committee's decision-making. This thoughtful proposal provides adequate rear yard, improves plantings and finishes, and enhances the building use, continuing its commercial overlay. Its very existence seeks to act on a good neighbor policy and will be a positive addition to the district. Our committee supports this proposal. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers? All right, Community Board 7 recommends approval, but recommends the use of permeable materials in lieu of the concrete pavers. I think you've already addressed that. Okay, great. All right, any other questions for the applicant? We'll close the hearing. All right, comments? Any issues with this? Okay, Johnny. All right.
In the matter of docket number 16-2176, 108 West 74th Street on the Upper West Side, Central Park West Historic District, the application is to construct a rear yard addition. I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Upper West Side, Central Park West Historic District. I recommend approval, finding that the proposed work at the rear facade will not be visible from a public thoroughfare, that the construction of the greenhouse addition will not result in any damage to or demolition of significant architectural features of the building, that the building is located towards the end of the block near a large apartment house, therefore the construction of this small greenhouse addition to the existing extension will not overwhelm the building or its neighbors or diminish a cohesive central green space, and that the transparency of the glass enclosure will mitigate the apparent bulk of the addition.
All right, second, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? This application is approved.
Okay, Commissioners, the next item, item 18, is an application for a certificate of appropriateness to Borough Manhattan, docket number 177295. This is 315 Central Park West, a.k.a. 1-3 West 91st Street in the Upper West Side, Central Park West Historic District. This is a neo-Renaissance style apartment building designed by Schwartz and Gross and built in 1911-12. The application is enclosed windows in conjunction with the construction of an interior courtyard addition.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Mary Service, Preservation Department staff. 315 Central Park West is located on the northwest corner of West 91st Street and Central Park West. The building contains a school on the West 91st Street side and an entrance to residences on the Central Park West side. This application is to construct an interior courtyard addition, which would result in enclosing multi-pane leaded glass windows, which does not meet the rules for a staff level approval. The applicant is here to discuss this proposal in greater detail and to answer any of your questions.
John Wabassi. All the windows will remain in place. They'll be, these windows are not visible from the street. They're all in the interior courtyard. And so attached to an existing school on the first and second floor of the building.
So you're just covering the
Covering
top?
up, putting it lights in, so they're visible from the lobby side, but they'll be blocked off from the classroom side.
Okay, any questions? Good? Okay, all right. No questions. Amanda Gruen?
Amanda Gruen, the Landmark West. The Landmark West Certificate of Appropriateness Committee is concerned with the public realm and the integrity of the landmarks in our district. The applicant's proposed intervention to absorb two of the most light-restricted and lowest levels of an interior court is undoubtedly a significant change and does impact special interior windows. However, it does not deleteriously impinge on the public realm nor the intended use of this landmark. While we would welcome additional jurisdiction, our committee has no formal qualms with the proposal under consideration. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers? Community Board 7 recommends approval. Do we have any questions for the applicant? We can close the hearing. All right, comments? Any issues with this? The change is completely within the building itself and cannot be seen. And they're retaining some of the windows, but there'll be now interior windows. Okay. Diana?
In the matter of the Certificate of Appropriateness for Manhattan, 315 Central Park West, aka 133 West 91st Street, Upper West Side, Central Park Historic District. Application is to enclose windows in conjunction with the construction of an interior courtyard addition. I recommend approval, finding that the proposed interior courtyard addition will not be visible from any public thoroughfare, that the proposed addition is modest in scale and will not overwhelm the scale of the building, that the modest scale of the proposed addition will allow for the building to maintain its interior light well, that the design proposal calls for the retention of the decorative lobby windows, that the decorative lobby windows are not visible from any public thoroughfare, that the new decorative window housing, a partition located between the lobby and new enclosed courtyard and backlit by LED accent light, will highlight these decorative windows with greater intensity than the natural light that current windows currently receive by virtue of their location at the bottom of an interior light well, and that the proposed addition and enclosure of decorative windows will not detract from the special architectural and historic character of the Upper West Side Central Park West Historic District.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Application's approved.
Commissioners, the next item is an application for a certificate of appropriateness for Manhattan, docket number 178216. This is 266 West End Avenue, located within the West End Collegiate Historic District Extension. It's a French Renaissance-style row house designed by Rudolph L. Dallas and built in 1895-96 and altered in the early 20th century. The application is to install areaway railings and gates.
Good morning, Commissioners. Caroline Passion, Preservation Staff. The subject property is located on the east side of the street, mid-block between West 72nd and 73rd Streets. The applicant is proposing to install black painted iron railings and gates at the stoop and areaway. And just to note, Commissioners, that at the time of designation, the building had already lost its stoop. And in 2013, the limestone and granite stoop and walls are reconstructed and restored at staff level. And the architect, Richard Cameron, is here to discuss this proposal in more detail.
That's nice.
Hi, my name's Richard Cameron. Todd Weider, who's the owner of the property, is also here, sitting over here beside me. So we came and worked with staff, got started actually in 2012 initially, and then 2013 to have the historic stoop restored, and it was just completed last fall. It took a while to find the right mason and do the work. And so we're back now. The owner, Todd Weider, wants to add a decorative railing to the stoop to help with controlling access to the stoop and security, and also to give a decorative look to the edge of the stoop on West End Avenue. So I'm just going to take you through the proposal for that. You'll see in the initial slide after that, we made a sort of mock-up sketch of what the design would look like from the street. I'm sort of the cars parked in front of the photograph. it's hard to find the time when there aren't cars parked on West End Avenue to take a picture of. And it gives you a sense of the whole building, its entire height. Back in the 90s, the tile roof, the original tile roof was replaced with that large skylight, but otherwise the building is pretty much after design in 1896 by Philip Gauss. It's a very beautiful building. It's got this lovely French Renaissance detailing. He's trained with Beaux-Arts, and this is one of his finest townhouse designs. Here are the elevations showing the restored stoop on the left, the drawings that made for that. It's a kind of stepping stoop that came across. It's very interesting working on this because we only had the original historic photo, and every time we tried to blow it up, the resolution diminished, and so we actually had to kind of recreate the historic detail based on other details of the house. It was kind of a fascinating problem for me. We work on sort of historic style architecture a lot, and I kept saying, no, we're going to get this so we can, one of those buttons they have in the movies where it just resolves all of the, Anyway, and then Todd found a wonderful sculptor who created the trefoil carvings that are down here in these little exedral segments that create this lovely opening of the stoop that you can see in plan. So there's our proposed design. The decorative stuff on it is derived almost entirely from the decorative ironwork that's already on the house. There's just a plan that gives you an idea of what the restored stoop looks like. It projects out this far. There's still about 14 feet left from the edge of the stoop out to the sidewalk. There's a very wide sidewalk, and that's the location of the proposed railing. And some sections through it to give you an idea of height or dimensions on the drawings. I'm happy, of course, to answer questions about those. And some details of the ironwork as we're proposing it. Todd's done a fastidious restoration of this building both inside and out. And worked with really wonderful stonemasons, and I'm sure he's going to find a great ironworker to work on this as well. And our hope is that in the end, given the design, that these are the details of the north and south windows on the existing house. I don't know if this is Samuel Yellen's work or someone else from the same period, but it's very high quality ironwork, and there's more of it inside. And so the goal is then to make the railing look like an integral part of the original design by basing the design on the motifs here and then getting an ironworker who can produce ironwork about the same as this. And these are just some examples. We went around the neighborhood at the suggestion of staff trying to find examples. These are both good and bad. I can editorialize if you'd like, or you can editorialize. But our hope is to emulate some of these and not others. Obviously, some of these things end up looking more like security fences and less like ornamental decorative wrought iron. So, for instance, and I think it has a lot to do with how carefully the people who are doing the work, or how much they care about the historic character of the wrought iron. Wrought iron work is, like so many of these kind of crafts, are hard to track down, and you can still find people who do this, but it's not easy, and it tends to cost a lot. I think Todd's committed to trying to do that. Those were from the actual historic district, West End Collegiate Historic District, around the corner. And you can see they vary in height, but oftentimes they're 10, 11, 12 feet high, in the case where they're trying to create more of a barrier. These are from other historic districts in the immediate, relatively immediate neighborhood, certainly on the Upper West Side. We went all up and down the Upper West Side, looking for various examples of both the decorative motifs and the kinds of railings like this that were incorporated with stoops. And in some cases, they go right in front of the door, and in some cases, they actually have arches over them, the way we're proposing. There's a good example right there, quite tall, incorporated into the stoop with an arch, sort of almost like a lich gate design through it. And one right around the corner on West End Avenue, which is more included partly because of this motif, but also because the ironwork is particularly fine on this one, and we were looking at this fairly closely as an inspiration for the work that we're intending to do. And then Caroline Passion, who I have to say, she's been wonderful to work with, and I'm very grateful to be working with a staff person who's been as helpful as she has. Suggested that we go look at this building as a counterexample of what we ought not to be trying to do. And I think she said that the commissioners have a feeling about this, and I'm inclined to agree that this is really not what we're after. So it was included just at the end of the presentation for that purpose. But I'm happy to take questions, and I'm sure Todd would too.
Yes, Kim and then Adi.
I like the railings, and they're very nice, and they're appropriate, but I'm worried about the height. They were like 12 feet tall. Over the doorway, it's, I don't know, I don't know, I don't know. 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 I Is that unusual for the neighborhood? Is that unusual? That's really
You know, the things in the neighborhood are really all over the place. There are very small railings, there are some quite tall railings. Obviously, a taller railing creates a more imposing barrier, which, can be seen as a good or bad thing. Todd is definitely looking for a certain amount of deterrence here in terms of people jumping over. He's had some security issues at the building, break-ins and things like that. We were trying to design something that and maybe I can go back quickly just to the initial sketch, that fit what we thought was both the scale of the building and also the archway, which we wanted to create as a kind of second threshold, and also to imitate the spring point of the archway on that beautiful doorway. And we had some conversation back and forth about whether it would, impede the view of the doorway and so on. I mean, my sense of it is that decorated with iron like this actually enhances the view of the building like this. It's actually quite transparent, so you see through it, you can see the doorway beyond it. And we wanted to put the arch there to give a sort of, the stoop is quite interesting because it gets much wider than it needs to be. It widens out to about 12 feet at its widest point. And it's clearly creating this kind of landing point. And there's a very broad landing. You go up a few steps, and then there's a big broad landing before you go up the steps through the doorway. So there is a kind of second threshold already implied in the design of the stoop that you feel when you go up. You arrive up onto this platform, and then you've got the doorway in front of you. So in this case, you have to go through the gate in order to get that view of the doorway. But that's kind of the plan.
Andy? Yeah, did you say, or talk about the vintage of the current rail work on the two windows?
It's contemporary with the house. So it was there from the very beginning. It was part of Dodge's design in 1896. As best we can tell, we don't have any written.
And it's not operative? You can't operate it?
It's a grill that was obviously put there both for decorative purposes and to keep the ground floor windows from being easy to get in. There's stained glass on the inside, decorative stained glass, so it's quite beautiful. And of course, you see this on tons of European buildings, so it's a kind of recollection and tradition of doing that kind of thing.
Yes, Diana?
How tall is the fence?
There's actually a dimension on the drawing.
Yeah, I know.
It's about 13 feet to the very top of the most decorative piece of it. The spring point of the arch on the house is about 11 feet above grade at the entrance to the steps. And of course, the site slopes quite dramatically, fair amount.
Changes, I realize, yeah.
9 inches or something like that. So there's a kind of adjustment you make from the sloping sidewalk to the stairs, which are level clearly, and then up.
Any other questions? All right, speakers, Amanda Gould.
Amanda Gurney, Landmark West. The Landmark West Certificate of Appropriateness Committee is pleased to see the applicant's proposal and would like to take this opportunity to formally extend an invitation for them to join our committee. The detailed and voluminous research of the neighborhood precedents prove not only their eye for detail, but also underscore the richness of what LPC has committed to protect via its historic district designations. Although the interventions obscure the restored facade, the proposal matches expected material, color, and style to be a believable enclosure that may well have once guarded this landmark. The Landmark West Certificate of Appropriateness Committee supports this proposal and asks the LPC to approve its Certificate of Appropriateness. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Giselle D'Amato?
Good afternoon, Josette Amato, West End Preservation Society. We would like to commend the applicant for their efforts in restoring this wonderful French Renaissance beauty on West End, most recently the granite stoop. We understand the desire and security needs to protect one's homes. We wish such issues were not a factor, so this lovely building could remain open and welcoming, but wishing does not make it so. We would therefore not be opposed to placing a fence and gate on this property, even though historically none existed. We would respectfully request, however, that there be a reduction in the overall height and simplification of this beautiful gate design. The ornamental main entry, stone surround, and door frame have such wonderful details along with the existing windows. They are currently visible to the avenue. The proposed iron fence and gate, maxing out at 11 or more feet, is a bit overwhelming and will prove to obstruct these details rather than enhance them. At street level, we feel one will only see a barricade in the middle of this block, instead of inviting us to peer through the gate to the wonderful facade. One will hear a resounding "keep out" that this fence and gate in its current form will be shouting to passersby. While not seeking a minimalist design, our preference for this decorated row house would be one slightly less intense. Thank you for considering our comments.
Thank you. Community Board 7 recommends disapproval of the exterior railing. The committee urges the applicant to redesign the gate to fulfill its security function in a less physically and visually dominant manner. Do we have any questions for the applicant? Any questions? Okay, we can then close the hearing. All right, comments? Yes, go ahead.
What an exceptional building, and all the work is just beautiful that's being proposed for it. I think that a gate here is sort of very un-New York. The way that this building sits on the street has that quality of a kind of a French building in Manhattan. There's no need for this fence. However, if there is need for a fence, this is the perfect height. So I would not change a thing.
Okay. Others, yes.
I actually can go along with the fence and the gate here, but I feel that it should be at a height where you can actually, a pedestrian can look in. It's not that easy climbing over a fence with pickets. I mean, certainly one can do it, but this is 72nd Street or so in the West End Avenue. It's not an area which you could, with impunity, easily, I think, manage to do that without being noticed, perhaps. So I think that be somewhat ornate, and this is a pretty fence, whether it should be a little less. I don't have a problem really even with the ornateness of the design, but I think that there should be some ability to view the facade without a visual impediment. I don't have a problem with actually having a fence and gate.
Okay. Other comments?
I agree with Audie on this one. I think that generally these gates are a pernicious, horrible thing that serve to kind of eat public space. And we see a lot of them in certain neighborhoods, and I think they're bad, but not to mention they're not historic. But I think here, in this one location where it is in a very unusual location between much larger buildings on a very public avenue, and given the sensitivity of the particular design, I think it's okay as is.
All right, any other comments?
I agree.
All right, my feeling is that if the group is okay with this fence, then I'll be fine, but I actually think there's just a few moves that would make it better. I think reducing the height of the fence would help. I think it just allows, I don't know if there's a magic number to what should be the exact height, but I think that if you reduce the height of the fence, you'll still get your security. At this point, it's at the highest, it's something like, I think, 14 feet. And I think you want to be more in the range, you could bring it down to, 11 or 10 feet at its highest, or even if it's 12. But I think you can work with staff on that. I also think in terms of simplifying the fence, I think the idea of having the decorative gate makes a lot of sense, but I know in a couple of other places you've added some more ironwork, and they do seem to fall where you actually see the windows, and so, I'd be okay with asking staff to just tweak it.
I say no tweaks.
No tweaks at all?
I think you bring down the height, but I wouldn't mess with the design.
Okay, well, so let's, no tweaks, then you have to vote no then, because I think why don't they bring down the height and keep it as decorative as it is then? Yes, you can respond.
The only thing I would say is that, and I appreciate that someone thinks the design is adequate as it is or good, but The adjustment to it is really critical because there is actually a fairly strong spring line for the arch of the main door. If we're going to have an arch,
Okay.
which we'd like to have it have a relationship to the principal door, which in fact, from across the avenue, you'll see in almost pure elevation, right? So you need, and I'd hate to have a kind of spring point arch that was, cutting through.
Is it mirroring the archway behind? It's exactly?
Right, the same width, the same.
But you could leave the arch, you could leave the arch without lowering the fence.
We can maybe lower the sides down a little bit, they don't necessarily have to line up, we put it where we judged it, and that's what we do, and so that's all, and that's again what we were trying to do with it throughout. Thanks.
Okay, I mean, the arch can be where it is, but I think the remaining portion of the fence can be lowered a bit. I just think that we've seen these fences before. Here is a slope. Usually it's, we allow something between 6 to maybe 10 feet, but here, because of the slope, at the other end, it's actually much taller than that. So if this was straight, it would be 10 feet across, but it's not. It's going to be like 12 feet at some point. So...
But are you trying, is the interest here to kind of normalize it, or what's the issue? Because there's absolutely nothing kind of typical about this building or about its position on the street. I mean, everything about it has a kind of a grandeur or a small grandeur.
Right, but I think the fact the fences are...
where it has to be 28 inches.
Right, I think that, what's the point? The point is that you have, these fences are not historic, you find them occasionally, but I think my concern is to allow the taller and taller fences. And so here we may be, this is sort of a little bit of a tipping point.
I don't think so. I think it's an exception because the building and its siting is an exception. I don't see it as a precedent to be able to see it.
The Carnegie Mansion, I mean, God, if they go another 5 feet, they'll be that tall, won't they? And that's a block front building. This is like 20 feet wide, 18 maybe. The scale of the fence is not in scale with the building.
The building is more important than the fence, so the question is, does the fence to some extent impede and not enhance? I think to some
I think
extent...
that there is a balancing of that, because in fact it's a small frontage as well, and therefore I think we're going to be deliberate about what is the height of the fence. And so there's an argument of appropriateness they've made in terms of the arch itself, that has some relationship to the building behind. The material and the treatment has a connection to the building behind, but I think the remaining portion of the fence doesn't have to be taller than it needs to be.
I think it's just as tall as it needs to be.
All right. Are commissioners fine with lowering the fence, working with staff to lower the fence? Okay.
The applicant's willing to lower that as well.
Okay, all right. So, is it John? No, okay, Diana?
I don't think it's me.
That's me.
Oh, sorry, Kim? Okay.
In the matter of 266 West End Avenue, West End Collegiate Historic District Extension. Application is to install areaway railings and gates. I note that the style, scale, materials, and details of the building are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the West End Collegiate Historic District Extension. I recommend approval, finding that the installation of the metal railings and gates at the recently restored stone stoop and areaway walls will not result in the damage to or loss of any historic fabric. That due to the building's location on a busy thoroughfare among large apartment buildings, the proposed tall iron fence will not overwhelm the building or adjacent buildings. That the new black painted metal work will match the finish of the window metal grills at the ground floor of the building. That the height and scale of the new iron work will be well scaled to the facade and will be consistent with the railings and gates found at areaways on buildings of this type and period within this historic district. That the building's mansion typology and existing ornamental ironwork calls for a more decorative and taller fence than other modest row houses, and therefore the proposed highly decorative ironwork will not overwhelm the building, and that the applicant work with staff on lowering the sides of the ironwork railing around the side.
Second. All in favor? Any opposed? This application's approved.
Okay, Commissioners, the next item is an application for certificate of appropriateness, Borough of Manhattan, docket number 179284, 14 East 60th Street, located within the Upper East Side Historic District. This is a Beaux-Arts-style hotel building designed by R.C. Gildersleeve and built in 1902. The application is to alter the westernmost marquee, replace windows and doors, and install awnings and signage. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. DeGraw Preservation Staff, and I present to you an application for 14 East 60th Street. It's located between 5th Avenue and Madison Avenue in the Upper East Side Historic District. The application is to replace the existing single-pane windows, install awnings and concealed lighting at a portion of the first floor, and install signage and a lit menu box adjacent to the westernmost entrance. Commissioners, please note that the easternmost portion of the building was originally built in 1902, and that the west wing was later added in 1905. Following the enlargement of the building, the first floor facade underwent multiple transformations at the beginning of the 20th century. Ricardo Zurita, the architect of the project, will present the application on behalf of the tenant. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners and the public. Thank you, Edward. Just to pick up the thread that Mr. Stolk mentioned, this building was built in 1902 in a sort of hybrid Beaux-Arts style. The base, which is where our project is concentrated on, is decidedly Beaux-Arts with heavy rustication. The photo on the left is a photo from the Public Library Archives. It was taken in 1920s, the earliest photo we found of the project. I'll point out some things that I think are important in terms of our application and our design. The building was designed as a hotel. You can see on the left, on the east side of the third bay from the east, is the main building entrance. Our project deals with the sixth base to the right. You'll see also in the 1920s photograph very large mounds of building material. So we believe that this photo was taken at a very, very critical period where thereafter the building would be, at the base would be radically altered. You'll see that the building was originally built had light well down to the lower the basement floor. The second bay from the right, on the west, was an entrance, a service entrance to the basement. The photo on the right side, we found at the Museum of the City of New York. It's really a remarkable photo. It's labeled 1910 to 1935, but we actually believe very strongly that it clearly followed the 1920 condition. The street has been widened, the sidewalk is complete, the light well has been filled in and covered with grates to allow light to penetrate below. Hello?
Yeah.
You're good. Okay, I'm sorry. You'll notice some changes that have been made to the building itself. The service entrance remains in the second bay on the west, but now there's a new entrance, which is still there today, which is the fourth bay from the west. The main entrance remains as well, but has been altered. You can see the very ornate portico has been removed. Interestingly, the building to the west of our site is the Harmony Club by McKinley and White, and you can see in this later photo that the portico, as originally designed, was also altered. We believe it's as a result of the street widening. The two canopies that you see in the photo are sort of a large version, a large and a small version of a sort of metal and we believe infilled with perhaps glass. I'll refer to those in a second. Again, these are two more photographs. These are the last two photographs that I'll show you historically. We're able to track this quite interestingly. So the photo on the left is from 1940. It's a tax photograph. What you can see is, again, this is perhaps a third generation of canopies, the main entrance canopy and the smaller canopy, which is the restaurant to our space, have been altered, replaced with something a little more mundane. The sidewalk appears to be as it is currently. On the right is a 1980s photograph, also tax photograph, and you could see once again another generation of canopies, including this half dome over the main building entrance, and the fabric and metal canopy over the restaurant to our space, which was at the time the Copacabana. So as I mentioned, our client is our space, the space for our project occupies the sixth westernmost bays of a 9-bay building, the openings. The space will be occupied by a restaurant. It will be a Greek restaurant. It will be a sister restaurant to an Avra restaurant, which is currently on East 48th Street between 3rd and Lexington Avenues. It's expected to operate in very much the same way. The interior restaurant designer is the Rockwell Group. And you could see the existing conditions in the drawing on the right. The two canopies that are, again, a later generation, at some point we believe, just based on the photos, that they were put in after 1980. They appear to be equal in size, but they're not. The one for the building entrance is about 1/3 larger. It's scaled up to the one on the right. Interestingly, the one on the right will be the entrance to the restaurant. Interestingly, it's been elevated quite high. The bottom part is 12.5 feet above the sidewalk, very high. And you can see that they used the old escutcheons for the cables when they installed this new canopy, and the angle of the cable is very, very shallow, sort of indicating that it's purely ornamental at this point. The windows of the restaurant are single-pane monolithic windows. They're steel windows clad in bronze, and I was asked to bring a sample of the material, and this is quite a close approximation. I will leave it here.
Is that that's
Currently, that's the existing, or what are you proposing?
Yes, this is currently the casing of the windows is this satiny bronze finish that
Can you show us what you're proposing?
Sure. Okay, what we're proposing is, this is the proposal where I'll go over the scope of work. It's quite concise. I'll start with the entrance. I'll finish with the windows. The entrance steps will receive new handrails. There currently are no rails. There'll be a sign, an Avra sign, which will replace the Rouge Tomate sign, dimensional letters in the same location. Beneath that, there'll be a lighted menu board, which will replace a multi-segmented menu board that's in the same location. Again, after discussions with your department, we agreed that the Avra and the menu sign would be companion in design to the existing restaurant signage, which is on the far, on the eastern side of the building, and that's a rotisserie Georgette restaurant. Above the entrance, beneath the existing canopy, which is metal and glass, the glass is in poor condition. It's not a high-quality awning, although in look it tries to appear historical. We're proposing a fabric skirt, the same fabric skirt that we would use for awnings in the openings that apply to the restaurant space. The awning and the skirt under the marquee are an off-white and a sand color. The marquee would have other signage in a kind of a muted brown gold color, I'll call it. So the overall effect is quite subtle. The awnings would be over each window. The windows are quite high. The floor of the restaurant is at the base of the existing openings, and is 2 feet above the sidewalk. We're also proposing to go and get a permit for a small cafe with the Department of Consumer Affairs. Now, in terms of the windows themselves, we are proposing to replace the monolithic single-pane windows with casement windows. As you may have noticed in the earlier historical windows, they were more segmented. They were divided windows, and they were casements. These would not be as subdivided, but they would be operable, and they would swing inside, as you can see in the lower plan. Since we don't control all of the bays of the windows and the current material for the frame is steel clad in the satin bronze, we're proposing to do the same. I'd like to point out also that again, at some point after 1930, the windows, or 35, the windows were lowered, and the bullnose, which is right there, which used to be continuous, the window opening was just this, and I'll show you what that means here. Oops.
What about the base of the building? Is that historic, or?
No, not at all. Yeah. No, not at all. If this whole area, when the building was filled in, it was entirely replaced. From this section down was cut away, and you could fix it? Yeah. Thank you. I'll just jump back very quickly. You can see right here, these are the windows that we're talking about, and they're still intact and full half-flight above the sidewalk. Mm-hmm. And then later, at some point, after 1935, when the sidewalk is filled in fully, this bullnose in the rusticated base is cut, and the windows are elongated. So everything below this point has been altered quite radically.
And are you proposing now to bring the doors all the way to the ground? The windows?
No, the base will remain.
The base will remain.
Which is a granite, we believe it's a Mount Airy granite. Again, it's not original to the building. We would simply be filling in the opening, which is monolithic glass, with these optical doors.
The casement, right.
And transom. And I'll show you a little more of the window. Actually, here we go. Okay. And here you can see what we believe is the original configuration of the window. It's sort of to scale, and it corresponds to this to these photographs of the actual window. So you can see here the bull nose. It used to go across, and now it's cut. So it's a much larger window now. And again, it's single pane. It's not operable. And below is our proposal. This, in some ways, would make it more compatible to what is happening east of the building with the building entrance, which actually have transom windows. The awning, the marquee, I'll call it a marquee. The marquee itself, you can see here, it's not in great shape. We're proposing a skirt again to give this a sense of scale. The bottom of the skirt itself would still be 12 feet above the sidewalk. But also to announce, to signal that in fact this is a restaurant. Obviously, the skirt itself is reversible, which is important since our client is a tenant. And you can see below here are the colors that we're proposing for the awning, for the fabric, and the window awning.
Okay.
These are just examples. We realize that we're proposing something a little unusual in putting the skirt, but you can see here are two examples on the Upper East Side in the historic district of similar treatment. These are awnings again, that we felt were important precedents. The signage itself at the entrance, again, we had quite a few discussions. I think the outcome is very successful. From a preservation point of view, we're removing the Rouge Tomate sign. We're putting the dimensional letters of Avra. Here you can see the menu boards were removed, and you can still see some of the patches. We'll put our lighted menu board here.
Okay. Are there any questions for the applicant? Okay. Yes, Dana? With the windows?
Sorry?
The railings?
It doesn't show... The railings would be the same material as the bronze that I distributed.
Dana, which railings are you talking about?
In front of the entrance, it looks like doesn't appear on the existing diagram to be anything. That's what I was asking those people.
Yeah, I'm sorry, we're proposing the railings?
I'm sorry, just at the entrance, maybe it's not on the...
Right, so the existing restaurant over there, are there railings there right now?
There are no railings.
Yeah, okay, so we're going to propose railings.
Right.
They don't exist today. You're looking at A003, right? Yeah.
Just trying to ascertain that they were proposing something new next to the stairs, which I thought they were from the two renderings.
If I may...
They are proposing railings.
Yeah, the railings that we're proposing are these right here.
Yeah,
that's what I was talking about.
Yeah. Okay. Elizabeth Fagan?
Hi, Elizabeth Fagan with Friends of the Upper East Side Historic Districts. The original portion of the building, constructed in 1902, consists of the easternmost 5 bays. In 1905, an additional 4 bays were added to the west and were designed to complement the existing building. The newer addition is slightly recessed and was meant to defer to the original building, which held the main entrance through an elaborate portico. Because the scope of this proposal extends from the newer portion of the building into the older portion, it is difficult to create an aesthetic balance at the ground floor. Some members of our committee felt that the fabric awnings may obscure the arch details of the windows, and that the addition of the fabric skirt beneath the marquee is too busy. The proposed casement windows are agreeable, but historically the building had multi-light casements at the ground floor, and a return to these windows in the future would be preferable. Because of its commercial use, this building has endured many alterations in the past, including the elongation of its ground floor windows and the addition of the 2 existing marquees. Overall, we believe that the treatment of the ground floor should be mindful of the building's phased construction. We suggest that the Commission continue to work with the applicant to design a harmonious approach and perhaps create a master plan for the windows and awnings in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Community Board 8 recommends approval.
Do you want to address the part about the awning?
Yes. The awning are important elements in terms of communicating to the street, the presence of a restaurant. We've tried with our design to be discreet and respectful to the streetscape and the quality of the street. We've, in the last, I didn't mention this, but we also are proposing putting lights underneath the awning. We're not lighting the awning itself. In terms of the shape itself, we looked at segmenting it. It's a very shallow segment. We're looking to permit the cafe, and the city planning zoning regulations for small cafes require that the awning be retractable. And working with Landmarks, we've come up with an awning that we believe is quite appropriate, that is feasible to be retractable and at the same time can be attached to the window frame itself.
Okay, any other questions? All right, we can close the hearing. All right, comments? All right, comments? Yes, Diana?
Well, the reason I asked the question about the railing was I was feeling like maybe it detracted a little bit from the main entrance, the sense of main entrance, if they didn't have to have the railing. And I guess I don't have a problem with the awnings, but I feel that if they could be a little more shaped like the window, that would be desirable. But if they've been they're because they look straight across instead of arched. And I don't know if the staff has tried to find to that. It sounds like perhaps if it's not possible, it's not possible. But
There are rounded retractable awnings.
yeah,
So it is
exactly.
possible.
Yeah.
Okay, other comments? Okay, are we fine with this then? All right, and the rounded awnings?
I think in either case, it's fine.
To me, I don't mind either.
It just seems odd because typically when you have a flat-topped awning, it's because the arch is higher and there's a big space above it and there's almost
Yeah.
a bar in between.
Okay, so a rounded awning?
This is kind of, just the tiny little space makes it.
Okay, good. Okay, so that seems fine, so why don't we recommend rounded awnings? Yeah. To fit the shape of the window.
Which is very shallow.
As best they can,
Okay.
yes.
All righty, regarding 14 East 60th and the Upper Street and the Upper East Side Historic District, the application is to alter the westernmost marquee, place windows and doors, and install awnings and signage. I recommend approval with modifications, finding that proposed work will not result in the removal of any significant historic fabric, that the proposed metal casement windows with transoms will restore historical operation of the paired windows, and we introduce the transom windows as shown in historic documentation, and that the proposed bronze finish will maintain consistency with the existing ground floor window finishes, that the lighting underneath the awnings and marquee is concealed from public view and therefore does not detract from special architectural and historic character of the building, that the colors of the proposed striped beige and white awnings are in keeping with the color and material palette of the building, that the marquees are a modern addition to the building, therefore the proposed canvas skirt will not damage historic fabric or obscure features, that the proposed menu box and signage flanking the door is in keeping with the commission-approved standard for grouping of signage types together, and that the dimensions of the menu box match the menu box at the easternmost storefront. However, I recommend that the awnings be revised to fit the arched masonry openings. Is that it?
That is it.
There we go.
Okay, second, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Application's approved.
Okay, Commissioners, the next items, application for certificate of appropriateness of Borough Manhattan, docket number 178911, 12 West 120th Street, located within the Morris Park Historic District. This is a row house designed by Alfred Zucker and built in 1886-87. The application is to legalize the replacement of a window with a door without Landmarks Preservation Commission permits.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Ann Jennings, Preservation Staff. This application is for 12 West 20th Street. It's located on the south side of West 120th, between Lenox and Fifth Avenue, in the Mount Morris Park Historic District. The proposal is to legalize the replacement of a 1/1 double-hung window with a pair of doors and a transom. You'll see that the tax photo shows that the window was replaced with a larger window in this modified opening, and the balcony was installed prior to designation of the district. The applicant is here to discuss the proposal.
Hello, my name is Anthony Harrington, here to present this legalization project. So you can see by the location map that 12 West 120th Street is on the eastern edge of the original Morris Park Historical District. The existing photograph on the left, which I took myself, and then the designation photograph on the right, show that a previous owner, sometime between the 1980 tax photo and 3 years ago when the current owners purchased the property, and replaced this double-hung window with the door. These are the two tax photographs that we acquired from the city, the 1940 tax photo on the left and the 1980 tax photo on the right. They show what appears to be a second window below the double-hung window unit that matches the height of the others. The previous owner had not altered the masonry opening. Here are just a few examples in the historic district of balcony, door, and window combinations. The goal of the owners is not to change this to a window, but to legalize it.
Okay. Any questions? Are there any speakers on this item? Any speakers? Okay, and no other questions for the applicant. We can close the hearing. All right, comments? I think in my case, this is appropriate, and while it's a change and it's legalization, this particular bay has the balcony, which I think, again, makes it somewhat unique, and the idea of converting the window to a balcony, I think, in this case, would be appropriate. And, yeah, I'm fine with that.
Nice balcony.
It is a nice balcony. All right, Wellington?
In a matter of 12 West 120th Street, Mount Morris Park Historic District, the application is to legalize the replacement of a window with a door without Landmarks Preservation Commission permits. Noting that the building style and scale, materials and details among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character among Morris Park Historic District, I recommend approval with modifications. No modifications, finding that the 1/1 double-hung window that was replaced was simply designed as an ordinary window types in terms of configuration and operation. Therefore, the work has not eliminated a significant architectural feature, that the presence of doors and a transom is typical condition found at bays featuring balconies within this historic district, that the design, dimensions, and configuration of the pier doors and transom is compatible with the design proportions and character of the earlier 20th century alteration at this masonry opening, and that the doors and transom feature simple design like the linear forms, a painted finish, a ratio of framing to glazing, and a slight recessed placement in relation to the facade, which is in keeping with the character of the historic fenestration pattern, helping the installation of to remain a discreet and harmonious presence at the building wall and streetscape.
I think that's it.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. Second, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? This application's approved.
Okay, Commissioners, the next item is an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, docket number 177050. This is 219 West 139th Street, located within the St. Nicholas Historic District. This is an Italian Renaissance-style row house designed by McKinley & White. The application is to demolish an existing associated garage and construct a new garage.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Mary Service, Preservation Department staff. 219 West 139th Street is located on the north side of 139th Street between 7th Avenue and Frederick Douglass Boulevard. This application is to demolish an existing deteriorated garage, which is minimally visible from 139th Street and from 7th Avenue and Frederick Douglass Boulevard, but only through these alleyways. And the applicant is here to discuss the proposal.
Good evening. We're actually putting up a new garage in the
Excuse me.
putting up a new garage in the back of this building here. The alleyways are basically, you enter through here or through there, and there is a, I would say, a pedestrian alleyway that occurs here. This is Striver's Row, actually, I'm Manhattan. And the historic objects are basically garages that are similar to what we're doing in the location. These arrows represent the locations that we took photographs from. So a photograph is numbered based on these locations. We took several across the street. This is 139th Street. And then this is the pedestrian alleyway, which is actually locked. It's not something that, people have access to. And then we took some photographs from the back over there. As you see, the garage is somewhat visible. We thought that having the garage built out of brick and matching the same pattern that exists now on the building would be a marked improvement to what's there right now. These are what the garages look like in that particular alley. This is the actual garage that we're replacing, and this is the existing garage as it looks now in plans. And this is the new garage. These are the garages that occur at those other locations that we pointed out to you. And this is what we're providing.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any questions? Are there any speakers on this item? Any speakers? Community Board 10 has no objections to the project, but they had a few suggestions. Of the proposed garage structure maintain the property lines that presently exist in the alleyway, which is within the property. Abatement of rodents is included in the construction plan, and full access and use of the alleyway by homeowners throughout the construction process.
What did they say about rodents?
Well, their concern is that the rodents, the abatement of rodents takes place during construction.
Sorry.
That abatement of rodents
Abatement of
rodents is included in the construction. So I think these are all sort of more building code issues about how you do your construction.
They're over 30 years old, we might have to protect them.
They should be protected then.
Right.
So I think it's just that they were concerned about during construction that you have access to the alley and take care of any impacts of construction.
I think there's no such thing as an appropriate rodent.
Certificate of appropriate rodents? I don't think so. Okay, thank you. Are there any questions for the applicant? Okay, we can close the hearing. All right, comments? I think it's a better garage.
I only hope that they can convince all their neighbors to build the same garage.
I was thinking that to have a nice model in these situations is great, and we've approved some other similar transformations of garages that were in poor condition and in alley kind of conditions.
And this is one of them.
Okay, great.
Yes. In the matter of 219 West 139th Street, the St. Nicholas Historic District, an Italian Renaissance-style row house designed by McKinley & White, applications to demolish an existing associated garage and construct a new garage. I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the St. Nicholas Historic District, and I recommend approval, finding that the existing garage is severely deteriorated and structurally unsound, and its removal will not result in the loss of any significant historic fabric. That the rear of the building has no significant architectural features which would be lost or damaged by the demolition of the existing garage and the construction of a new garage. That the new garage will only be seen from narrow vantage points mid-block on 139th Street and viewed through decorative iron gates and from mid-block on 7th Avenue and Frederick Douglass Boulevard, and only in the context of other garages in the alleyway. That the modest scale of the proposed garage will not overwhelm the building and will maintain the character of the building as a row house. That the proposed garage is in keeping with the depth and height of the other garages located within the alleyway on the block, that the design of the garage featuring new brick siding, camelback coping, and dark brown painted garage door with an arched decorative splayed brick lintel is in keeping with the materiality, color palette, and design of similar garages found elsewhere on the block and in the district, and that the proposed garage will not detract from the special architectural and historic character of the St. Nicholas Historic District.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? This application is approved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioners, this is an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, docket number 182318, 346 Broadway, the former New York Life Insurance Company building, in individual and interior landmark. This is a neo-Italian Renaissance style monumental skyscraper with neo-Italian Renaissance style interiors designed by Stephen D. Hatch and McKinney & White and built in 1894 to 98. The application is to amend certificate of appropriateness 168220 to alter the banking hall.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Carly Bond with Preservation Staff. 346 Broadway is an individual and interior landmark and a full block building found by Lafayette and Leonard Streets, Broadway, and Catherine Lane. This building was approved by the Commission in December 2014 to adapt the building for residential use, to construct a visible rooftop addition and bulkheads, replace windows, alter the facades, and relocate and alter interior finishes within the designated interior. And a reminder of what those spaces are, the designated interiors include a 2-level lobby space, the banking hall, a second-floor suite of offices, the 4th-floor President Suite of offices, this historic stair, and the clock tower rooms. The Commission approved the removal and relocation of the marble stair connecting the 1st and 2nd floor, right outside the banking hall, to another location off of the landmark site. The applicants have returned today with a proposal to amend approval to relocate that marble stair within the banking hall. And John Byer is here to discuss the proposal.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, you've got the background to where we were when we were speaking about this building and its unique characteristics of interior designated landmarks. And as Carly has said, we're talking about the stair that links today the 1st floor with the 2nd floor, which is a marble stair that we propose to locate from the 1st floor to the ground floor in the approved submission, which you may remember, as the entryway to a 2-story restaurant in the banquet hall. The reason why we have to do that, to remind you, even though we have your C of A, we have a building permit, but perhaps some of you would like to just hear about the idea of the complexity of the building relative to the number of interior designated landmarks. First of all, this building is an entire city block, and it has the need for 3 cores running through the building because 1 core wouldn't work, nor would 2. The 1 core that is the most complex relative to the designation is the one we're talking about, which is on the east side of the building facing Lafayette Street. And this designated area in purple and this one had to be changed, not in their designation, but in the finishes to move the spaces elsewhere. So just a little background, just so that you know, this is what the ground floor looks like today. The ground floor, as it was approved, with an entrance for the restaurant off of Lafayette Street, with the marble stair moved to this location. This is the existing 1st floor and proposed 1st floor, where we have the commercial space, which is now specifically a restaurant, 2 stories high, and the stair located to provide access. This is a photographs and plan sections and so forth of the stair we're talking about. This is the approved rendering and plan where we came in on the ground floor and up a stair to the upper floor. And this is the location of that in relationship to the 2 floors. Now, we have a proposal because the restaurant it's a sizable restaurant, and because the restaurant really needs 2 elevators. It's a big restaurant in terms of the number of people, but as importantly, it can't function if 1 elevator is down. So the 2 elevators are needed, and the 2 elevators make it impossible to keep the stair that we had in the location you approved. We're proposing to take the stair, which is located here, we're looking at the first floor, and move it 17 feet into the banquet hall, below the non-original mezzanine. Next. So this is the view of the banquet hall before the mezzanine was built. This is the stair we propose to move, which, when this photograph was taken, was extremely visible from the banquet hall, and part of the sort of the three-dimensional aspect of the banquet hall. Next. Today, and over the years, we have had significant change to the use of the banquet hall. The city took it over as office space. But that vault is still there. But what's hampered by this, and particularly by the mezzanine, is the reading of the original height of the 2-story space, cut in half by the mezzanine. Next. So what you're seeing, as we proposed it previously, you see the mezzanine. Because the mezzanine is there, we're keeping the mezzanine, it's useful. We had to add a stair to this side of the mezzanine because we needed 2 means of egress. There was only 1, and it wouldn't be illegal for just 1. And the mezzanine also kind of cut the entire large double-height windows in half. So the mezzanine actually reduced the impact of the 2-story volume of the space. Next. This is the rendering that we proposed and illustrated what was approved of the treatment of this as a restaurant. This location, which is where we're proposing to put the stair, was just a recess in the space. But you can see that mezzanine has a very significant horizontal feature in the space. So we propose to move the stair 17 feet from where it is to this location, connecting these 2 levels. Fortunately, we don't have to, as we did in the previous plan, remove 1 tread, because we're keeping the same exact height as we have today, 15 feet 5 inches, I believe. We would have had to 15 feet 10 inches. There you go. So we do not have to remove the tread. We do not have to alter the handrail. So we, not literally, but sort of symbolically, just sliding it 17 feet. Next. This is the elevation looking. This is a section through the mezzanine. This is the elevation that you will see a rendering of. So it fits, in our judgment, rather nicely into the space. One thing we have done is there are 2 cast iron columns, 1, 2, that fall in such a way that they impede the landing of the stairs, both on this side. So we propose to move the 2 cast iron columns a little bit, right and left, symmetrically located on the one of the 2 pilasters. It's currently located sort of ambiguously between them in a non-symmetrical way. Nothing seriously wrong with that, but we think we're making a good gesture so that the stair reads well in the space. Next. Back again to this photograph, because this is, to me, a compelling illustration of how important that stair was in those days. Next. And this is the proposal of the stair in that space. Same rendering, same position, same use rather, as we previously proposed, with the stair rather neatly, I think, fitting into the space that's there. And this is below up, showing it a little bit more closely. Fortunately, we have all the drawings done of moving the stair, but we have to place it into now this new location. So I think that concludes our presentation. Anything I've left out?
Yeah, Diana?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, between 13, which is the previously approved restoration shot, rendering, and then the one on 17, it appeared that there were other changes in addition to the cast iron column.
Oh, yeah, we put more tables in. We're more optimistic about the...
No, I meant windows,
That's the only difference.
doors, and other things, which...
Well, oh, these doors.
That's one thing.
Okay. I really should have explained that. What you saw previously was drawn on the basis of the original drawing.
Okay.
And what we determined with subsequent field investigation, which, as you know, always happens.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to do, walk through any changes.
Michael, do you want to screen this? This is Michael Leocotcha from our office.
It looked like a window change also, and I just wanted to see any changes that happened from...
Well, there isn't a change that had nothing to do with what we're proposing, but had to do with more research.
Right.
The
existing
condition?
is, you have basically a marble cased opening in the field.
Right.
With a plastered in wall infill with a 3-foot steel door within. So the original
it's 13
casing is, the opening is removed, and our new design base, it takes the dimension and the proportions of those door openings and opens it up.
And this one is...
So that one as well, both sides.
That's great.
Let's look at that rendering.
Which it didn't show in the first one, but does now, which is fine, that's fine.
Yeah, we had, we wanted to be more true to it because we knew that this was going to be a door to a kitchen and not be a planter line.
Right. And then did the windows change on the side, or is that just the rendering thing?
No, it's just different lighting.
Okay. And one other question, this, was this open and then closed, or no?
It needs to be closed because there is no passage through. So we basically fixed an error in the drawings.
Okay. I'm sorry, I just wanted to make
No,
sure
that's-
that,
that's
because I
okay.
could see some changes and wanted to make sure that they were...
Yeah, I can show you on the plan. This is where that would occur.
I have a question about, on page 18,
Thank you.
the slot seems short.
The
And
spot
shorter.
is exactly as
Is
it
it?
is today. Yes.
Because it seems on the existing that the opening continues to, all the way to where you get onto the stair.
It does not. So why don't we go to the photograph?
As a matter of fact.
The original.
That's an improvement over the previous plan because the entire stair is moved.
This is what...
So
you could see.
So there, and you see how short this is. Actually, this photograph isn't complete. It is cut off, but what you are seeing in the rendering, and we'll be happy to submit a photograph of what's there, side by side with the rendering, is exactly what's there today.
So the slot begins 5 or 6 steps in.
Way in. I would say in section, which is not shown here, it's probably way in here. Because don't forget, there's a doorway. It's at least this far in. So the slot is by no means the length of the stair.
Right, you could see where this sets back, and that would be this exact spot right here, so you could estimate that the opening occurs right here.
And so then the rail would stop? Because it wouldn't continue, or does it continue? So you have a double rail on the mezzanine? You have the mezzanine rail, and then you have the rail of the stair behind it?
Now, this means that the stair is much more intact
Than it was in
the previous proposal.
Yes. Right. Thank you.
Michael, you had a question?
Yeah, one thing that I noticed on the plan is that what you're doing is you're not only moving the stair, you're moving the wall under the stair and the arch, right?
Yeah, oh yes.
So that's all part of the move. And is that original material, or is that reconstructed stuff?
No. It's all original material. It has an arch. Let's look at the drawing. It's, which we did previously.
The rendering of, the new rendering.
We previously did it, and we're doing it again.
Where?
This entire thing.
That's all new?
This is existing.
Or that's all existing stuff that's being moved?
All existing.
Okay. So that archway is basically kind of an archway that goes to a door that goes to the...
It's a legal exit.
That's an exit sign. There's an exit there. Okay. Okay. All right, so that's, okay. That answers it. Thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions? Are there any speakers on this item? Any speakers?
Christopher Goff, I do have a question. Is this a public meeting item or a public hearing?
It's a public hearing item, and that's why...
It is, because often amended CVAs are not.
Right, I know. But we felt that this
I was
one-
asked to find out.
Yes. All right. Any other questions or speakers? Any other questions of the applicant? Okay, we can close the hearing. I think this is a very nice amendment that they've made. In fact, they're still keeping the staircase, which was designated, and it's at a location which it sort of has a poetic aspect to it because it's on axis from what it was previously, even though it was 17 feet away. And I think it really does enhance the space and is incorporated into the other designated space. How do you do that? Yes.
Well, the only slight sadness that I would express about it is that I understand that relocating the stair and the associated wall is a good thing, and that that's a landmark object, and therefore it's being treated with appropriate reverence. But in so doing, you are really kind of, in some way, exacerbating the problem that was identified in the presentation, which is that the balcony obscured the double-height nature of the space. And even though the stair itself is clearly a verticalizing gesture, it's blocking the pilasters and the decorative work that appears to be there in the plan, or at least it's shown in the plan as being there, and it's certainly there on the second floor. So the pilasters that start on the second floor somehow disappear behind that stair, whereas I would imagine in the earlier version they would have been visible. And that's kind of too bad. What?
Do you think that?
Do I think that?
Yeah.
I know that the stair is in front of them, and I know that the wall behind the stair obscures them, but I assume that they're there because they're shown in the plan, but I don't remember if the existing conditions photograph shows them explicitly because they're behind all that government junk.
Well, just to explain that, I think, you're raising a good point. Let's show the existing and then switch to the proposed.
So you got the pilasters to either side there that are full-height things that really are the crowning apex of that vista.
Right.
And the balcony stabs them with one knife, and the stair kind of covers it up.
Right, but yes.
It's a balance. You got to.
It's a balance, and I think that the mezzanine is doing that, and more so than the staircase. And I think the staircase.
Had that material, had the answer to the question been that the wall under the stair was a replicated thing instead of the real thing, I would have suggested that maybe the stair just be let float and you could see through it till the pilasters beyond, but it's not, and therefore I think it was the right choice. But it's kind of, it's the better choice of than where it is, but it is unfortunate that it does obscure it, I think.
Okay, any other comments?
Just one more comment.
Yes, what the heck?
I'm not sure, does the designation describe only the stair or the room, the room that the stair is in?
The whole room is...
The whole room, right. And I think that if there's a loss, it's that. I mean, I think that what you've done is appropriate, but there is this, what's especially special about what exists today is that there's this very beautifully designed, kind of, you can say overly designed stair in a small space. And what you get is that kind of Laurentian library kind of feeling of like this kind of compression, of getting to experience that kind of sculptural action in a small space. And so I think that that's what's deprived when it's put into this kind of big hall. We lose that quality, and I think that that is a loss, and it diminishes the kind of what was designated. But we get to have the stair and
right. And I think that issue was raised or was discussed last time because there was practical reasons why this staircase and that room had to be relocated in order for the entire sort of adaptive reuse to function. And so that's where now they have their core. So they relocated it, and the commission sort of recognized that that's the change that's going to take place. They relocated the corner, an entrance, and for the reasons now that they've said to us, they've relocated it again to an area which I think fits in better than what it was before. Okay, John, we can close the hearing, and John.
In the matter of docket number 18-2318, 346 Broadway, the former New York Life Insurance Company building, an individual and interior landmark. Application is to amend certificate of appropriateness 16-8220 to alter the banking hall. I note that the interior designation consists of a series of spaces from the ground through 14th floor into clock tower rooms. The designation report for the interior specifically attributes the design of the second floor executive office suite to Stephen D. Hatch and the fourth floor presidential suite in the banking hall to McKim, Mead, and White, credited specifically to Henry Bacon under the direction of William Rutherford Mead, and that the mezzanine level in the banking hall is a later addition. I recommend approval, finding that the marble stair connecting the first and second floors, though located outside of the banking hall adjacent to the second floor suite of offices, was historically visible through the two-story open arch at the eastern end of the banking hall and currently is separated from the banking hall by partitions. Therefore, the proposed relocation of the stair 9 feet to the eastern end of the banking hall is in keeping with the historic view corridor and is on axis with the historic location. That the marble stair, cast iron handrail, and marble wall paneling will be relocated intact and therefore will not result in a loss of historic fabric, and the proposed location will maintain the historic stair configuration. That the proposed location connecting the mezzanine and lower level of the banking hall maintains the outer edge of the mezzanine railing, and the proposed shifting of the decorative mezzanine support columns will not be a discernible change in the monumental interior. That although the marble of the stair is not as heavily veined as the other marble in the banking hall, there are a variety of materials and finishes in the banking hall, and therefore the proposed difference in material will not be readily apparent. That the proposed location will not detract from the monumentality of the space, will maintain the historic stair in a portion of the designated interior, and is supportive of the ongoing adaptive reuse of this interior landmark.
Second, all in favor? Any opposed? This application is approved.
Commissioner, so last item is an application for...
Can we just take a 3-minute break?
Sure.
Yep, okay, thanks.
Good idea. Okay, it's applications for a certificate of appropriateness, the Borough of Manhattan, docket number 18-1685. This is 95 Marginal Street, the Tin Building, located within the South Street Seaport Historic District. This is a neoclassical style market building designed by the Berlin Construction Company, built in 1907 and rebuilt with Wank Adams Slavin Associates in 1995. The application is to dismantle, relocate, reconstruct, and alter the building.
Building, for anyone that's not familiar with it, it's this building here, located in between FDR Drive and the new building here on Pier 17 that the commission approved. There's two important events to note. In 1995, there was a fire, and the building that you see here today contains very, very little historic fabric. And then also in 2012, Hurricane Sandy flooded a portion of the building. The proposal has several components that the applicants will go into great detail about, including disassembly due to building and foundation conditions, relocation further towards the water due to flood zone issues, and reconstruction, including restorative work and alterations to the building itself. Finally, there are changes to the previously approved site plan, including grade and hardscape changes. We have someone here from EDC who's going to
My name is Eileen Gorsuch. I'm here today on behalf of the New York City Economic Development Corporation to express our support for the Howard Hughes Corporation's proposal to rehabilitate the historic Tin Building. The Tin Building, located within the South Street Seaport Historic District, has been vacant since 2006. A recent engineer's assessment indicated that the piles supporting the structure have greatly deteriorated and are at risk of collapse. EDC is currently working with the State Historic Preservation Office to undertake emergency measures to ensure the immediate stability of the historic structure. The proposal you will see today will help secure the long-term stability and resilience of this significant seaport building. And I should mention here that the Tin Building has been an option in the developer's lease since 1981. The proposal includes the reconstruction of both the crumbling platform and the derelict Tin Building. Because the platform reconstruction will require dismantling the Tin Building, the building will be able to be rebuilt at a higher elevation, raising it above the 100-year flood elevation and thereby improving its resilience to the increasing threat of flooding due to climate change. Due to the Tin Building's proximity to the FDR Drive, the building will also be relocated 18 feet southeast of its current location in order to prevent conflict between the FDR Drive overhang and the Tin Building canopy. This distance will effectively open up views to the structure and will help return its waterfront prominence. Additionally, the proposal will instigate the use of the Tin Building as an active marketplace, reconnecting the structure and neighborhood to its past and helping the city achieve its goal to enhance the vitality and sense of place of the South Street Seaport Historic District. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Chris Curry. I'm with the Howard Hughes Corporation. Before I introduce Greg Pasquarelli, who will lead our consultants through the presentation to you, I just wanted to make a statement regarding process. Since we were here last October and received a certificate of appropriateness on our, get this up higher, thank you, on our Pier 17 minor modification request. We're back now for a certificate of appropriateness on the Tin Building because we're incorporating it into our minor modification request. This is through various conversations with Department of City Planning and with EDC. And I just wanted to make that statement because the importance of getting this done now is that we can include it with the minor modification, which will go to a City Planning Commission review session, hopefully in April. It gets referred back out to CB1, and then we'll go to CPC, City Planning Commission, for approval, hopefully in May. You'll see a picture here very shortly that Greg will show you. Our building is well under construction. We believe our top out on the steel will be done in about 2 weeks, and so this is very timely. We appreciate your attention to this very important project. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Greg Pasquale. I'm a partner at Shop Architects. And I'd like to just jump right into the presentation. We will go as quickly as we can, but please stop at any time if you have any questions. Just some refreshers on the site. I know we just looked at these pictures, but this is the tin building right here. This is the current condition of the site, so you could see the new Pier 17 building under construction, as Chris mentioned, getting very close to topping out the steel and moving along well with the pier construction and the building construction. This is the rendering of the approved Pier 17 building. And then just to refresh some people's memories, here's the Pier 17 building. There was the original head house, the link building, and the tin building. There was an access drive for freight deliveries that ran behind it and underneath the head house. And we came in several months ago to talk about the removal of the head house and the demo of the link building and the completion of the west facade of Pier 17, and for some hardscape alterations for the access drive. And then here you have the tin building itself. So what we're talking about today, though, is some further alterations to the hardscape design, and then to discuss the reconstructed tin building. So this is Elise Quaysbarth doing this part, and I'll be back. Yes.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Elise Quaysbarth from Higgins Quaysbarth. The tin building was constructed as the last of several fish markets on the waterfront. It's located adjacent to and under the FDR, which was constructed in the 1950s, and until recently, as Greg and Chris indicated, it was closed in on two sides by the construction of the 1980s Pier 17 building. So the FDR, this is an aerial view, the FDR is here, and the tin building is sitting right in here. Greg referred to the head house as original. I just want to make it clear that original means original to the 1980s Pier 17 building, and the link building came out from the head house and covered the south side of the tin building, so it's very difficult to perceive it or access it for the public. Relocating a historic building is not generally accepted practice in preservation philosophy, because usually the meaning of the artifact is in part derived from its context. This team has thought very carefully about the tin building and the appropriateness of dismantling and reconstructing it. We have some very specific, well-grounded reasons for the proposal. The first is the context. The context of a historic building is critical to understanding its meaning and its connection with its historical functions. But as you see here, the tin building was cut off from its original market context, facing both South Street and the East River. And we'll show you some photographs, both existing and historical, in a few moments. The authenticity of its location has been compromised, and the current proposal attempts to mitigate that. Second point is that the engineers have determined that the structural condition of the pier platform is beyond its useful life and must be replaced. They also illustrate that the cast iron structure of the tin building is too brittle to just move, thus necessitating the dismantling. And Mark Plasciati from DeSimone will discuss this in a minute. Three, the tin building suffered a devastating fire, and the integrity of the exterior fabric and the structure of the upper floors was destroyed. The current appearance of the tin building is based on historic appearance, but most of the material is not original, and Richard Piper will describe the architectural evolution of the building. And fourth, how the authenticity of design and materials can be regained. The intention will be to recreate the tin building, retaining the historic mechanical structure and using materials that better match the historic. program and code-driven alterations to the facade are limited, and we'll go through that as well. So we'll just walk through some of the existing conditions. The photo on the left shows the view down Beekman Street with the tin building kind of peeking up over the FDR, so you can't really perceive it as a building. It's something that appears to be floating above the ground. On the right-hand side is South Street. We're on the south side of the tin building, just west of the FDR, and right in here in the shadow is the tin building, which you can barely perceive. The view on the left on this side is the FDR tin building, showing how close it is to the FDR, and this section right here is the canopy, which is actually underneath the FDR. This building with the awning no longer exists, but it was the building from the 1980s that has just recently been taken down, but it illustrates how closed in the tin building was. This view is from the north. It shows a different angle on the canopy underneath the FDR and various sheds and things that were added to the building after the fire. This is on the north side, showing a fire stair that was added rather belatedly afterwards, and additional sheds. This is the back. On the right-hand side is the back of the building, formerly facing the water, but closed in by the Pier 17 building. And this structure was the 1950s refrigeration shed, which actually hides some of the original fabric. This is proposed to be removed so that we can work with the original design of the building when the project is moving forward. There are many historical images of the building. We have chosen a few to show you. This one is from 1937, from the south, showing South Street as almost a plaza in front of the building, and it served as the marketplace for the fish market at that time, and then this is looking out towards Pier 17. This is another view from the 1940s showing the same issue, but looking a little closer to Beekman. One of the things that's great about the historical images is that it shows things that we can't see today. So we have with Piper's diagnostics and the historical documentation, a really good recreation of the materials. This photo shows a clear story above the canopy, which no longer exists, but we will be able to use this documentation to recreate it. It also shows the sign band across the edge of the canopy, which illustrates in each bay each fishmonger who occupied the space that went from the water to the street. And this image is great because it really shows how the street was filled with carts and horses and boxes and barrels of fish. This is from 1907. This image is a close-up of the canopy, and all of these steel structure portions of the canopy will be retained because they are original. It's also a great view from the street into the building, which illustrates that historically there was a lot of permeability between the inside and the outside. When the market was open, there was nothing that closed it from the street, and there were later roll-down security gates. The proposal will allow for glazed roll-down gates so that the building can be used in all kinds of weather, but still allowing for that visual permeability. This photo also shows a step up from the street, which got you from the street up into the floor level of the pier, which is relevant to part of our proposal. This is, I think it's the only photo we have of an early photo of the tin building from the water. When it was constructed, the fish were actually delivered by boat and then moved in through the building. And then this portion here is indicated, and we still have some of this material behind the refrigeration sheds. There's a door and a window that represented, again, each of the bays for each of the fishmongers. The fish would come in from the water, make their way through the building, and then go out to be dispersed throughout the city. It's a really fantastic document that we have here. And Piper will show more of the existing condition details. This is what it looked like in 1981 before the Pier 17 building was constructed. So this was Pier 17, this was Pier 18, and the fish were brought in by water until trucks took over and everything was done by truck. Pier 17 and 18 were joined, and that's where the big Pier 17 building was constructed. What we have today, or well actually not today, but in 2012, was the image that we showed before with the tin building here and all this construction around it. So although its context has been compromised and its historic fabric has been tampered with, the tin building continues to have meaning as a survivor from past history of this place as an active fish market. Since the mid-20th century, preservationists have used the tools of restoration, recreation, preservation, and new development to protect and enhance the bricks and mortar of the upland seaport. However, the tin building was cut off from its historic environment, rather cast off and burned. Even so, it remains a touchstone to the historic water-based economy. This proposal can enhance the public access and appreciation of the building, and I think it's worth the effort. So I would like to hand this over now to Mark Chadi from DeSimone Engineering to talk about the engineering issues.
Good afternoon. My name is Mark Plashadi, DeSimone Consulting Engineers, structural engineer. The tin building consists of cast iron columns. The floor framing is made up of wood tongue grooves supported by a grid of steel beams and girders. The feasibility of moving the building in its entirety was considered, and there are numerous issues why it is simply infeasible. While there's certainly other buildings that have been moved, such as the one shown on the right here, that one benefited from, it actually had a place to be moved to. In the tin building's case, we're hemmed in on all sides by other structures. There's really no place to actually move it to. And this building on the right has a very robust masonry facade that acts as a lateral system that holds the building together, and it's on solid ground. The big issue with the tin building, and this is some pictures of the pier elements that are underneath there, the pilings, the grillage that's underneath there is badly deteriorated. There's other examples of the condition that's found under there. The other issue for the tin building is the nature of cast iron means it's very brittle. There's a high risk that in a moving scenario that it could crack and become badly damaged, or even worse. The other problem is that the tin building has a very flimsy facade system that doesn't provide a robust lateral system by any means. So again, it would be very risky to try to move something like this. So in our opinion, you have a much better chance of salvaging these elements by carefully dismantling and then rebuilding in a new scenario. Here's an example of that tongue and groove wood floor framing on the left, which again is very poor to create a floor diaphragm. With that, I'll hand it over to Piper.
Hi folks, commissioners, how are you today? My name is Richard Piper. I'm a partner at Jan Hurt Corney Associates, and our office is working on the exterior reconstruction of the tin building. I think some of you may remember this fire. I remember the day of the fire at the tin building. It was a pretty dramatic fire. that because the city was in the process of moving the fish market to Hunts Point, everyone assumes it was arson, but it was never solved. The damage done to the tin building at that time was fairly horrendous. As Victor stated, the roof, the third floor, and the pediments were completely destroyed. The windows were all blown off. There had been quite a few, as you can see for this rear facade view, there had been quite a few window changes already to the facade, but the windows that were there, the few remaining original windows were completely destroyed. And the roof steel and the third floor steel were largely destroyed and then were later demolished. So when the city reconstructed the building, what they basically did was to reconstruct it with a new roof at the level of the old third floor. So there's no third floor there now, and the new roof is on top of the second floor where the third floor was, and the walls are propped up above that. So those two horizontal members coming out of where the former roof was, and the walls of the third floor are now simply a false front, like a set from some Hollywood Western. And you can see the blind sheet metal covers over the windows on the third floor there. So when it was reconstructed, it was reconstructed with new siding everywhere on all four sides of the building, new corrugated siding, new pediments and new cornice, new casings and new windows on all facades. And the only parts that were remaining were the window casings on the street facade, on the front facade, and the pilasters on the front facade. That's all that's original in the exterior cladding. The cornice and the pediments were reconstructed with GFRP, glass fiber reinforced polymer, fiberglass. And you can see that even, at least for people that work in this all the time, it's fairly apparent that that's not sheet metal construction. And the city added utility sheds and fire stairs at that time as well. So what exactly is original and remaining on the structure? It's the pilasters, as I stated, and the window enframelents of the South Street facade, the canopy trusses and the canopy columns of the street facade. And then in the rear of the building, enclosed within the refrigerator additions, small and tantalizing fragments of original construction, the only original siding remaining on the building. So, as you can imagine, we did a little head scratching when we started this project, trying to figure out what constituted authenticity for a building like this that had lost so much fabric and that was also going to be disassembled and reconstructed. And one of the things we decided certainly was that authenticity of materials was very important, and that all reconstruction should be done with sheet metal. This was, after all, the tin building, not the GFRP building. So as it stands now, all the reconstruction that's planned is to be done in sheet metal with traditional methods. The other thing that we thought was important here was that authenticity of form, to the extent that the program could accept it, authenticity of form should be reinstated. And the part of the building where this is most dramatic is the rear of the building that's now enclosed within those refrigerator additions. And in this pre-1950 photograph, what you see is the row of doors and the row of windows that defined each leasehold, each fishmonger's leasehold in the building. They essentially had a little east-west strip through the building. And so even though these have been completely obscured for the past 65 years, we felt that it was important to reinstate some portion of that fenestration so that the building could begin to speak about its earlier form. Those are now within the refrigerator addition, and we did, for a short period of time until we got on site, hold some wish that we might be able to reuse portions of that fabric. They're behind these cinder block refrigerator additions, and unfortunately they look like this. There's very little intent. There's enough there for information. There's enough there to guide the reconstruction. As it turns out, The original corrugated siding was a very rare amplitude and frequency corrugation that is still available, but it's quite a bit shallower than what you see on the outside of the building now. But we have all the information we need here, but we can't reuse it. That's how much remains, all the original exterior cladding on the building. And we had hoped originally that we would also be able to reuse the pilasters, leave those in place, and reuse the front window enfraiments. And we did some probes as well of the front to see whether in fact clerestory windows might be remaining behind the cladding, the corrugated cladding. But we found none. And we'll be doing a little more investigation, but I don't believe that we'll be able to redesign the clerestory windows, but we won't be able to reuse any. Unfortunately, the window enfraiments and the pilasters are in very, very poor condition. And if we were doing nothing else to this building except an exterior restoration, I would still replace this cladding. I would replace it in kind with sheet metal, but I would replace it. The pilasters as well. We looked as well thinking that perhaps we would find some original siding in other portions of the building. There is siding underneath the existing siding, but it's not original. It's not the same as the stuff in the rear. It's a later replacement. So the building has had several iterations of exterior cladding. So what exactly is going to be reused then? Well, the canopy trusses, the canopy columns, although some of them will not be able to be reused because they'll be broken within those concrete bases and will have to be replicated in ductile cast iron. The steel that stretches between the columns at the top of this first line of columns, steel and diagonal braces that go back to the next row of columns, which define the front facade of the building, and then half of those columns inside on that first row, the other half to be replaced with replicas of steel so that they can support new floor framing and give lateral stability to the building, and then selected columns on the inside of the building. The front grills, several people have stated, have been replaced several times. You'll see several iterations in the historic photographs, and those are to be replaced with a new roll-down system, very similar or evocative of the original, that Greg will talk more about in a moment.
So I'd like to walk you through the design as we currently have it. So obviously here's the image of the building with the sort of large plaza of South Street in front of it. This is what it looked like after Sandy. And so obviously there's a big issue with the floodplain and where the building will be located. As some of you may or may not remember, the Pier 17 building, even though it was built in the 1980s, actually elevated 5 feet above the pier in order to help protect it from flooding. And there were always a series of stairs and ramps around that entire building, which you can see here, that got you up. So this was sort of where the existing Pier 17 building was. You could see it 5 feet above. The new 100-year floodplain is even higher than that. I think it's 12 feet above South Street. And this is where you see the tin building as it currently sat, with the refrigeration shed in the back and the canopy here underneath the drive. And this was the head house that now has been demolished and removed. So the new access drive, as been approved, comes through here, and you see that we've got a problem because not only do we have to deal with the grade change, but also with the tin building well inside the floodplain zone. So the problem is, if you lift it up exactly in its place, it crashes into the bottom of the FDR drive. And obviously, that doesn't work, not only for sort of establishing its context, its historical context, but just physically doesn't work. And since the refrigeration sheds are these CMU block boxes from the 1950s, and they obscure so much of the original fabric, the idea was to remove those sheds, and when we rebuild the building, to put it right on that same footprint, but being able to slide it back, which accomplishes two things. It allows us to lift it up out of the floodplain, but it also sort of helps the ability to see the building as a whole in the front, and also makes it more clear on the esplanade that you can go through this whole district, which right now is really blocked by the tin building. So again, just seeing the side-by-side comparison, this is where the shed is. When we reconstruct the tin building, we'd like to slide it right back as far as we can. This is the division of the lots and the piers, and so it's as far as you could pull it back. And those original lots and piers, even though they're going to be reconstructed, still have some of the quirkiness of the layouts themselves. So this is that sort of blocked view coming up the Esplanade, and what it will look like after the reconstruction, where the Esplanade will go right through. It makes a stronger visual connection both to the bridge and to between Community Board 1 and Community Board 3, and then the restored building as it would sit. We've got ways of dealing with the grade change with the access drive, and then here you see the approved front of the Pier 17 building. Lots of seating, and then we'll talk about the materials in a moment. So this is looking from the back. Here is the head house from the Pier 17 building. Here you see the refrigeration sheds. This is what it currently looks like, and when it's done, what it will look like with all the restored elements. There will be some new doors. We do have to put a loading dock into the building, so we've worked on putting a loading dock in the fenestration, in the same rhythm as the fenestration, and using kind of pier doors that match what we're going to propose on the front. But we thought it was very important that you still had that through circulation. That was originally the way the building operated. So here are the pedestrian access points right through the market building itself, the freight entrance over here, and then like in the original context, a hardscape plaza. And we're proposing bollards around for the access drive, so it really feels very open and smooth and clear for pedestrians, and for freight and servicing. There's the ability to get around the building and to service Pier 17 as well. So this is kind of the historical facade. This is the current condition that it's in. Here you see the current condition, and then you see the restored condition. And so the idea here, we'll show some details, is we need to be able to close down the building for security purposes, but we are doing a roll-down door that has glass in it so that it still has that open feeling, and on warm days you could open the whole building up the way it was historically. Here you can see a detail of that using the original historical fabric as much as possible, as Piper explained, and then these doors, roll-up doors, can come up and sit in the ceiling so that it really is open all the way through. And you can see here some of the details of what we're reusing and how those doors integrate with the historic fabric sort of as cleanly as possible. Again, this is the sort of historical facade of the east elevation. Here you see its current condition with the refrigerator shed, and then what we're proposing to put back and to rebuild. And then these are the canopy pieces for the two pedestrian exits right here and right at this moment here, where it's a kind of smaller version that covers you from the rain right when you come in off of the plaza. And this is a detail of the loading dock as it sits inside the same fenestration pattern. And then this is, again, historical side facades. This is all these stairs and sheds that were attached, all the windows closed up, so the current condition, and then really how we're trying to get it back as much as possible to the original historic condition. We need some ramps for handicap accessibility, and there will be some steps proposed in front of the building. There were always steps, but now because the building is up higher, it's a few more. But we think it really sort of sets the building up in a very nice way in front. It becomes a place that people will sit, and will activate the whole area along the Esplanade in front of the building. This is the other facade, and again from these sheds to the steps and the front element. This is just some of the details of the rails that we need to put in for code reasons. We want to make this, again, all concrete pavers, so it's really that same hardscape, and then you have a sort of exterior area in front of the building, and then the interior area behind that glass roll-up door. As Piper also brought up, the columns were an important part of the building. They're cast iron, they don't work for lateral stability, but they do, the rhythm of them, I think, is really kind of an important part of the very front when you look at the building through that, through the canopy. And so the idea here is to maintain them in the front where you really see them when you're out in the public space, maintain a few of them as we go in, but you can see some of them will be new steel columns which will match the cast iron, and then other ones will be salvaged cast iron columns and replaced, so that you'll still have that feeling through the facade, but it allows us to have new use and life as a marketplace on the interior of the building. We did some bulkhead and mechanical studies, so here you can see the basic roof plan. We've got a 9-foot mechanical screen. The idea is to set it back from the parapets as much as we can. This is a preliminary layout of where we think that they would be on the roof that will now be built that doesn't currently exist. So you would see these two elements with the sort of screening. And, you know, we're not trying to get super close to this, but this is kind of the main place where you see the building from as you're coming up the esplanade. You do not see them. If you were, you know, hundreds and hundreds of yards back, I think it will peek up a little bit over that parapet, but it's pretty far set back and they're not very tall. This is from the other dimension, and again, where you would see it on the plaza, at this point your back is basically to the edge of the pier, so you can't get back any farther than this, and they are not visible from the immediate context. You will be able to see them from the Brooklyn Bridge, for example, and other places. You can see them right up here. And looking again as you're coming past Pier 17 along the pier. Signage, we're not proposing what the signage would be, but we're proposing some areas where the signage could be. We think it should be a kind of painted sign on the corrugation, potentially a couple of small signs that come off the side, and then the original front edge of the canopy had the signage of each one of the fishmongers on it. We'd like to bring that back, so you get a sense, and on the sign, on the sides as well, just to have an area on each side with some painted signage. This is the sort of idea of that little side piece that comes out, so that when you're coming down Beekman or Fulton, it gives you a little clue that there's a market on that side as you come across South Street. The lighting on the building is, we have a couple of parapet lights around the edge, and there are 2 light poles that help illuminate as you come around on the plaza and the access drive. The parapet lights are just these few little elements that will cast the soft light down the corrugation and around this element, and then everything else will be lit from inside. So here you can see the esplanade comes up for handicapped accessibility right into the market, and then the steps are kind of at each side. Here you see the signage at this point and the painted one in the middle. There's the, you know, an idea of what could be that little side sign and the side painting there. And finally, the hardscape. Again, as we said, it was always this sort of paver material in a big open plaza. There were always trucks on this pier, there was always storage, it was always a very active place of community coming together, transportation, goods, and movement. This is what was approved the last time that we came here with the minor mod to Pier 17, so it was a kind of sidewalk material and a more of a road material that went to a kind of a dead end that got you to the loading docks here. And we've been working very much with EDC and DCP and with staff here about a kind of just single paver element all the way across, so it's more like the original design, really kind of unifies it as a single plane or material, and then has the bollards to work for the access drive as it comes around. These are some sections through that where we have to deal with some of the height change down to the water and the pier. We have some built-in steps which act as sort of amphitheater seating where it transitions from the stone plaza to the wood decking. And then as you come up to the stairs. There's a couple places where this is at the highest point on the esplanade where it goes right into the tin building, but we're proposing even some more sort of amphitheater seating down here to really activate the front. You've got another portion of the esplanade that's a little bit lower, the sidewalk along South Street, the bike lane coming through the middle, and then the lay-by lane for drop-offs here and South Street. So again, these were some of our precedents that we look at on many of our travels, and this is really the kind of idea and materiality of feeling which we think is appropriate for the South Street Seaport District. And this is the one place where you see the esplanade hex paver pattern continuing through, and then our paver pattern as it comes through here with the bollards designating the access drive. So there are some of the grading issues which I was talking about. Here you can see where the esplanade comes up and allows direct accessibility right into the marketplace, but there's also along South Street, it stays flat, and then this is some of the amphitheater seating in between. This is the view down Beekman, so you'll be able to see right through to the water, you'll be able to see the marketplace. And then this is a last view sort of looking under the FDR Drive to the south. As you know, with our Fulton Market building, we're putting retail instead of the loading docks on this side, so now you have a kind of real, vibrant, two-sided retail street with lots of public space and the bike accessibility. And the proposal as a whole. Thank you very much.
Thank you to the entire team for a very thorough presentation. Are there questions for the applicant? Yes,
Just a quick question. Other than lifting the building to the new flood line, how do you think this building will withstand another Sandy? I mean, are there new things that you're doing here that might improve its resilience?
Besides the floodplain issues. I mean, I think there's that, and there's getting the mechanical systems out of the ground floor. You know, on some of the pavilions that we've done along the East River, we've gotten ability for the doors to handle sort of flood issues, but just the fact of getting it up is really the majority of what's going to happen.
I just want to add one thing. During Sandy, the Pier 17 building really didn't get flooded. There was some water maybe lapping up to the top step and maybe on the ground floor. This is actually another foot taller. So this, if the same event happened, there would be no water in the tin building.
Okay, any other questions? All right, why don't we take testimony? We may have additional questions. We have Basha Gerhard from the Borough President's Office.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm actually here to speak on behalf of the Borough President and Councilmember Margaret Chin. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today in regard to the application by the Howard Hughes Corporation to dismantle, relocate, reconstruct, and alter the neoclassical style market building known as the Tin Building within the National, State, and City Seaport Historic District. We appreciate that we are considering this application independent of other changes presented to the Community Board over the past few years, including a proposed new building on Pier 16, amendments to the previously approved Pier 17 application, an idea for the John Street lot, and modifications to Skirmerhorn Row. We also appreciate that the LPC and the applicant considered the request we made in the letter of February 5th, 2015, that the LPC separately consider the Pier 17 related items first, since the other items in the original application related to a uniform land use reform process application that had not yet been scoped, submitted, or certified. That application was the subject of a hearing in August 2015. We have several points to make about the 10 building application. Normally, we would not recommend moving a historic structure, but given the resiliency challenges, including insurance, this neighborhood faces, and the fact that moving the structure would allow new views to the street of ships, a shift makes sense. A full restoration of this contributing structure is also preferred to the alternative of leaving it unused and unmaintained, which would accelerate its deterioration. Any restoration to the Tin Building must celebrate and embrace its vibrant market history and status in the community, and that history should be visually apparent both outside and within. As the applicant indicated in its commitments in Europe to the council member and reiterated as recently as October 13, 2015, this building will again be a market. We understand that the LPC does not opine on building use, but we are recommending that reconstruction retain the tin building's historic fabric, specifically its columns. In addition, we ask that the LPC pay close attention to the nature and design of proposed signage, ensuring that it does not overwhelm or compromise the careful restoration of the columns and fenestration pattern, and to material choice in the reconstruction. The certificate of appropriateness is, of course, part of a much larger dialogue about the redevelopment of the Seaport area that will not be settled today. We look forward to ongoing conversations with the Commission and City Planning regarding these matters. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Tara Kelly.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Tara Kelly with the Municipal Art Society. The Municipal Art Society has had a long engagement with the Seaport, dating back as far back as the creation of the Seaport Museum in 1967. Since that time, we've testified on every land use action in the district, from the designation of Scrum-Horn Row at the Board of Estimate in 1968 to the most recent redevelopment of Pier 17. For nearly 50 years, we've been dedicated to the preservation of the authentic maritime character of New York City's first financial district. In 1838, the Fulton Fish Market opened in a simple wooden structure fronting South Street. The rear shed was built on pilings over the river so that cargo could be unloaded directly from ship to shore. In all, 4 different fish market buildings have called this same stretch of the East River home. The original shed was replaced in 1848 and then again in 1868. By 1907, the construction of the tin building, modeled on the earlier wooden structure, was completed where it stands today. In 1910, a new wing of the market was built northeast of the tin building on Pier 18, but this addition only lasted till 1936, when it collapsed into the East River and was then replaced with the new market building in 1939. Together, the tin and new market buildings are the last vestiges of the Fulton Fish Market, a cherished institution and an important commercial hub at South Street Seaport. And so we oppose the relocation of the 1907 tin building on several grounds. First, the proposed relocation of the tin building would serve only to permit the pier reconstruction necessary for the redevelopment plan outlined in the preliminary draft scope of work for the environmental assessment statement for the South Street Seaport mixed-use project dated August 2015. As expressly stated in the DSOW project description, quote, "The existing tin building on the platform pier adjacent to Pier 17 would be temporarily dismantled to accommodate the rebuilding of the platform pier. The building would be restored upon completion of the pier work and sited slightly further away from South Street and the FDR Drive." Second, in terms of generally accepted preservation policy, a historic building should be moved from its original location only as a means of last resort when there is no other way to save the building. The argument that the tin building must be moved in order to comply with new flood regulations, as stated by Howard Hughes to our Preservation Committee, is patently false. Appendix G of the New York City Construction Code for flood-resistant construction requires that, in the flood zone, new buildings and buildings undergoing substantial improvements must comply with requirements for flood proofing based on the building type and design flood elevation. Appendix G does not require the relocation of existing buildings in the flood zone. Furthermore, when the tin building was originally constructed, it was expected to take on water at high tide or a flood event. For a contemporary example, one need only look across the river to St. Anne's Warehouse to find a historic building that was been newly designed to withstand flooding in an effort toward increased resiliency. The tin building does not need to be raised out of the floodplain, period. Third, the Landmarks Preservation Commission has allowed the relocation of designated structures in only rare instances because of the severe impact of this type of preservation intervention. In addition, we are unaware of any circumstance in which a building contributing to a historic district has been moved. The threshold for permitting the relocation for a designated structure should be set high. An approval for the relocation of the tin building would set a terrible precedent, potentially encouraging a rash of inappropriate and unwarranted relocations of historic structures.
I'm sorry, your time is up. So if you've got written testimony, you can submit it. Thank you. Alex Herrera?
Good afternoon, everyone. Alex Herrera from the New York Landmarks Conservancy. This is a complicated project involving a rather simple market building that is crucially important to the history of the South Street Seaport. The tin building is one of the key surviving links, that is, I would say, the Seaport Museum, that connect the Seaport with its historic maritime commercial legacy. The program calls for the complete dismantling and reconstruction of the tin building, the salvage of some, but not all, historic components, and the recladding of the facades with metal siding that will reproduce the material, detail, and appearance of the original. The recreation of the facades will be based on photographic and physical evidence. The Conservancy does not usually endorse this sort of relocation and reconstruction of historic assets. However, we are making an exception in this case because we believe that the relocation will help the building survive the next major flood and will also allow it to be less in the shadow of the FDR Drive and thus more visible to the public. What is being preserved here is an idea, the memory of how the fish market once served the area and gave it its distinctive character. In a way, it is a miracle that the tin building has survived at all, and this intervention, I think, will bring it back to life in the eyes and minds of visitors. The accurate restoration of the exterior is crucial to the success of the project, and the Commission should keep a close eye on that. The Conservancy believes that more of the salvageable historic components of the building, especially the columns, should be saved and reused. The presence of the columns would not impede the function of a modern market and would in fact make the space more attractive and distinctive. All the surviving cast iron columns should be incorporated in the new building. We therefore support the proposal with the proviso that more of the internal columns are kept and that the details of the reconstruction are as in keeping with the original as promised by the developer. If the historic building is restored as promised, it will be by far the most interesting structure on the pier. Done properly, it can preserve, at least symbolically, the maritime commercial history of the South Street Seaport. Thank you.
Thank you. Michelle Sulahan.
Good afternoon. Michelle Sulahan from the Real Estate Board of New York. Real Estate Board of New York is a Broadway-based trade association of over 17,000 owners, developers, brokers, managers, and real estate professionals active throughout New York City. We strongly support the preservation and reconstruction plan for the tin building by the Howard Hughes Corporation. Currently, the Seaport is in the midst of an infrastructure emergency as the tin building and the wooden platform it sits on is crumbling. With strong support from the local community board, HHC will rectify this situation by investing millions of private dollars to rebuild the pier platform, renovate the tin building, and move it out of the floodplain. Once the building has been delicately dismantled, it will be raised up out of the 100-year floodplain to meet FEMA guidelines and ensure future resiliency. The building will also be rebuilt 30 feet back to open up the views of its historic facade and reconnect the building to the street with its entryway no longer buried beneath the FDR. With the building lifted out of the floodplain and back from the FDR, the tin building will regain its visibility and the historic facade will be revised to its original appearance. The pier will attract foot traffic where visitors can take advantage of the improved esplanade, a new view corridor to the Brooklyn and Manhattan bridges, and enhanced accessibility and openness in the historic neighborhood. With this major investment, this relic will no longer be an eyesore or a public safety concern for the neighborhood. In addition, HHC will be enhancing access to the Seaport District by extending Beekman and Fulton Streets onto the pier. Integrating the waterfront into the neighborhood fabric will bring more open space and amenities offered in Pier 17 to those arriving on foot, by car, or bicycle. Once completed, the pedestrian and vehicular pathways into Pier 17 will create another integral link between the Seaport and the rest of the city. Restoring the historic tin building will be a key step in reestablishing the South Street Seaport. Howard Hughes Corporation has set forth a plan that would strengthen the lively Lower Manhattan community and restore the Seaport as a premier destination for locals and visitors. We strongly urge the Landmarks Preservation Commission to approve the plan so that necessary infrastructure upgrades can be done to preserve our historic Seaport. Thanks.
Thank you. Barbara Zay.
Barbara Zay of the Historic Districts Council. While HDC finds this proposal to be sensitive overall and appreciates the care being taken to honor the tin building, we question the applicant's strategy of presenting a segmented plan for a much larger scheme in the South Street Seaport. We urge the Commission to be vigilant in considering the broader goals of this project and their impact on the Historic District. Thank you.
Thank you. Joshua Natchowitz.
Good afternoon. My name is Josh Mackwitz, and I'm Assistant Vice President for Economic Development at the Alliance for Downtown New York, the business improvement district for Lower Manhattan south of Chambers Street. The Downtown Alliance works to make Lower Manhattan a vibrant community to live and work in for New Yorkers and visitors alike. While the Tin Building and the Seaport District are not within the boundaries of our bid, we recognize the importance of the Seaport to the entire city. We look forward to seeing the entire Seaport District developed in a manner that respects the historic nature of the district while providing much-needed space for vibrant and attractive new retail, entertainment, and dining venues. Rebuilding and restoring the Tin Building is an important component of these efforts. The historic Tin Building, as well as the wooden platform that supports it, are deteriorating rapidly. Furthermore, the building's current location, abutting the elevated FDR Drive, obscures the facade of the historic structure and makes elevating the building out of the 100-year floodplain impossible. Howard Hughes Corporation's proposal to move the Tin Building 30 feet to the east and elevate the structure would protect this important building from flooding and allow the public, for the first time in many decades, to appreciate the structure's historic South Street facade. Fully restoring the building and activating it with a market use that pays tribute to the Seaport's long history as a center for commerce and trade is consistent with the goal of creating a vibrant and welcoming Seaport District. The Tin Building is, of course, only one component of the work necessary to appropriately revitalize the Seaport District. It's critical to save the piers, invest in the Seaport Museum, enhance the East River Esplanade, and create better and more welcoming access to the waterfront. Supporting HHC's pending application to restore the Tin Building will bring us closer to achieving that vision. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris Sparazza?
Good afternoon. My name is Christopher Sparazza, and I'm testifying on behalf of the Association for a Better New York. ABNY is a 45-year-old civic organization that promotes effective cooperation of public and private sectors to improve the quality of life for all of New Yorkers, and is in support of the Howard Hughes Corporation's preservation and reconstruction of the Tin Building. ABNY and our membership are very excited to see the revitalization efforts being made around the Seaport, and the restoration of the Tin Building signals an important step forward in ensuring the construction of the continuation of the Seaport as one of New York's premier destinations. HHC is undertaking this project as resolving infrastructure crisis at the waterfront while at the same time ensuring future resiliency against potential natural disasters. HHC's plans would be beneficial to Lower Manhattan for many reasons. The building, which directly abuts FDR Highway, will be reconstructed 30 feet back to open up the views of the historic facade. Today, the building is isolated from its historical connections to the street, with its entryway and awning obscured beneath the FDR, and without major investment. This relic will continue to blight the neighborhood and endanger public safety. In addition, HHC's plan to raise the Tin Building out of the floodplain and away from FDR will bring increased foot traffic to the piers, create an improved esplanade that is open to the sky, provide new view corridor to the Brooklyn and Manhattan bridges, and enhance accessibility to the historic neighborhood. Celebrating the Seaport's history as an important center for commerce and trade, a year-round fresh food market by Jean Georges will open in the restored landmark. All this will be done with private funding. In addition, HHC's proposition to demolish the head house and link building will provide enhanced access to the Seaport by opening up the southern and eastern facades of the historic Tin Building, and would create another important pedestrian and vehicular pathway into Pier 17. We applaud the thoughtful vision and comprehensive commitment that HHC has brought to this redevelopment plan for the investment in our city's Seaport. This project presents an amazing opportunity for all New York City residents to enjoy the Seaport and the Tin Building to act as a community anchor in Lower Manhattan. Thank you for this opportunity to testify today.
Thank you. The next speaker is Joanne Gorman.
Hello, my name is Joanne Gorman, and I'm with Friends of South Street Seaport. Friends of South Street Seaport wrote a letter to Landmarks Chair Srinivasan dated March 9th regarding the tin proposal currently before the Commission. It addressed many issues, one of which was the ramifications regarding a much-denied Howard Hughes Corp. mixed-use project, which has direct bearing on the proposal before you today. Today, I want to speak to why we are even here, commenting on a tin site as if it alone can fully represent a special piece of our waterfront history. The Seaport Historic District, in its physical manifestations, is a microcosm of the city that grew from here. There are residences and commercial buildings that have direct links back to time to people who lived and worked in the area. And there are two structures that embody the history and spirit of the working class who labored along the water's edge until 2005. The two sites, the Tin and New Market, are the only remaining components of the original Fulton Fish Market, united by a common setting, purpose, and labor. The buildings differ in their exteriors. The oldest has a fancy facade, making it a draw for those excited by architectural detail. The other is strictly utilitarian. But in their interior open spaces and column stalls, which were defined by common activities and shared workforce, there is a synergy that creates a real sense of what the fish market was like. It is their combined presence that has real impact in telling the story of the working waterfront and of the fishmongers who made their living here. Along the way to recent development plans, the city severed the connection between the Tin and Newmarket buildings by an arbitrary city district line, a line not part of the federal and state boundaries. The city viewed the market buildings, tied often to a messy history, as blight on waterfront planning, and after the 2005 move of the fish market to the Bronx, allowed both structures to fall into disrepair. One, however, got the benefit and protection of landmark status, which gets us to where we are now. Because of the lack of competitive bidding and a view that often sees preservation and economic return as conflicting aims, we are presented today with only one vision for our very special seaport, directed not by preservation or the public's interest, but by a development's focus on monetary return. We're faced with present and future misguided development that would destroy all reference to the rough-hewn feel of the old fish market. And without the new market building to share its gritty history, the Tin is fast on its way to becoming just another appendage of a modern mall, devoid of all true sense of place along its historic partner. It's a strange bit of irony that the Howard Hughes Corp. In August 2015 mixed-use project filings maintains the link between these two sites, albeit all for the wrong reasons. It's long overdue for the city's historic seaport boundary to be aligned with the common federal and state boundary, and it's long overdue for the federally recognized Newmarket building to be given the recognition that it deserves alongside the Tin building for the place it holds in the history of the working class. I ask you to deny the carved-out Tin proposal now before you. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Maureen Coates.
Good afternoon. It's very nice to be here with you today. I, too, am with Friends of the South Street Seaport, and I speak to you today also as the former Acting Assistant Secretary of the United States Air Force, where I was in charge of the global real estate portfolio, and among my jobs was Natural Resource Trustee and Historic Preservation Officer. So I come to you with a true appreciation for the importance of historic preservation. It's very hard to follow the comments that came before. We would like to make sure that all of the commission members received a copy of the letter that we provided to the chairman, and we will, of course, leave a copy of that with you for the record. I also submit for the record today correspondence between the Friends of South Street Seaport to the Army Corps of Engineers and the response we received from the Army Corps of Engineers. An important component of that letter was that there is a straight statement from that body that the permits that would be required to do what is before you today, and which have been sadly not mentioned in any way, shape, or form, would require a full public interest review under federal regulations. Now, that's a lovely picture, and we do not object in any way, shape, or form to that result if we can reach it. What we object to is that that building also has in-water structure. It was labeled as such with the presentation you got. And you have not received one scintilla of information today as to exactly how that in-water structure is going to be reconstructed. As the historic experts themselves pointed out to you, that building is pier-locked. It's landlocked. It's closed off on all sides. You haven't been told anything about how they would stage the construction of the in-water structure portion of the building. You haven't received a word of that. You are not in possession today of enough information, we do not believe, to make a fair and honest evaluation of the efficacy of that project unless and until you are given a full understanding of how the construction will be staged. Are we going to close the Esplanade and stage it from South Street? Are we going to go back and undo all the new reconstruction where the Link building used to be to Pier 17? Or are we really talking about a backdoor way to take down the Newmarket building? Now, this group will tell you that when they filed 400 pages of environmental impact statement documents in August of 2015 that clearly stated they fully intended, because they were filed as a milestone in a letter of intent, they fully intended to build a 10-story hotel on the Newmarket site, still, as of less than 6 months ago. One has to ask oneself the question, this is a lovely, lovely vision of sugar plums to dance in all of our heads. But how are you going to move that building and take that pier apart and reconstruct that pier the way you're saying you're going to without touching a hair on the chinny-chin-chins of all the other buildings that are around this? Unless you have some indication, I understand. They had over an hour.
I understand that, but each speaker is given 3 minutes.
Yes, I understand, but I think we're good. We haven't used up an hour yet between us.
I'm sorry, you can conclude in 1 minute.
Yes, I can. There is no way to decide to give a certificate of appropriateness to move, to dismantle, take away, put in a warehouse. We don't know where. We haven't heard a word about where these components are going to be, how they're going to be taken care of, how they're going to be bonded, how they're going to be managed. We haven't heard a word about that. We haven't heard a word about how this construction is going to take place. And we haven't heard a word about how they're going to make sure that the other historic building in the area, the Newmarket building, is going to be preserved. You haven't heard that today because they're not going to. This is a real estate contrivance of the first order. It's borderline chicanery, it's nearly fraud, and this august body should not be made a party to.
Thank you, you're 10 minutes up, thank you. Are there any other speakers on this item? Okay, all right, would the team like to respond to some of the comments that were made? Yes, does any of the team members want to respond to any of the comments that were made? If you'd like to respond, and yes, you have some questions?
Specifically about the in-water piers, that I want a better understanding of that.
The response about the structure, the individual structures on the waterfront include the Pier 17 structure, which is built. The platform that the tin building sits on is an independent structure from the Newmarket platform the Newmarket building sits on. So it's going to be, our approach to building this will be to deconstruct the tin building and rebuild the platform that the tin building sits on. We'll get all the appropriate approvals that are necessary to do such a thing. We just did it on Pier 17. We'll do it again with the tin building. We'll get all the permits that are required from the various agencies that have jurisdiction. We'll ultimately get a building permit from DOB or SBS, whoever is the appropriate agency at that time, Small Business Services, for people that don't know the acronym SBS, and DOB is Department of Buildings, and we'll get all the various approvals. It will be a very expensive undertaking by us because it is a landlocked platform, but there are cranes that can make that reach, and we're working with our consultants to figure out how to do the reconstruction of this building. We don't have it all figured out yet, but we will do it.
Okay. All right. Do we have any other questions for members of the team? Okay, then I think we can close the hearing. All right, we can move to comments. I do have a few general comments. I think, when I look at this proposal, I think it's hard to say that this proposal is not appropriate. I think there's a real problem here in terms of the deterioration of the piers as well as the tin building itself. It's been sitting vacant for years, and it is continually assaulted every time you have these issues of potential floods. So I think that there are practical issues that require this building to be dismantled and reassembled, but I think there's no other way out of that. And I think, in the end, I think preservation the preservation goals will be achieved. I think the restoration and reconstruction of the building at a better location is a very positive thing. It has safer and modern standards. It is utilizing, to the extent possible, the existing fabric. I think there's a recognition that much of the fabric has gone, and those limited pieces they are trying to incorporate into the reconstruction of this building. I think the intent and the objective is, in fact, to be a restoration of the project and go back to what it was historically. And I think they can work with our staff in the details of that as well. I know there were some comments that were made about whether the tin building should be elevated. It doesn't have to be elevated. There have been very, very specific instances where you can waive the building code, and you have to go to the BSAs, and sometimes they're in landmarked areas. But sometimes it's for smaller buildings, for example, pavilions, and the East River has many pavilions that are at grade. But the requirements then are to allow for all kinds of water to rush through, and for a small floor plate, perhaps that makes sense. But in this particular case, the idea of elevating it is, I think, creates a situation for this building which is much better. And I think the applicants have shown historically two things which I think reinforce the appropriateness argument. And one is that there's always some kind of elevational change, and they show that in early photographs. So this idea that the way the tin building meets the ground wasn't normally necessarily flat, and there was some grade change. And I think the context in terms of its location has also changed historically. It's linked to the fish market, didn't have the FDR in front of it. And I think that's been very problematic to see the tin building in its historical context. So its relocation actually allows more views. I think allows for much more a public benefit for people to come there and actually utilize the building, and at the same time allows the building to be much more responsive to current and modern safety needs and standards. So I think that overall, this is a very positive project. I understand some of the concerns, but they're not germane to what we have before us, and that has to do with other things that happen within the historic district. If Howard Hughes is proposing something else within the historic district, we'll have an opportunity to review that as well. And I think the other sort of fascinating note is that this project can go by itself, be reconstructed. I don't think the commission is required to then, in the future, come up with some reasoning for another project just because we've allowed this project. We're looking at this now, and it seems very appropriate, and I would support this. Other comments? Yes, Diana.
I very much agree. I think that the project is necessary, that there's a very small amount of historic fabric remaining, the importance of the role of the tin building, the need to elevate the structure, I think is a real one. And I do think that the new position will make it harder, will make it easier to make it visible, and will open up the pedestrian access. I think my only concern here is that since the applicant has indicated they don't yet have a completed plan as to how they're going to do the methodology of restoration, that the building doesn't come down before the staff is comfortable that there is a responsible plan to implement it.
Right, and I think that is a question about the timing, which is what you don't want is the building to be dismantled and then
nobody knows.
No time frame as to when it should be reconstructed. Yeah. And is that something that one can incorporate?
Sure. I mean, this is the kind of thing where there's an existing building, and it's similar in that sense that we want to see the whole project. We want to see the whole project permitted in some way, and we want to see a plan and a document that sets forth how they're going to treat the historic fabric, where they're going to store it, a time frame for moving ahead with construction. So it's something that we've not, again, it doesn't happen that often, but it's certainly something that they see they will be conditioned upon.
Okay, and that's done through just a certificate of appropriateness process, or does it have to have any kind of
It would be folded into this approval. It would be folded into this approval.
I see, okay.
Is it like a master plan for the building?
More.
Taking it down slowly, and you're building it back?
The staff will work with the applicant to figure out the best way to preserve and safeguard all the elements.
Yes.
And are we also, just to, back to the comment of the in-water piers or structure, so are we also going to sort of require that the structural method be sort of identical to the original? That seems a difficult thing to achieve, and I think it might highlight the kind of a new period that we're in, which is one where there may be tension, real tension that needs to be resolved sort of in situ and in every condition between preservation and sort of sustainability in a time of climate change, and I think that that's a really kind of new area before us. So I am curious about how we resolve this issue of the structure itself, because that's where it's going to show up. So
the commission is, and maybe Jared, you can jump in and record that the commission already approved the reconstruction of a pier on the site, which is underneath the existing building, and that was constructed pursuant to current codes and requirements. And this pier will also be constructed pursuant to current codes and requirements.
And they would have to get all their approvals at the Army Corps of Engineering, anything before they do that.
The whole bevy of agencies that they'll need to apply to and pull permits from.
Okay. Are there comments? All right. I think that just a few issues that were raised, which I think we would want to ensure. One is that because it's a recreation and a reconstruction, I think we want them to work with staff to make sure the details are as accurate as possible. I think that, the color scheme issue, we've shown it in these two tones. I think, again, they can just explore with staff as to what is the right palette for this building. Just on the signage, was there any concerns about the signage that they proposed right now? Any concerns?
What we've seen.
They've shown us, I think, limited signage. It seems like it's one sign on the two, north and south. There's one central sign in the east to the west, and then along the canopy. And on the other side, I think there's just one sign as well. It's okay? Are there any other concerns? Yes, Kim?
They were reconstructing the third floor? I think they're putting the third floor back?
They're putting back the third floor.
So I didn't understand what's, it's going to be a flat roof?
It's a flat, I think can you show us one of the pictures? You have the mechanicals above that.
This is the new reconstructed third floor, and then these are the mechanicals and bulkheads.
So it's going to kind of match where it was before with the addition of the mechanical and bulkheads.
Right, and I think they had some discussion of...
That's going to go there?
Yeah, so Corey, go ahead.
So as proposed, the roof will be established approximate to where it originally was, and its parapet will be tall enough for the requirement for not having a railing. It's its own railing in a sense. So they're reestablishing the approximate roof plan, and as presented, it does show the mechanical equipment that's being designed but is indicated as being enclosed within metal screens and no taller than those. So that's as we understand the sort of the limitations and the extent of the work at the roof. The third floor will be reestablished as it was originally with just the flat roof and the equipment and enclosures above that.
Okay, I just want to note for the record, because I didn't before, the community board, let me see, it's a very long resolution, and I'm going to summarize it somewhat, that what they're proposing is historically appropriate. They had some recommendations regarding the flooring materials, cobblestone, bluestone, granite, and brick, which is the paving, and whether you could look at paving that's more in keeping with what you find in the rest of the district. However, they do note, and their position is that they support the Seaport Working Group's guidelines, and those guidelines really had to do with looking at the entire project, including different aspects all at once. And so from that perspective, it seems that they didn't support this project in the end because they wanted to satisfy all aspects at one go. But I just want to, again, reassure people who are here, members of the public, there are different parts of the Seaport project that will have to come before us if there are changes being made for different buildings that exist today, for some new buildings that may be within the historic district, and some buildings that may be outside the historic district, but before the City Planning Commission. So this is not necessarily the end of the project. However, this is a discrete piece, and I don't think there's any reason that stops us from proceeding forward. Okay? Any other comments? All right, so then we will move to decision, and is it Diana? I think it's you?
Okay, I may need some help from Mark. Okay, at the end, okay. All right. In the matter of a certificate of appropriateness for Manhattan, 95 Marginal Street, the Tin Building, South Street Seaport Historic District. Application is to dismantle, relocate, reconstruct, and alter the building. I recommend approval with modifications, finding that the building was heavily damaged following a fire in 1995, and its pilings are severely compromised. Therefore, its deteriorated condition warrants reconstruction. That the reconstruction of the tin building will require the building to be elevated 6 feet to be above the 100-year floodplain, which is not feasible at its current site below the FDR, necessitating its relocation 32 feet eastward. That the site context of the tin building has been substantially altered over time by the construction of Pier 17 and the FDR Drive, eliminating direct access to the water and blocking views of the building, mitigating the effects from its modest relocation and raising. That waterfront market buildings have had various locations throughout the history of the seaport. Therefore, relocating existing buildings in keeping with the transient nature of market buildings within the district. That the relocations and elevation of the building and accommodation for grade changes with hardscaping around the site will substantially improve the resiliency of the reconstructed building on its site and support its long-term preservation. That although the facades of the tin building have little historic fabric and will be completely replaced, the historic cast iron elements supporting the canopy and some of the interior columns will be disassembled and salvaged for reuse, thereby preserving key components of this historic fabric. That the removal of the stair additions, refrigeration shed, and utility sheds at the rear and sides of the building will eliminate unsympathetic alterations and will return the building closer to its original appearance. That the reconstruction of the facades will reinstate the missing clear story above the canopy of the front facade and missing doors and windows at the rear facade, utilizing new materials and finishes that replicate the original architectural features throughout the building in terms of materials, details, and finishes. That the proposed glazed roll-down doors and side infill will recall the openness, transparency, and utility of the original covered glaze, including the historic use of metal scissor gates, and therefore will maintain visual connections into the interior of the tin building around its base, whether open or closed. That the proposed new doors and transoms at the north and south facades and associated steps, landings, and railings will be well integrated into the existing fenestration pattern with minimal impact on the original design of the building. That the primary entrances at the rear of the building, combining multiple openings buildings at two locations will relate to the historic openings in terms of configurations and details, and will facilitate the circulation from the Esplanade through the Tin Building to Pier 17. That the proposed metal canopies at the rear of the building covering the two combined entrances will match the details, materials, and finishes of the historic metal canopy at the front of the building, while remaining subservient to the facade. That the proposed double-height loading doors at the rear of the building will roughly align with the existing fenestration pattern and will be in keeping with the utilitarian nature of the building. That the proposed rooftop bulkheads and mechanical equipment, which will be fully screened by simple metal enclosure, will only be visible over the building facades from long distances and will not overwhelm the rooftop of the building. That the proposed floodlighting mounted to the interior face of the parapet with fixtures extending minimally above the cornice, and the proposed pole-mounted lighting at the south driveway only will not call into attention to themselves. That the proposed signage consisting of painted building and tenant identification signs consisting of lettering only and projecting metal bracket signs will be in keeping with the historic presence of signage at this building and a variety of signage traditionally found at utilitarian and commercial buildings. That the landscape plan, including pavers and seat steps along the Esplanade, flat and sloped drives with bollards surrounding the building, and steps, ramps, and landings with railings at the base of the building, will have a unified material palette, and its variety of features will accommodate the significant grade changes around the building and maintain a sense of continuity around the site. The design of the sloping driveway at the west side of the building will maintain part of the original connection of the building to the surrounding paving and grade, where a continuous step existed historically, while the tapering sites accommodate the grade change to both sides in a gradual manner. Hang on a minute. That the design and placement of the low painted steel bollards within the paved access drive will be unobtrusive and preserve the openness of the space surrounding the building. That the use of gray precast concrete paving and concrete paving for steps, ramps, and landings has precedent within part of this historic district, and that the proposed work will enhance the special architectural and historical character of the building of the South Street Seaport Historic District. However, that the applicant will develop a plan acceptable to the staff to ensure the proper removals, protection, storage, and reinstallation of the historic fabric that is to be removed in the reused in the reconstructed building, and that the dismantling will not commence before that plan is prepared and accepted by the staff. Also, that the building paint scheme and other details of the project will be...
work with staff. Yes, they'll refine with staff.
Will be refined working with the staff. Is that got it?
All right, second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? This application is approved.